Chapter 315. If Li Chungang said "fart" to the Taoist master's residence, outsiders would only say that the old god of swords' heroic spirit was still the same as before, especially after entering the threshold of earth immortal. They were full of confidence and could regard Li Chungang as an immortal swordsman. However, if it was Su Fengyin who said it, it would be a different story. Two great masters were fighting each other in the Great Snow Plains and the Taoist ancestral court, Longhu Mountain. Even if it was just a battle of words, it was still full of elegance. What was His Royal Highness doing? Su Fengyin could already imagine that for a long time, the whole Jianghu would become a big joke. Shenyuan Qingfeng, who was at a disadvantage in the scheming against His Royal Highness, could not help but gloat. She finally had some spirit and was no longer lifeless and haggard. Su Fengyin glared at her and took the lead to walk to the Great Snow Plains. Su Longxiang and Bluebird followed closely behind. Shenyuan Qingfeng hesitated for a moment, then walked slowly in the rain with Huang Fangfua and Hong Yuang. Hong Yuang was expressionless. Huang Fangfua thought a lot in this short section of the road in the rain. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the second foreign minister. Hong Yuang had always had a good reputation for his conduct and conduct. Not just anyone could claim the title of ancient style. Hong Yuang, as a foreign minister of Mount Huishan who came from a poor background, was not humble in front of others. This caused Shenyuan Qingfeng to treat him with respect. In private, Hong Yuang was called training a hawk instead of raising a dog. Hong Yuang was also not overbearing and never showed any complacency. However, no matter how Shenyuan Jingqing secretly supported and cultivated Hong Yu these years, it was still Shenyuan Jingqing who brought him to the mountain. This time, Hong Yu betrayed him on the Great Snow Plains and killed his benefactor Shenyuan Jingqing together. Huang Fangfo was shocked at that time. If this matter spread out, it would almost destroy Hong Yu's reputation for half of his life. If he was not careful, he would be labeled as a traitor. Huang Fangfo sneered in his heart. You Hong Yu can betray Shenyuan Jinggong's second branch today, will you betray your new master's first branch in the future? Hong Yu suddenly said. Hong Yu has something to tell Mississippi. Shenyuan Qingfeng nodded. Hong Tuo's tone was calm as he said, back then before Hong Tuo went up the mountain, he was actually secretly invited by brother Yu Jingqing. That was why he made the decision to come to Mount Hui. Otherwise, with Hong Yu's experience and ability, he definitely wouldn't have the courage to come to the bull gang and become a laughingstock. Huang Fangfo narrowed his eyes. Shenyuan Qingfeng felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and the knot in his heart was untied. He turned his head and smiled. Uncle Hong, you've suffered all these years. Hong Yu lowered his head and cupped his hands. That's how it should be. Hong Yu raised his head and looked directly at the young woman who was about to take control of Mount Hui. He said, but Hong Yu has received many favors from Emperor Shenyuan. Please treat the children of the second branch well. Shenyuan Qingfeng said softly, Uncle Hong, don't worry. Qingfeng isn't a narrow-minded woman. It's a fact that the second branch is powerful. Blindly purging dissidents will only cause the turbulent Mount Hui to fall apart. Qingfeng will do my best to appease the second and third branches. I won't change any of the established rules. Guests can stay if they wish but leave if they don't. Even if they leave the bull gang today, Mount Hui will still welcome heroes from all walks of life to come up the mountain again. The grudges of my father's generation with the surname Jing, as well as those above him, will completely end today. If the other two branches cause trouble, Qingfeng can promise you twice but not thrice. At that time, if they still refuse to let it go, then don't blame Qingfeng for being ruthless. Shenyuan Qingfeng spoke lightly, but Huang Fangfo felt much more at ease. He was afraid that this woman would become arrogant and start a massacre in Mount Hui. When that time came, who would be the executioners? Wouldn't it be him and Hong Yu? Moreover, in this way he would have no room to maneuver and would be completely tied to her. This was originally a common method of controlling people. Logically speaking, it made sense. However, Huang Fangfo looked down on Shenyuan Qingfeng. Being in charge of a century-old aristocratic family was a strenuous job that could shake mountains and topple peaks. She only knew how to play petty tricks and was no different from a shrew with a loose tongue. She wasn't worthy of Huang Fangfo's loyalty. The most troublesome part was that Shenyuan Qingfeng's martial strength wasn't worth mentioning. Once the heir of Beiliang left, the more they suppressed her, the more likely it would be for him and Hong Yu when she rebounded in the future. Perhaps they wouldn't be able to suppress her even if they used all their skills. Walking to the entrance of the bull gang mansion, Su Fengyin stood under the eaves to shelter from the rain and looked back at the snowy plains. Shenyuan Qingfeng stood nearby. She tilted her head and smoothed out a few strands of hair that stuck to her cheek. She remained silent. The wind and rain gradually stopped. A young man with delicate features walked out of the mansion. Seeing everyone, he respectfully said to Shenyuan Qingfeng, "Yesterday, First Master gave me 4 brocade pouches. He said that after the rain stopped today, they would be given to His Royal Highness and 2 esteemed guests." Shenyuan Qingfeng was slightly surprised. Huang Fangfua and Hong Yu's expressions were especially solemn. Although they were serious, they weren't surprised. Clearly, this wasn't the first time they had received the brocade pouches. In fact, killing Shenyuan Jingqing on the snowy plains was a request for the brocade pouches. Huang and Hong didn't know beforehand that the other party had truly surrendered to Shenyuan Jingqing. Shenyuan Qingfeng and the other 2 received the brocade pouches from the young man. Huang Fangfua and Hong Yu immediately excused themselves and left the snowy plains. The 2 esteemed guests didn't exchange even half a word of pleasantries. Huang Fangfua returned to the small building. He returned a clean set of robes and personally burned incense. He took out the small scroll hidden in the brocade pouch. After repeatedly reading it, he gently tossed it into the red sandalwood incense burner. He smiled and murmured, "Brother Jingqing really didn't disappoint me. There were only a dozen or so words written on the exquisitely cut paper. It was just like what Shenyuan Jingqing usually said when he talked about writing." Zhongyi had said that simplicity was the end of poetry. "Brother Huang, please stay in Mount Hui for 10 years and you can enter the Finger Shen realm." Huang Fangfo first smiled and then laughed out loud. "Shenyuan Jingqing, oh Shenyuan Jingqing, are you asking me to work for your daughter for 10 years? Since you said you could help me enter the Finger Shen realm, don't mention 10 years, I can even wait 20 years. After laughing, Huang Fangfo decided to study at Bull Hill for another 10 years. He believed that with Shenyuan Jingqing's meticulous planning, even if he couldn't enter the Finger Shen realm after reading all the secret manuals, Huang Fangfo was sure that another brocade pouch would appear at that time to solve his doubts. Huang Fangfo didn't even bother to think about who had the brocade pouch that he might not need in 10 years. With Shenyuan Jingqing's meticulous mind, he was afraid that Huang Fangfo wouldn't be able to find it even if he turned the entire Bull Hill upside down. When the time was not right, the mysteries of heaven would not be revealed. Huang Fangfo sighed, "Brother Jingqing, what a Confucian sage." Huang Fangfo is fascinated. Hong Piao had never stayed in the luxurious abode of the guest of Mount Hui. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Therefore he chose to live in a secluded bamboo house on the mountainside. After opening the brocade pouch, his forehead was oozing with cold sweat. The general meaning of the brocade pouch was far less soul-stirring than the one given to Huang Fangfo. It was just that Shenyuan Jingqing kindly reminded Hong Piao. If Qingfeng had any grudges against Hong Piao for killing Shenyuan Jingqing, he could say that Hong Piao was invited by Shenyuan Jingqing to come up the mountain. Hong Piao, who was kneeling in front of the bamboo tea table, clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands popped out. When he, Hong Piao, went up to Mount Hui, it naturally had nothing to do with Shenyuan Jingqing. At that time, what he said on the snowy plains was just an idea he came up with on the spur of the moment. He played an unknown trick to eliminate Shenyuan Qingfeng's vigilance. Therefore, although this brocade pouch seemed to be a kind reminder, wasn't it also a kind of warning? Hong Piao took a deep breath and raised his head to look out the window. He smiled, "Brother Jingqing is indeed an immortal." Hong Piao is completely convinced. The bull landed under the eaves. Su Fengyin looked at the rainbow stretching across the sky. One end of the rainbow was on the snowy plains, and the other end was on the Taoist master's residence. The scenery was absolutely beautiful. Su Fengyin opened the brocade pouch and was stunned. The words written on it were concise and to the point. "His Royal Highness only needs to ask my daughter for a copy of the Aspiring Tripod Pavilion's Spring and Autumn Annals from my life. There is a letter in the envelope." At the end, there was even a sentence that went straight to the point. His Royal Highness did not let her down, and Mount Hui would not let His Royal Highness down. Shenyuan Qingfeng leaned against a pillar, his eyes hazy with tears. Hong Piao is rebellious and needs Qingfeng to convince him with force. It's better to use force than to show kindness. When Mount Hui is peaceful, he can be raised. When there is chaos, he must be killed. Huang Fang has a good reputation. I have my own plans. Within 10 years, this person will not have any disloyalty. After 10 years, if he wants to make a name for himself, there will naturally be someone to suppress him. I left a book for the Daoist children of Mount Longhu to give to your grandfather. Qingfeng, you don't have to worry about this matter. If Su Fengyin has endless evil intentions and wants a yard after taking an inch, You can go and find the Taoist who fishes for flood salamanders in Mount Yunjin. This immortal elder owes me a favor and has promised me to come out once. If Su Fengyin does not overdo it, this person can work together to seek benefits. During the Qingming festival, if your mother is unwilling to visit the grave, Qingfeng need not force her. Since we can't help each other in times of need, it is already a blessing in life to forget each other. Since the day you were born, I have buried a jar of wine under an old cassia tree. From then on, I have 1 jar every year. Now I have 23 jars. How about privately naming your daughter Hong? Don't blame me for nagging. It's just that I haven't been able to talk to you all these years. In the future, my grandson will be called Fuyao and my granddaughter will be called Yasong. How about it? All these years, I have been flipping through ancient books when I have nothing to do. I have 100 headaches, but I still can't think of a satisfactory name. I hope that in the future, if they want to study, then they can study. If they want to practice martial arts, then they can practice martial arts. The world is vast, but they can only stand on a small piece of land. Life is bitter and short. It's only 100 years, 36,500 days. Once you read it, destroy it. Remember. Su Fengyin watched as Xinyuan Qingfeng swallowed the paper in the brocade pouch. What a heartless woman. In the quiet courtyard of the eldest son's house, that woman also received a brocade pouch. However, the paper was completely blank. Chapter 316. After the Heavenly Master Manor's external surname Qi Xuanjin ascended, Mount Longhu rarely had a grand occasion where the 4 great Heavenly Masters gathered together. Even when the butcher Su Shao led several thousand iron cavalry to the foot of the mountain, the number 1 of the Longhu Hope generation, Zhao Shi, still didn't break out of seclusion. Of the 36,000 great heavenly cycle rituals of Xiangfan, only 2 of the 4 great heavenly masters went. In the past 20 years, Zhao Danping became the prime minister of Qingxi in the capital. Together with Yue minister Zhao Danxia, the north and south reflected each other's splendor, meeting even less than they were apart. The Imperial College's left chancellor Huan Wen and the current court's grand secretary Zhang Julu came from the same sect. Their Tao and politics aligned, the 2 were as close as brothers. However, on one matter their opinions differed. Everyone knew that Grand Secretary Zhang only respected Confucianism, belittled Buddhism and Taoism, while Huan Wen, who came from an orthodox Confucian background, greatly respected Elder Huang's tranquility. In the capital he had a deep friendship with Zhao Danping. Even though Zhao Danping was 1,000 li away from the Heavenly Master Manor, he still commanded Mount Longhu's rules and precepts, as well as the 2 great sections. Outside, Zhao Danxia commanded the world's Tao sects, but internally he only symbolically disciplined the teachings. As for the cultivation arts, in name, it was commanded by the old heavenly master Zhao Shi, but in reality, it was handed over to several people of the Jing generation to handle the specific matters. Zhao family's clan relative Zhao Jingchen was in charge of receiving guests at the manor gate. Bai Yu, who was bestowed with the purple title by the Son of Heaven, was in charge of theory and debate, frequently opening forums to preach. Qi Xianxia, who was also an external Taoist like Sir White Lotus, was in charge of sword training, occasionally passing on sword techniques to Taoists of the Jing generation and below. The various branches of the Celestial Master Residence were connected by the same breath and branch. They each enjoyed their own glory and complemented each other. That was why Mount Longhu was enjoying such a glorious time today. On the west side of the Jade Emperor Hall in the main hall of the Taoist Master Residence, there was a long corridor of ancient tablets. One of them was a large green jade tablet that was 30 feet tall. It was moved here and erected by the 4th generation of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Grandmaster. The tablet was inscribed with the words, "Purple Cloud Blessed Land." It was rumored that the tablet was the same as the tablet of "Enjoying the Blessings of the Land Alone" in Mount Hui. At this moment, a Taoist wearing a noble yellow Taoist robe was standing on top of the tablet. He was looking at the snowfield of Mount Hui with a face full of anger. At the foot of the tablet, there were 3 old Taoists who were dressed in their own unique style. The oldest had snow-white hair, sandals and clean socks. He was only wearing an ordinary white Taoist robe. It was not very eye-catching, but at least he was wearing an ethereal alchemist's cloak, which vaguely gave him the aura of immortality. The second oldest Taoist was much more sloppy. He wore a thick green cotton robe that was stained with stains as if he was afraid of the cold. He wore a pair of thick-soled warm shoes and a cotton cloth wrapped around his legs. It made people wonder how this old Taoist was qualified to stand in the inner residence of the Taoist Master Residence. The last one was frightening. Not only was his inner robe yellow, but he also wore a purple robe. It was extremely luxurious and noble. The direct descendants of the Taoist master residents could wear yellow, which was the case for Zhao Jingqian and Zhao Ningyun. There were very few honorable Taoist masters in Mount Longhu who could wear purple, and Baiyu belonged to this category. As for the Taoist master who could wear yellow and purple, there was no doubt that there was only one Taoist master, Zhao Danxia. The four Taoist masters with the same surname as the emperor, Zhao Shi, who had spent most of his life in seclusion trying to break through, Zhao Shituan, who was talented but indifferent, Zhao Danxia, who was the leader of Taoism, and Zhao Danping, who was good at writing poetry, finally met. The strange phenomenon on the snowy plains of Mount Zhaoyao fell into the eyes of the Taoist masters. It was Zhao Danping who stopped Li Chuangong's sword of prophecy from flying out of its sheath. It was also Zhao Danping who asked the old god of swords to return the sword. After hearing the reply, Zhao Danping was furious, while Zhao Shituan laughed uncontrollably. Zhao Danxia and his father, Zhao Shi, looked at each other and smiled. When Zhao Shituan was young, he was not close to his nephew Zhao Danping. He always felt that this child was not likable since young. He was gloomy and did not have the magnanimity of a descendant of the surname Zhao. Therefore the old Taoist master did not hide his preference for Zhao Danxia. Zhao Shituan and Zhao Danping could be said to be the nemesis of fate. Although they were closely related by blood, they did not have a good expression when they met. This time, Zhao Danping left the capital to return home mostly to discuss with his brother how to deal with the latest political affairs of the imperial court. The empire's territory was restructured, and the original 24 districts of Taoism would have to follow suit and make changes. Moreover, after the position of monk Zheng was established, Chongshen Bureau was very likely to leave Honglu Temple. The battle between Buddhism and Taoism, the battle of doctrines, and the battle of fate was on the surface. They could not be careless at all. A small part of the reason was that the crown prince of Bailiang had arrived at Dragon Tiger Mountain. In addition, the king of Bailiang, Su Xiao, had caused a huge commotion in the capital. Zhao Danping did not have a good impression of Su at all. It was possible that he did not have the intention to return to the Taoist master's residence to punish the young crown prince. Zhao Shituan said impatiently, "Zhao Danping, why are you still standing on the stone tablet of your ancestor? Li Chungang did not want to talk to you. It's useless even if you shout until your throat is hoarse. Why don't you use your flying sword and fight with Li Chungang on the snow field? I'll do my best to cheer for you." Zhao Danping snorted coldly and floated down from the stone tablet. Leaping over the top of the tablet was not appropriate. At that time he was angry at Li Chuangong's rude and unreasonable methods, so he did not care about his identity. Now that he had calmed down, Zhao Danping did not insist. Zhao Shi, who had been disturbed by Xianyuan Jingqing's forced breakthrough, put his hands in his sleeves and lamented, "This person risked his life to enter the demigod realm. It's really a pity. If he was willing to take it step by step, there's a chance that he could really ascend." Zhao Danxia, who had the most celestial aura, nodded and said, "After this battle, Hui Mountain's luck has been completely destroyed." Zhao Shi's face was full of sorrow. "There's no door to misfortune, only man can summon it. The warning of the ancients must not be ignored. Dragon Tiger Mountain should take this as a warning." Danping. Chapter 317. Although Zhao Danping's temperament was extreme, but her martial arts skill, intelligence and talent were all first class in the present age. After hearing her father's rebuke, her original intention to argue with her uncle Zhao Shituan immediately dissipated. She calmed her heart and concentrated her spirit. Immediately the sharpness in her heart disappeared. She no longer showed any sign of wanting to compete with Li Chungang. The Taoist master mansion had been passed down for 1,600 years. Most of the time it was passed down from father to son. If the Taoist master had no children, he would be succeeded by his brothers and nephews. There was no precedent of a woman taking over. The previous sect leader, Zhao Shizi, had no children. Back then it was either his younger brother Zhao Shituan, his nephew Zhao Danxia, or Zhao Danping who took over the Qingji capital skill seal, the luck-suppressing sword and the Titan Emperor scripture. Back then the sect leader's opinion was not unanimous. Back on the mountain, there was an old ancestor of virtue and prestige who wanted Zhao Shituan to take over the responsibility. Zhao Shituan simply ran away from the mountain and went to Jianghu to live a carefree life. He said that it was better to pass on the legacy to Danxia than to him. That was how Zhao Danxia became the sect leader. The Taoist Master Mansion's Taoist Master Mansion was far from being the Taoist Master Mansion's Taoist Master Mansion. The latter had been recognized as the ancestral court of Southern Taoism for 500 years. After the death of Wang Zhongluo, Mount Wudong was just a Taoist Master Mansion. In the eyes of many Taoists on Mount Longhu, it was just a Taoist master mansion. How could it be compared to the Taoist master mansion? Fortunately, the Taoist master mansion improved under Zhao Danxia's leadership and became the leader of all Taoism in the world. Zhao Danping, who originally wanted to establish his own sect under the feet of the emperor, finally bowed his head. That was why his father, Zhao Shi, said that there was no blessing or disaster. Zhao Danping said coldly, that Li Chungang returning to the realm of Sword Immortal is a great feat, but he borrowed 1,000 swords from Mount Longhu on the snowfield. If this spreads out, where will the Taoist master mansion's face go? Zhao Danxia smiled softly and said, face is lost on Danxia. Let Danping pick it up in Beijing. Capable people do more work. Big brother, please excuse me. Big brother, you're such a scoundrel. What are you doing? Zhao Danping said helplessly. Her tone was no longer inflexible and stiff. After leaving Mount Longhu for so many years, how could it be that simple to write a poem by the emperor's side? After encountering many coincidences and comprehending the heavenly Tao, he was able to break through 100 armors with his horsetail whisk and compete with the black-robed monk Yang Taiji. Zhao Danping's personality gradually became more flexible. She was no longer as fierce as she was in the prime of her life, wanting to take others down with her at every turn. If it was more than 10 years ago, Zhao Danping would have already gone to Mount Hui to find trouble with Li Chungang. Mysteriously, the harmonious atmosphere in the Taoist master mansion today was largely due to Zhao Jingxi, who had a son in her later years. This child was ranked at the end of the Jing generation. Her talent in martial arts was mediocre, but she had the advantage of being as honest as jade. She was a junior who loved to express her feelings and was not scheming at all. Even the eccentric Zhao Shituan, who did not see eye to eye with Zhao Jingxi, would have to smile knowingly when he met Zhao Jingxi. Everyone in the Taoist master mansion liked to joke about some of Zhao Jingxi's embarrassing moments. What was even rarer was the few most outstanding people in the Taoist master mansion who did not share the same surname. For example, Bai Yu and Qi Xinxia had gotten along well with Zhao Jingxi since they were young. The female Taoist nun who cultivated on the mountain was also happy to tease this Taoist master mansion's Zheng Huang. Even the female Taoist nun who was just a young girl dared to make fun of him. The old Taoist master Zhao Shituan said that Zhao Danping's greatest merit and ability in this life was giving birth to such a son. Zhao Jingxi's biggest characteristic was that he was absent-minded. He would often be chatting with others one moment and then be in a daze the next. The people on the mountain were most afraid of him reading and looking for answers because no matter how thin the book was, he could read thousands of strange questions. Even the chief, Zhao Danxia, who was a patient elder, could be questioned to the point of being angry. Mr. White Lotus, who had hurt his eyes from reading, was not inferior to Zhao Danxia. He mocked himself for having 3 fears in life: afraid of thunder, afraid of walking, and afraid of Zhao Jingxi's questions. It was obvious how powerful Zhao Jingxi's questions were. Zhao Shituan clicked his tongue and said, "Old Man Li has returned to the peak of the sword Dao. It is highly likely that he will have a battle with Wang Xianji." Zhao Shi stroked his beard and smiled. "It seems that the battle with Dong Tai will happen in the future." Zhao Danxia and Zhao Danping looked at each other and smiled. The 2 elders in the family were of the same generation as Li Chungang and Wang Xianji. Naturally, they had ulterior motives regarding Li Chunggang's entering into the celestial realm. With their high realm and status, it was difficult for them to find something to take a break from their busy lives except for concentrating on cultivating and attaining immortality and paying attention to the fate of Taoism. The Taoist master was unattainable to the common people. However, in the Taoist master residence, the Taoist master Zhao's clan, it was not much. After all, they were a family. It was the common view of a descendant looking at an elder. Zhao Shi waved his hand and said, "Danping, go ahead and tell Danxia about the important matters. It was not easy for me to climb out of the coffin and take a breather. I want to chat with your uncle." Zhao Danxia and Zhao Danping received the order and left the steel corridor. Zhao Shi looked at his brother and said sadly, "Every time we meet, we get old. Shituan, I don't know how many times I can see you in this life." Zhao Shituan said angrily, "You're so pretentious. If you don't go into seclusion, I'll see you every day and throw up when I see you." Zhao Shi shook his head and said, "Wang Zhonglo has cultivated the big yellow court, but I still can't ascend the Jade Emperor Tower that the old ancestor pointed out. I'm ashamed to face the ancestors." Zhao Shituan said angrily, "You don't have the face to face the ancestors because you can't ascend the Jade Emperor Tower and become a celestial? Then won't I anger the ancestors to the point that they have to ascend to the mortal world?" Zhao Shi smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this. How's your disciple's realm?" Zhao Shituan smiled and gave a thumbs up like a naughty child. This? When do you go down the mountain? After defeating Qi Xuanzhen's black tiger, you can go down the mountain. Good. Zhao Shi nodded and said, but then he was a little worried. In the last decennial debate on Lotus Peak, because the white-robed monk was busy, he didn't attend. Our Dao sect also had a hard time winning. If it wasn't for Baiyu turning the tide, we might not have won. I heard that the 2 Zen temples this time was very strange. Not only did Li Dongxin and a few other virtuous eminent monks not take part in the debate, they even let a little monk represent the 2 Zen temples. That's right, Baiyu mentioned that this little monk came to the Celestial Master residence with a young lady. Baiyu said that the little monk is very intelligent. In the future, his achievements will be high and he might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Li Dongxin. Zhao Shituan said with a headache, I can't be bothered to worry about this. It's just a battle of words. It's boring to sit on Lotus Peak for a few days and nights under the sun. If it's not suffering, what is it? In the end, it's just a quarrel. There's nothing to be proud of even if we win. Zhao Shi said worriedly, it's not a big deal at first. If we win, we win. We'll just take it as winning some face for our Dao sect. But now the imperial court's arrangement is very mysterious. It's like casting a wide net. If we win, it's fine. If we lose, the fate of the 3 sects will increase or decrease. Zhao Shituan said heartlessly, if the elder ancestor didn't say something about making a small bet with someone, there wouldn't be this trouble. Brother, do you know who the elder ancestor is betting with? What's the bet? What's the bet? Zhao Shi hesitated and said softly, I only know that it's a bet between people with the same surname. They're betting on who will ascend later. The bet is a seal for a seal. The laziest Zhao Shituan felt a headache. Only the elder ancestor likes to mess around. If he was willing to ascend to immortality with Qi Xuanzhen back then, Qi Xuanzhen would have turned into a rainbow in broad daylight and I, Zhao Shituan, would have ascended on a crane. Zhao Shi smiled and said nothing. Zhao Shituan laughed, actually, I know what the elder ancestor is thinking. Our Dragon Tiger Mountain is known to have a great immortal attaining Dao every 100 years. It's our fault for being so disappointing. If the elder ancestor had ascended earlier and no one attained immortality in the next 50 years, we would have lost a lot of face. I guess that's why he decided to bet with that person on who will ascend later. Zhao Shi stared and said, watch your words. Chapter 318. For some reason, Su Fengyin didn't walk into the treasure-filled bull descent. He just sat on the steps under the eaves with his brother Su Longxiang and Maid Bluebird standing behind him. His Royal Highness muttered to himself, and Xinyuan Qingfeng couldn't hear him clearly. Of course, she couldn't guess that this Bailiang heir was moaning and groaning. After leaving Liangzhou, first the red armor talisman reappeared in Jianghu, then the sword crown and sword attendant of the Wu family sword tomb inexplicably blocked the way, not to mention the 11th in the world, Wang Mingyin, who wanted to take away the head. Then Chao Changqing took away Jiang Anai and Gangnam-do and continued eastward. At Quanglu Mountain he even met Zhao Huangqiao, who was in the celestial being's astral body state. When he finally reached the Daodu's Longhu Mountain, there were Confucian saints and sword immortals in the great snow plains. Su Fengyin believed that he was diligent in practicing his saber, but any one of these guys didn't even have the qualifications to fight to the death. That kid Wenhua said that there was no reason to always be attacked in Jianghu, but when he met these guys he had no choice but to be attacked. At this moment, Su Fengyin finally understood why the bull rider was as timid as a mouse. It was right not to go down the mountain. With Hong Shixiang's identity, going down the mountain so easily was like carrying a large signboard with the words, "Come and hit me," written on it. This Jianghu's experts had their own experts to deal with. A Vajra realm martial artist seemed to be able to do whatever he wanted, but what if a Finger Shin realm martial artist found him an eyesore? A Finger Shin realm expert was awe-inspiring, but a Heavenly Image realm thousand-year tortoise would come out of the pond to teach him a lesson. Was a Heavenly Image realm invincible enough? Didn't Xinyuan Dandan study for his grandson Xinyuan Jingqing and become an Earth Immortal? After 100 years of hard work, he didn't even leave behind a handful of ashes, let alone a complete corpse. Su Fengyin lay on the ground, sighing again and again. Jianghu was dangerous. Xinyuan Qingfeng waited for a long time, but Royal Highness didn't return. Finally, he said impatiently, "Your Highness won't enter Bull Descent? The things here are too dirty. Qingfeng will definitely not take anything away. Your Highness can take whatever you want." Su Fengyin still did not respond. After a long while, an unfamiliar young girl walked out of the mansion. She had the same demeanor as the young man who had previously delivered the brocade pouch. She said softly, "First Master instructed this servant to deliver a brocade pouch if your Highness does not submit to the bull." Su Fengyan finally regained his senses. He rolled his eyes and said, "Are you done yet?" While muttering to himself, he hastily took the brocade pouch and opened it to take a look. He waited until the young girl had walked back to Yunyu town before whispering to Xinyuan Qingfeng, "Your father said that there's a treasure house in Yunyu town. The door was made by the Mahis school of Shangyin Academy and is indestructible. The male and female Jiao salamanders are the inner and outer rings. If you want to enter, you have to drip a drop of blood into the male Jiao salamander's mouth. The male Jiao salamander will then drill through the door and swim through the mechanism to meet the female Jiao salamander. If your Xinyuan bloodline is broken, won't no one be able to open it?" Xinyuan Qingfeng frowned. "What do you want, Your Highness?" "To tell you the truth, the male Jiao salamander died last year. I went to Yunjin Mountain to look for a new one, but I couldn't find one. Since the young prince is studying at Mount Longhu, I believe Your Highness must have a good relationship with the Taoist Master's mansion. I heard that the Taoist Master's mansion raises several Jiao salamanders in the Dragon Pond. Your Highness might as well ask for one of them to be given to Mount Huishan. The treasure house can be considered a reward from the Xinyuan family for Your Highness's hard work in coming to the mountain." Xinyuan Qingfeng's face was filled with mockery as he spoke. It was obvious that he wanted to make a fool of himself. He had clearly taken advantage of his Royal Highness' weakness when he used the old God of Swords to say "fart" to the Taoist Master's mansion. Su Fengyan, who was lying on the ground, cast a sidelong glance at Xinyuan Qingfeng. He said lazily, "What? You think I don't dare to ask for a Jiao salamander? If the Taoist Master's mansion isn't willing to give it to me, then I'll snatch it. If I can't snatch it, then I'll steal it. If I can't steal it, then I'll talk nicely and beg for it." Xinyuan Qingfeng's lips curled into a subtle arc as he said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "Your Highness doesn't bother with trifles when doing things. In the future you will inherit the title of Northern Liang King. As long as you use this method to deal with the Northern Ming dynasty, you will definitely be able to achieve victory and leave your name in history." Su Fengyan stood up, pretending not to hear the mockery in her voice. "I'll take your auspicious words." Su Fengyan then changed his expression and smiled warmly. "Not only does the brocade pouch say that there are several items in the treasure house that can catch my eye, it also says that there's an item outside the armory that's even more precious than an entire mountain. It asks me to treasure it well. The words on the brocade pouch are, 'Far in the horizon, yet close in front of you.'" Xinyuan Qingfeng's expression changed slightly. Su Fengyan laughed heartily and jumped down the steps. "Silly girl, your father is willing to give you to me? Besides, even if he's willing to give you to me, I'm not willing to accept you. You don't have any breasts or buttocks and you're always wearing a bitter face. You can see female ghosts when you look in the mirror." Xinyuan Qingfeng stared at Su Fengyan's back with a complicated expression. As they approached the edge of the snowfield, Bluebird whispered, "Young master." Su Fengyan had a telepathic connection with her and knew what she was thinking. He smiled and explained, "It's not that I'm deliberately making things difficult for Xinyuan Qingfeng, but this woman won't listen to your kind words. If you really want to confide in her, I'm sure she'll treat your kind intentions as ill intent. If you really think I covet her beauty or her family fortune, wouldn't I die of injustice?" Ignoring the gloomy Xinyuan Qingfeng, His Royal Highness had just descended the snowfield when he saw a large group of people kneeling in front of him. There were no less than 30 people. Su Fengyan only needed to think for a moment to realize what was going on. He held down Xiao Chunlei and looked down at them with a smile. "Oh, you all know how to sail according to the wind. You're in a hurry to serve me so you can go to Bailiang and ride roughshod over them? This matter is fine, but I'll say the ugly words first. If you really have some ability, I won't send you away like your beggars. I don't care if you used to be a wanted criminal or a thief. My rice bowl is very big. Not to mention a few dozen people, even a few hundred people will be full. However, if you don't have any ability and want to eat and drink for free, I don't care if you're a guest of Mount Hui or some martial arts hero from which path, scram. Once you're caught, I'll take your heads to the authorities to exchange for some money." Most of the Jianghu people who relied on Mount Hui were stunned. Wasn't this Bailiang heir a bit too ignorant and incompetent? How could his words be more straightforward than a thief? At that moment, a dozen or so fence-sitters stood up cautiously and tried to change their minds and leave. Half of these people were proud and arrogant and didn't want to be bullied. The other half were just here to make up the numbers. They wanted to go to the wealthy Bailiang heir and ask him to live a luxurious life. This group of people didn't have a high status in the Great Bull Gang. They belonged to the category of nobodies who weren't loved by their grandmothers and uncles. They wouldn't be able to obtain the most lucrative position of a guest of Mount Hui. Normally, not to mention an entire secret manual, even if it was just a single page, they would fight until their heads bled. Those who had relatively good relationships with each other were also deceiving each other. Those who weren't of noble status could only borrow secret manuals from the aspiring Cauldron Pavilion for a limited period of time. They couldn't take it out of the pavilion. If someone secretly copied it, they would be expelled from Mount Hui once they were discovered. Many martial arts heroes who had similar martial arts styles would each memorize the manuals by rote. The more the better. After the event, they would exchange secret manuals with each other. Those with slightly bad intentions would say a few more words at a critical juncture. This wouldn't cause the other party to go crazy, but it would cause the other party to take a detour. There were only a few dozen guests of Mount Hui. Su Fengyan actually became absent-minded at a time like this. This was because he didn't want to stay on Mount Longhu any longer after hastily settling the affairs of the Great Bull Gang. He was going to head to the northeast of the Jian province. Martial Emperor City. Chapter 319. Shenyuan Qingfeng walked back to the courtyard where the eldest son's quarters were. The glazed fish tank in front of the courtyard had been destroyed. Looking up at the plaque, he saw that his father, Shenyuan Jingqing, had written the Flask of Eternal Spring. Passing through the hall, there was the Imperial Library, where Shenyuan Jingqing had spent almost all of his time as a teenager. There were more than 6,000 scrolls here, but it was completely different from the aspiring Cauldron Pavilion. There were very few martial arts manuals here, but they were all classics of the 100 schools of thought. The small building was simple, but the windows were bright and clean. The top floor had a wide view from where one could observe the South Star and the Big Dipper. At the back there was a Lingji courtyard with a small facade. On both sides of the courtyard were small and narrow side rooms. Originally, it was meant to provide lodging for the maids and servants. It was just that the main wife's courtyard was deserted, and that woman's temperament was cold and she did not like noise, so she left behind a personal maidservant. The side rooms were all used to store sundries. Many of the poems and essays that Shenyuan Jingqing had written when he was young to express his grievances were thrown into piles by her, scattered all over the table, chairs and floor. There was a pair of male and female 1,000-year-old Luohan pines on the side of the corridor. Their roots were intertwined and their crowns were juxtaposed, making this place seem even more desolate and unsettling. Shenyuan Qingfeng walked further into the rear hall of the woman's private quarters. There were originally countless paintings and couplets, but they had all been removed by her. Only a large plaque hung in the middle of the hall that read, "Better to leave than to come." It was probably because she used too much effort to move them that she was able to survive. Shenyuan Qingfeng walked to the tea room with a view of the Dragon King River and saw that she was sitting quietly with a pile of ashes beside her. There was only a white jade scroll left of a painting. Shenyuan Qingfeng said coldly, "Father killed the old ancestor as a land god." Shenyuan Jingqing was ambushed by Huang Fangfua and Hong Yu. Grandfather was expelled from the mountain. Beiliang's heir, Su Fengyan, killed more than 10 people in one breath outside the snowfield. He had the light cavalry and retainers hang their corpses in front of the east sect of Mount Hui. He declared that he wouldn't accept anyone from Mount Hui. Now, 3 or 4 of the 10 guests of Mount Hui are gone. As for the rest of the Jianghu people, most of them have chosen to leave the mountain. Only in front of her daughter, Shenyuan Qingfeng, would the woman not be so cold and distant. She smiled gently and said, "Isn't this the perfect time for Qingfeng to take over Mount Hui?" Shenyuan Jingqing had swept clean the great snow plateau, and with Beiliang's crown prince eyeing him covetously, it could be said that there were internal and external troubles. Those ministers of resurgence in the history books all stepped forward bravely at this time to turn the tide. Only then could they make people feel grateful and fearful at the same time, controlling the people's hearts. It was just the 4 words of combining kindness and power. If Mother didn't guess wrong, Shenyuan Jingqing had already reached a secret agreement with His Royal Highness. Aside from Huang Fangfua and Hong Yu, the 2 open chess pieces, there were still some hidden chess pieces that were biding their time, right? What Mother was most curious about right now was whether His Royal Highness had asked for an exorbitant price to make things difficult for Qingfeng. If she married into Beiliang Palace as a concubine, it was not impossible. With Mount Hui's Shenyuan family's several hundred years of foundation as a dowry, there weren't many women in the world who could afford such a large sum, right? The woman's voice was soft and gentle, very pleasing to the ear, but the meaning behind her words was chilling to the bone at this moment. Shenyuan Qingfeng couldn't stop laughing and actually laughed until tears came out. She wiped her tears and said, "I've disappointed Mother. That His Royal Highness doesn't care about Mount Hui, not to mention Shenyuan Qingfeng who can't even get into the Rouge Review. Mother, you can only blame yourself for not giving birth to a more beautiful Qingfeng back then. The woman didn't get angry and only quietly waited for Xinyuan Qingfeng to finish laughing. Seeing her daughter's unstoppable tears, she reached out to help wipe them away, but Xinyuan Qingfeng fiercely slapped her hand away. She still didn't take it to heart and gently said, "Rats go into hiding because of grain, dogs go into hiding because of poverty. It's a pity that this only applies to the small families. Although Mount Huey's fate has been greatly damaged, it doesn't mean that they won't be able to recover from this setback. What Bullock Gang encountered today is still somewhat better than what happened 100 years ago when the Wu family sword tomb's first-rate experts almost all died in Beimang." Beiliang's heir hung up the corpses to intimidate everyone and was clearly building momentum for Qingfeng. If it's as you said that heir's ambitions aren't in Mount Hui, that's even better. After he leaves with his troops, if Qingfeng feels that he's short of money and can't control the situation, you can ask Mount Longhu for some protection. The Celestial Master residence and Bullock Gang have always been linked for several hundred years. A close neighbor is better than a distant relative. Xinyuan Qingfeng sneered and said, "In the end you're still asking for help." The woman murmured softly, "In life one must ask for help from heaven, earth, king, father and mother. Who doesn't ask for help?" Xinyuan Qingfeng said expressionlessly, "That heir left more than 100 light cavalry at Mount Hui. He said they were responsible for transporting the copies of the aspiring tripod pavilion's secret manuals back to Beiliang." The woman smiled and said, "Xinyuan Jingqing once said something that I've remembered. A man's talent is 10,000 pounds, but it can't compare to a woman's chest. From what I can see, His Royal Highness clearly still has feelings for Qingfeng. It doesn't matter whether or not she's Beiliang's side consort. A noble family's wealth isn't necessarily a blessing for a woman. But if we can use this opportunity to stabilize Mount Hui, that's the most important thing right now." Mother said one more thing. "No matter how talented that Yuan Tingshan is, don't meet him in the future. No matter how great a martial artist's achievements are, they can't compare to a single word from the heir of Beiliang. In the short term you can only get close to the heir of Beiliang and not alienate him. As for the long term, just take one step at a time. It's like playing chess. Qingfeng can't be in a hurry to place a piece." Xinyuan Qingfeng was lost in thought. He poured himself a cup of wine which was still warm and fragrant. He raised his head and took a big gulp. The woman, who was no longer young, had a gentle gaze. She smiled and said, "A cup of osmanthus wine in your mouth will bring 2 peach blossoms to your face." Xinyuan Qingfeng said calmly, "This was written by father." She said calmly, "Xinyuan Jingqing said so much and wrote so much. There's bound to be a few sentences that you remember. The ancient records say that Mount Zhaoyao has many ancient osmanthus, but there weren't many left when mother came up the mountain. Among them the tangeray is the oldest and the most luxuriant. Every autumn the osmanthus seeds would fall like rain. It's glorious but not charming." She hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "Just like how Xinyuan Jingqing conducts himself." Xinyuan Qingfeng gripped his cup tightly and stared at her. He clenched his teeth and said, "Isn't it ironic to say that my father is good now?" She said calmly, "Mother, have you ever said anything bad about Xinyuan Jingqing?" Xinyuan Qingfeng bit the corner of his mouth so hard that blood seeped into the cup. He asked with a trembling voice, "Mother, have you ever liked father even a little bit?" She shook her head and said, "I don't know." Xinyuan Qingfeng sneered like a madman. "Then you've never liked him. Poor father studied for you for 20 years, only to learn that you're the funniest immortal on earth in the last 1,000 years." She didn't refute. Xinyuan Qingfeng threw away his cup and suddenly stood up. With his back to her, he said in a deep voice, "Mother, don't worry. Father spent a lot of effort to create this situation. Qingfeng will definitely risk my life to make sure that Mount Huishan doesn't fall so that mother can live a peaceful and stable old age." She still didn't say anything. She waited until Xinyuan Qingfeng left the courtyard before slowly standing up. She picked up the hot wine pot and walked straight to the snowfield without feeling the pain. The sky cleared after the rain, and the scenery on the snowfield was pleasant. She came to the cliff and revealed a beautiful smile that no one had ever seen before. "Jingqing, I won't be angry with you anymore." She leaped. Chapter 320. Before His Royal Highness left Mount Longhu, he left behind a treasure of calligraphy for the Taoist temple. There were a total of 3 horizontal plaques, and the wood was old peach wood that was chopped down from the mountain. The old Taoist master Zhao Shituan was so happy that he rubbed his hands and stood at the door for a long time. The horizontal plaque was Kunlun, the east plaque was Immortal Mansion, and the west plaque was Nanjia Zhou Cheng. In terms of strength, it might not be as good as the works of the Taoist masters of Mount Longhu, but its spirit was not inferior at all. To be honest, the small Xiaoyao temple originally did not deserve to hang these 3 plaques, but the old Taoist master liked it and did not care if the Taoist masters were secretly criticizing it. Zhao Shituan grinned and flattered. The old ancestor said that the horizontal plaque is the symbol of a family. If the words are written well, the momentum is weak. It's only to decorate the facade and make the writing vivid. Your Highness, this is a great gift. I'll definitely steal a flood salamander from the Dragon Lake tonight and send it to Mount Huishan. Oh right, Your Highness, are you sure you don't want to go to the Taoist master's residence for a cup of tea and a vegetarian meal? If you don't enter, it won't sound good. It's also not the way our Mount Longhu treats guests. Su Fengyin was about to go to Qinglong Creek to take a boat and leave the ancestral court of Taoism. His younger brother, Huang Man'er, who was standing beside him, clenched his sleeves tightly. He touched Su Longxiang's head and shook his head. I'm not going. I heard that great Taoist master Zhao Danping is rushing back to Mount Longhu. I'm afraid that if there's a disagreement and they fight, you'll be in a difficult position. The old Taoist master sighed with emotion. Your Highness is a kind person. The 4 generations of ancestors once planted a chestnut forest on the mountain. I didn't expect Your Highness to leave in such a hurry. Otherwise it would be good to fry some chestnuts and bring them along for a taste. Su Fengyin shook the bag of hawthorns that Huang Man'er picked and smiled. These are enough. What's more, I heard that this chestnut forest is only a few acres of land. Every year, the Taoist master's mansion will distribute it to the influential pilgrims and high-ranking officials. Your Zhao family can't even eat a few chestnuts, so I won't be annoying. The old celestial master said self-deprecatingly, no one cares about the poor in the bustling city, while the rich have distant relatives deep in the mountains. That's how it works. People come and go at Mount Longhu all year round, and they're all trying to get close to each other. To put it nicely, there are no strangers coming and going, but to put it bluntly, they're all sucking up to each other. That's why I'd rather stay in this small Taoist temple. The juniors in Celestial Master Mansion are all dressed in yellow. Those brand new Taoist robes are beautiful, but in my eyes they are like human skins. Sai, let's not talk about this. How unlucky. Your Highness, let's go. I'll send you on the boat. Huang Man'er can rest assured and leave him to me. I won't let anyone bully this disciple. If one day Huang Man'er wins a fight against that psychic beast on the devil-slaying platform, I'll personally send him back to Bailiang. However, there's something I need to make clear to Your Highness. Huang Man'er was born as a Vajra, so his talent can no longer be described as extraordinary. He and the new leader of Wudong are both Xiantian celestial beings. That young leader has no problem entering celestial phenomenon. He has been cultivating wholeheartedly on Mount Wudong for more than 20 years. In the end, he was following the general trend of the heavenly Tao. Huang Man'er, on the other hand, is different. Su Fengyin chuckled and said, Xianyuan Jingqing said the same thing on the Great Snow Plateau. Zhao Shituan was relieved. He was worried that His Royal Highness would mistakenly think that he had the selfish intention of teaching his disciple to starve his master to death. Su Fengyin looked at the troops beside him. Only Big Halberd Ningame from the Phoenix Battalion appeared. This elite light cavalry unit would be temporarily stationed at Mount Huishan. On one hand, they had to inventory the treasures in Bull Falls treasury. Su Fengyin had no reason to refuse Xianyuan Jingqing's brocade pouch. They also had to transport copies of secret manuals from the Aspiring Cauldron Pavilion to supplement the Tide Listening Pavilion in Bailiang Palace. With this, the Tide Listening Pavilion's martial arts library was even more worthy of its name. The martial arts manuals in Jianghu were as vast as the sea. The Tide Listening Pavilion had already collected most of them. After the Aspiring Cauldron Pavilion had taken everything, only the Wu family's sword mound and the Dongyue sword pool were left there. As for the other layer of meaning, Su Fengyin and Xianyuan Qingfeng had a tacit understanding. After Bull Fall overturned the situation, she became the mistress of Mount Huishan as a woman. To a large extent, her status was not legitimate. The second and third branches had pledged their loyalty to the two brothers, Bailiang and Xianyuan Jingxian. Xianyuan Qingfeng's direct descendants and trusted aides could be counted on one hand. Giving her 100 light cavalry units to use as a banner was equivalent to sending charcoal in snowy weather. Su Fengyin hesitated for a moment, then smiled at Ningame. Those in the Phoenix Battalion who have martial talent and are willing to practice martial arts can stay on Mount Huishan without escorting the books down the mountain. I've already spoken with Xianyuan Qingfeng. The Aspiring Cauldron Pavilion's secret manuals can be read at will, as long as they don't leak out of Jianghu. Remember, you're at Bull Fall, not living under someone else's roof. There's no need to lower your voice and look at other people's faces. However, you also can't be too domineering and unreasonable. We're like turtles occupying a magpie's nest. In short, General Ning can do whatever he wants in Mount Huishan. There's no need to report to me. Chapter 321. The halberd Ningame cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Your Highness. I won't let you down." Su Fengyin saw that the burly general with a soft voice wanted to say something but stopped. He smiled and said, "If you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to follow the rules." The general, who never frowned when charging into enemy lines, blushed slightly. He turned around and said respectfully to the elderly god of swords, "Ningame has benefited a lot from senior's guidance on halberd techniques. I will never forget it." The old man with the sheepskin fur coat said impatiently, "Why are you thanking me? Do you think you can repay my kindness with your trivial skills? Since that's the case, you might as well keep it in mind." Ningame blushed immediately and was at a loss. He was obviously not as thick-skinned as His Royal Highness. Su Fengyin ignored him and looked around. Other than Blue Bird, who was on his side, Yu Wei, who was playing with the white cat Wu Meinyang with her slender fingers, could be considered half a member. Murong Wuzhu and Murong Tonghuang had special identities. This pair of brother and sister, who were said to be devastatingly beautiful in the prophecy, were no longer worried. With the death of the old Xinyuan Great Pan, the pressure of Mount Hui was no longer there. The sibling spirits had changed. Not to mention Murong Wuzhu, who had no opinions and only knew how to go with the flow. Even the gloomy Murong Tonghuang looked relaxed. He had a leisurely attitude as if he was going on a trip. He felt that even if the sky collapsed, His Royal Highness would be there to support him. He only needed to watch the show. As for Princess Jing En Pei Nanwei, she seemed to have completely accepted her fate after hearing about the battle at Great Snow Plateau. Of the 4 retainers from Liangzhou, Lu Qiantang had died in the battle. Old Mi Wei Shuyang had to stay on the mountain to select secret manuals. Now, only Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng were left to follow them to Martial Emperor City. Su Fengyin boarded the boat and sailed out of Qinglong Creek. Huang Manor and the old Heavenly Master sailed the raft to Longwang River before turning back. Su Fengyin gave a tiger Kuei Vajra to his younger brother. After waving goodbye, he sat on the bow deck, not daring to look at his younger brother's figure. The female tiger Kuei Bodhisattva squatted beside His Royal Highness's feet and whimpered softly. Su Fengyin leaned against the ship's railing and placed a handful of hawthorns in the space between his knees. He tossed one into his mouth, which tasted slightly sour. There were 4 brothers and sisters in Bailiang Palace. The eldest sister, Su Fengyin, had married into Gangnam-do. Her mother had passed away early, so she treated His Royal Highness with nothing but doting. Even if she met a man she truly liked in the future and had to choose between her younger brother Su Fengyin and her husband, she would not hesitate to protect her younger brother. The second sister, Su Weisheng, was extremely talented. Not to mention Su Fengyin, even Su Xiao was a little afraid of her ability to persuade people with reason. However, her relationship with Su Fengyin had always been very good. It was just that the way she behaved was different from how Su Fengyin and his eldest sister stuck together like glue. The more Su Weisheng cared for him, the stricter her demands were. It was as if she was setting an example and doing everything to the best of her ability. She would not stop until Su Fengyin did better. Among the 4 of them, Su Weisheng was the most stubborn. Undoubtedly, she was the most accomplished and the most famous. Perhaps the world could not imagine that a woman like her, who had suppressed all the heroes in Shangyin Academy, was just a girl who acted coquettishly and shamelessly with her younger brother. Younger brother, Su Longxiang? Su Fengyin remembered when they were hunting when they were young. The 2 brothers had left the cavalry and encountered a giant bear that was as strong as a small mountain. It was the 10-year-old Huang Man'er who stood in front of them and tore the beast apart. Every winter, Su Fengyin's favorite thing to do was to hold Huang Man'er's feet upside down and write on the snow. Usually it was the second sister, Su Weisheng, who improvised the poem, while his eldest sister applauded and cheered. However, no one in the world knew that the widely popular poem, a poem written by a sword in the snow of Liangzhou, was not written by Su Weisheng with her sword, but by His Royal Highness with the little prince's head. At that time, the happiest person was none other than Su Longxiang. The 4 siblings who were once carefree had unknowingly left each other. A Dragon King River ship approached, interrupting His Royal Highness's sorrowful thoughts of parting. Shenyuan Qingfeng boarded the ship alone and walked towards Su Fengyin. Su Fengyin chewed on a hawthorn and expressionlessly asked, "I heard your mother jumped off a cliff." She calmly said, "I forced her to her death." Su Fengnian frowned and said, "Since the people involved are all dead, could Miss make the final judgment and clear up my doubts?" Xinyuan Qingfeng must have a heart of stone. She did not have the slightest intention of hiding the truth for the deceased's elders. It was as if she had held it in for more than 10 years, and if she did not say anything now, she would become a madwoman. She squeezed out a smile that was difficult to tell whether it was relief or desolation and slowly said, "My father loved her, but he never asked for anything in return. As for my mother, she probably didn't even know whether she loved or hated him. As long as my father stayed at Bull Hill, she had a reason to continue living. Whether she deceived herself or others, she could continue to struggle at death's door. Once my father died and I took control, she had no reason to continue living. Since that was the case, why not let me, as her daughter, break the final paper?" Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "I don't understand you." Xinyuan Qingfeng stared at His Royal Highness, who did not match the rumors, and calmly said, "Qingfeng doesn't understand you either." When Su Fengnian saw Li Chenggang walk out of the cabin, he suddenly said, "Haha, miss, don't hide." A young girl, whose hands and feet were pressed tightly against the ship's bow, jumped into the river and disappeared in a flash. She chuckled and said, "So what if you're a land immortal?" Chapter 322. The Huishan sisters' waterfalls were stacked on top of each other. When the last waterfall poured down, the sound of the waterfall could be heard from half a mile away. A young man was sitting below with his upper body exposed. He used his back to withstand the torrent. His skin turned from red to purple from the impact. In the misty water, a rainbow was reflected above his head. The large pool was covered in moss and tall trees. The scenery was beautiful and gentle. A middle-aged Taoist came and went without alerting any of the sentries in Huishan. He came near the waterfall and looked at the young man from afar. He saw that the young man's body was on the verge of collapsing. If he continued to resist, his lungs would be injured. The nameless Taoist waved his sleeve and pulled the young man out of the waterfall. It was the machete man Yuan Tingshan who was treating his injuries with poison. His eyes were gloomy. A blade tied to his wrist jumped out of the water like a green dragon. With the blade in hand, he could kill the enemy at any time. Yuan Tingshan's caution was evident. However, when Yuan Tingshan saw the person's face, he immediately knelt on the rock beside the pool, even though he was famous for being heartless in Huishan. He said loudly, "Julu's Yuan Tingshan greets the Immortal Senior. Yunjin Mountain's Immortal Senior has rewarded me with a few celestial fruits. I will remember your kindness." The middle-aged Taoist who fished once every 10 years in Mount Longhu waved his hand and said, "I only came to Huishan's great snow field to send Xinyuan Jingqing off. I saw that you were going astray and recovering from your internal injuries, so I took the liberty to intervene. Don't blame me for doing something unnecessary." Yuan Tingshan smiled and showed his white teeth. He said, "I don't dare." The Taoist saw that the young man's words were extremely respectful, but his right hand was holding onto the hilt of his blade. He did not take it to heart and just smiled. He lamented, "Julu is a place where people converge. If Kunlun is the dragon's head and Donghai City is the dragon's tail, then Julu is the dragon's horn. The people here are either evil or virtuous. There are very few mediocre people here." Yuan Tingshan half knelt on the rock and looked straight at the Taoist. He said slowly, "I'm short-sighted and don't know these things. I just couldn't stay in Julu, so I came out to beg for a living. I've heard that the celestial masters of Mount Longhu are proficient in divination and physiognomy. Could it be that celestial master is an elder from the celestial master residence?" The middle-aged Taoist shook his head and did not deliberately mystify. Instead, he said frankly, "Although my surname is Zhao, I'm not from the celestial master mansion." He only borrowed the blessed land of Mount Longhu to cultivate and did not concern himself with worldly affairs. He treated it as accumulating some good fortune for his descendants and accumulating some good karma. As a result, my Tao heart is impure and I have been mediocre for many years. Although Yuan Tingshan was uncouth and did not know many characters, he was smart enough to hide his disappointment when he heard that the Taoist was not a noble from the Taoist master mansion. He said loudly and humbly, "Immortal Senior, you are obviously a celestial being like an immortal on the land. How can we, the common people, make wild guesses about you?" The ordinary-looking Taoist took out a yellowed book from his sleeve and tossed it to Yuan Tingshan from a distance. His voice was light, unlike Yuan Tingshan's, which was full of vigor, but his voice could be heard clearly in the roar of the waterfall. Xinyuan Jingqing sought his own heaven's retribution, but in fact, after the last heaven's thunder, which was as thick as a peak, he still had one spiritual soul and one physical soul left. That's why this humble Taoist said to send him off just now. It was fate that I met you at Yunjin Mountain and your murderous aura scared away the dragon salamander that was about to turn into a dragon. We met so many people but you were the only one who was willing to eat the wild fruit in the bamboo basket. It's also fate. The Tao that I cultivate is the most boring word, seclusion. It's almost the same as the wild fox Zen of Buddhism. If there's fate, there's a need to resolve it. Today I'll get a book from Shenyuan Jingqing for you. It's Shenyuan Jingqing's martial arts experience that he had honed for 100 years. It's not limited to knife skills and you can progress step by step. Yuan Tingshan took the secret book that had yellowed pages and became more and more brand new as it went on. He could even smell the scent of ink on the last dozen pages. His body couldn't help but tremble. Yuan Tingshan was not an inexperienced wanderer who only knew how to accumulate fame. He had been influenced by Mount Hui, which was full of people and knew the ways of the world by heart. Moreover, Mount Hui was a place where good and bad people mixed together. The things that they lacked the least were Jianghu secrets and gossip. The martial artists of Jianghu, except for the land immortals who had profound means in the past dynasties, had always been fiercer and more powerful with each generation. No one said that those who had lived longer were necessarily more powerful. Wudong Mountain, which competed with Dragon and Tiger for the leadership of Taoism, had their young chief entered celestial phenomenon. Then did Song Jiming, who had lived for 150 years, enter Vajra realm? Therefore, whether a martial arts secret book was good or not was the same as a chess record. The older the antique was, the less valuable it was. Shenyuan Jingqing was a genuine celestial phenomenon master. How could his life's work be measured by mountains of gold and silver? Not to mention one Shenyuan Qingfeng, even if 10 Shenyuan Qingfeng were to be exchanged, Yuan Tingshan wouldn't even look at them. However, Yuan Tingshan, who was cold by nature, was frightened. His expression became serious and he carefully put the book into his bosom. He stood up and bowed to show his seriousness. He raised his head and asked, "What does Senior Immortal want Yuan Tingshan to do?" "I'll go through a mountain of swords and a sea of flames." Although Yuan Tingshan is a penniless pauper, this promise made under the premise of mutual consent is indeed worth some money. The middle-aged Taoist went straight to the point. Only when a tiger has grown wings will there be chaos. You've already seen the crown prince of Bailiang. I don't need you to kill him. I only need you to remove his wings. After you've read Shenyuan Jingqing's cultivation experience, you can use it to hone your martial arts. Yuan Tingshan laughed. Senior Immortal has suffered a great loss in this deal. With Yuan Tingshan's bad temper, even if he's His Royal Highness, the King of Bailiang or the Emperor, as long as he annoys me, I'll chop him off his horse. The middle-aged Taoist appeared to be in a rare trance. He turned his head to look at the big snow plateau that was full of potholes after the heavenly tribulation. He muttered, "There are 80,000 words in the world, but only one word can kill. The word, love, can mislead people. The word love, can kill." Therefore, Ancestor Lu once left a sword hanging on the eaves of Beijing, passing on the Tao of the Sword of Wisdom to his descendants. Even though this seemingly middle-aged Taoist had already transcended, he still sighed at this moment. Shenyuan Jingqing, since you know that you can't force it, then why bother to pay the price? I've never seen such talent in my life. If you used it outside of Mount Hui, who in the world would be able to bind your hands and feet? Why would you gamble everything for a woman, just to look at her from afar? It's better not to fight. Also, you're a woman who is infatuated but doesn't understand love. You don't care about ethics, morality and shame, but why do you even care who's good to you? You keep saying that you don't care about Shenyuan Jingqing, but if you really don't care, why do you do things that make Shenyuan Jingqing unhappy? When people meet, there are only two kinds of fate, good and evil. Evil fate isn't fate? Yuan Tingshan, who couldn't hear clearly, asked tentatively, "Senior Immortal, may I ask if that Shenyuan Jingqing really entered the realm of Earth Immortal?" The Taoist nodded and said, "It's the great immortal without a doubt." Yuan Tingshan looked fascinated and muttered to himself, "A real man should be like this." The young man then spat a mouthful of saliva into the pond and said angrily, "It's fine if you don't want to be an Earth Immortal, but your wife has been used as a cauldron for dual cultivation. You've been a coward for 20 years. There's nothing more stifling in the world than this." The middle-aged Taoist said calmly, "Put yourself in Shenyuan Jingqing's shoes, what would you do if you were him?" Yuan Tingshan had a look of disdain and said without hesitation, "If I were Shenyuan Jingqing, I wouldn't care if I could kill ancestor Shenyuan Pan. I would first kill that loose woman, chop her up and feed her to the dogs. Shenyuan Jingqing really isn't a man. He even King raised that loose woman like a female bodhisattva. Just thinking about it makes me angry." The Taoist shook his head with a smile, You'll understand in the future. Some women know it's bad but they just can't let it go. I don't want to meet this kind of loose woman. Yuan Tingshan was stunned for a moment and asked nervously, Senior Immortal, have you met her before? The middle-aged Taoist didn't answer directly but smiled and said, in our generation of cultivation, our predecessors have written countless books. They're all illusions. They say 1,000 words, but they're actually just seeking the word, truth. And truth is often connected with love. True feelings, you need to know the Tao of heaven. Forgetting love doesn't mean you're heartless. Yuan Tingshan, who had always had a strong killing intent and evil aura, faced this mysterious Taoist. He imperceptibly weakened his aura and asked, Senior Immortal, are you teaching me a lesson? The Taoist made a mystery and said with a smile, this Taoist can't be tied to you anymore. Fate is a mess, so don't give this Taoist any more difficult problems. Chapter 323. Yuan Tingshan asked curiously, I can still feel qi. I know that the Taoist sect you're from has a few sayings about listening to qi, looking inside and guarding the orifices. However, I really don't believe in fate. The middle-aged Taoist smiled, do you only believe in the blade in your hand? Yuan Tingshan did not feel ashamed at all. He nodded heavily, of course. I didn't believe in my parents in the past and I won't believe in my wife in the future, let alone other people. I only believe in the blade in my hand. A withered yellow autumn leaf drifted in the air. The middle-aged Taoist flicked his finger, and the yellow leaf drifted over. The withered leaf was like a blade, cutting a gray butterfly beside Yuan Tingshan in half. The gray butterfly scattered on the surface of the water and was swallowed by a fish. The middle-aged Taoist said softly, do you believe that this is fate? Do you believe that this action of mine will cause me to lose a few days of cultivation? The evolution of heaven and earth will form a world of its own. Life has its own rules and regulations. This is the Taoist sect's excuse for being difficult to understand. It's not as vivid as the secular world's saying. There's a scale in the human heart, and it's difficult for every family to recite scriptures. In a person's life, whether they do good or evil, it's like doing business with the heavens. It's always between positive and negative. Those who take advantage of the situation can be seen as accumulating merit money. They are all relatively shrewd merchants. This is the real foundation of the three sections. This is also the reason why only the three sects are still standing in the 100 schools of thought, such as the school of Mo. To me, Zhongyi's idea is very good, but it's a pity that he can't escape the fate of losing money. You might not like to hear this, so I'll tell you more details. There's a dragon pond in the Celestial Master's residence. It raises over 10 kinds of spiritual creatures that were found from all over the world. It uses spiritual energy to cultivate the lotus in the pond. This lotus is also known as the longevity fate lotus. The bottom lotus has already bloomed for 1,600 years. Currently, Mount Longhu's fate is flourishing, and there are as many as 18 lotus flowers. 500 years ago, Mount Wudong was powerful, and there were only 6 lotus flowers in the dragon pond. In the recent 100 years, Qi Xuanzhen ascended, and a celestial master changed the emperor's fate. Later on, Mount Longhu became the sect leader, and new lotus flowers bloomed in all Taoist sections. Do you really think that Zhao Danping went down the mountain to the capital because of a dispute with Zhao Danxia's brother? That year, 3 lotuses of the Lotus of Providence withered for no reason. This was a situation that had never happened even when Su Xiao attacked Mount Longhu. As the new leader of Mount Wudong connected the providence of heaven and earth, another 3 lotuses withered in the dragon pool. Yuan Tingshan, do you know how much effort those nobles of the Celestial Master Mansion have put in? As for Shenyuan Jingqing, whom you look down upon, this person is not inferior to me in terms of the theory of providence patterns. In fact, he is even better than me. As for why I admire Shenyuan Jingqing so much, I won't tell you. Not reaching celestial phenomenon and not touching the mysteries of the heavens were not deliberately exaggerated by the ancestors. Yuan Tingshan was dumbfounded. The middle-aged Taoist laughed self-deprecatingly and sat down cross-legged. Life and death are 2 different things. I have cultivated for 300 years. Back then, I went astray and cultivated to be a hermit. Now that I've talked about it, I can't stop talking. Fine, I'll talk to my heart's content today. Let's talk about the Lotus of Providence at the Dragon Pool and the Wu family sword tomb. There are hundreds of thousands of ancient swords, famous swords, and broken swords. The children of ordinary people are caught when they are 1 year old. After the children of the Wu family are born, they will be led by their elders to the Sword Mountain. They can only go down the mountain after they find a life sword. Do you believe that there are people who go up the mountain when they are just a few years old and can't go down the mountain until they die of old age? Yuan Tingshan sat closer to the middle-aged Taoist and asked in confusion, "Won't they starve to death?" The Taoist said indifferently, "Before the age of 10, the guards of the sword tomb will send some food. After 10, it's up to the heavens." Yuan Tingshan was not blindly cautious and did not know what was good for him. When he got closer, he let go of the hilt and put it aside. Hearing this secret that he had never heard of, Yuan Tingshan curled his lips and showed disdain for the Wu family sword tomb. He said sarcastically, "The Wu family sword tomb's glory is only when the 9 swords came out of Beimang. The 100 years old and new sword gods have nothing to do with them." The middle-aged Taoist said indifferently, "You know about Dong Tai?" Yuan Tingshan laughed heroically and said, "Of course. Among the sword experts today, this guy has the most celestial aura. Sooner or later, I will use this guy as a whetstone." The Taoist looked at the rising mist in the pond and said, "The world only knows that Dong Tai came out of nowhere and fought with Wang Xinji of the martial emperor city to a draw. Later on, he went to the Wu family sword tomb to seek revenge. However, they did not know that Dong Tai practiced the sword in the sword tomb Sword Mountain. This person was originally an illegitimate son of the Wu family. After he was discovered by the sword tomb, he was brought back to the family when he was 6 years old. According to the sect's rules, he was thrown to the Sword Immortal realm. Who would have thought that this throw would throw a great talent who could enter the Sword Immortal realm at any time? Wang Xinji is not willing to be number 1 in the world, but Dong Tai is not much inferior." Yuan Tingshan hesitated for a moment and swallowed his words back into his stomach. This was very rare. The middle-aged Taoist was able to see through people's thoughts and said with a smile, "You want to ask if my cultivation is compared to Dong Tai Wang Xinji?" After his thoughts were seen through, Yuan Tingshan did not pretend to be polite and said with a grin, "Yuan Tingshan is bold enough to ask." The Taoist seemed to be modest and said, "If it's a competition of strength, of course I can't beat Wang Xinji." This young man with the surname Wang was said by a stubborn old man of the Dragon Tiger Mountain to be a martial artist who could compete with ancestor Lu. Since ancient times, proving one's Tao with strength has been a wrong path. Only that young man managed to hit the right path. Yuan Tingshan knew that this Taoist tone was so big that it could accommodate the whole world when he was at the edge of the deep pond in Yunjin Mountain. He did not make a fuss when he heard the middle-aged Taoist call the city lord of the martial emperor city a young man. Yuan Tingshan did not believe in anything but believed that whoever had the hardest fist was the boss. Since it was obvious that this immortal was an expert whose cultivation was unfathomable, even if he said that he was the Tao ancestor or the founder of the 3 pure ones, Yuan Tingshan would still hold his nose and cheer loudly. Moreover, Yuan Tingshan was more shocked by the terror of the old monster Wang's supernatural power. He clicked his tongue and said, "This old man is invincible." The middle-aged Taoist chuckled softly and said, "A single word from a monarch can decide a person's life and death. You must know that the most holy of the 3 sects can borrow the power of heaven, earth, ghosts and gods to turn their words into prophecies. In the past 100 years, the number of land immortals who stood out among the 3 sects and 9 schools can be counted with one's fingers. However, in your generation the number of land immortals can be counted with 2 hands. It's because that person who killed millions of people was bored and shifted the remaining fate of the 8 fallen countries to another chessboard. Yuan Tingshan, I don't know if I can see you occupy a place in my lifetime." Yuan Tingshan was surprised and said, "Me?" The Taoist said calmly, "Yuan Tingshan, I don't mind telling you the truth. Killing the Crown Prince of Bailiang has cost you a lot of your fate." Yuan Tingshan was about to draw his sword out of anger, but he managed to hold back his impulse. The middle-aged Taoist continued, "But with you and I sitting here, I finally returned some fate to you." The middle-aged Yuan Tingshan's gaze was like a knife as he asked, "Immortal Elder, who are you? Why are you so fond of me? I've never believed that a pie would fall from the sky. Even if it did, it wouldn't fall on Yuan Tingshan's head." The Taoist looked at the rainbow and muttered to himself, "Back then, I let down the country and the beauty and insisted on entering the mountain to cultivate. What? I've thought about it for many years but I still couldn't figure it out. Therefore there are many things that don't make sense in the end. Why did Xianyuan Jingqing like that woman? Why did she choose to jump off the cliff even after seeing Xianyuan Jingqing's remnant soul? Also, why did that Fengdu green robe fall in love with Li Chungang at first sight and never forget him? In the creation of heaven and earth, there's no greater spiritual energy than humans. What is heaven's secret? It's probably the human heart. I remember back then when I watched Qi Xuanzhen and Li Chungang fight, Li Chungang went down the mountain quietly. Later on, I talked to Qi Xuanzhen about this matter and finally asked him why he never left Mount Longhu in his life. Yuan Tingshan couldn't wait to ask, why? The middle-aged Taoist exhaled a long breath and said slowly, Qi Xuanzhen said he was enlightened at the age of 12. He knew he was Lu Dongxian, so he waited for a red robe. However, he knew he couldn't wait for that life, so he reincarnated. He was just waiting. Yuan Tingshan was shocked to the extreme. He said with his eyes wide open, Immortal Qi didn't ascend, but Ancestor Lu reincarnated. There's really reincarnation. How can he know his past life? The middle-aged Taoist sighed, I don't know who Qi Xuanzhen reincarnated as, and I waited for this life. Roughly speaking, since the time of Ancestor Lu more than 500 years ago, based on the 60 years of life, there should be 10 lifetimes, right? Yuan Tingshan was absent-minded as if he had fallen into a demon's trap. He suddenly became ferocious. Hey, what Ancestor Lu reincarnated? What Immortal Qi reincarnated? I ran into that red robe, so I'll kill him first. If I can make this immortal wait for another life after 500 years, I won't waste my time in this world. The Taoist narrowed his eyes and didn't say anything. Heaven's secret was heavy. Unfortunately, Yuan Tingshan didn't notice it at all. Chapter 324. A yellow horse that was as thin as a match was tied to a tree, snorting weakly. A few black crows perched on the branches were making annoying noises. An inconspicuous old man slowly turned around from behind the tree. He tightened his belt and had a helpless look on his face. He couldn't even defecate in peace. He raised his head and shushed the crows a few times. However, the crows were indeed birds that lived near the city. They were more experienced than the old sparrows on the Spring God Lake. They were not afraid of the bluffing old man under the tree at all. The old man was not angry at this. He picked up the reins with one hand and led the horse forward slowly. He weighed the ragged money pouch in his hand. There were not many copper coins left. He glanced at his beloved horse that accompanied him along the way. The yellow horse was nicknamed Little Yellow. It was like the old man's own son, never being ridden. If there were only reeds that could be used as a mattress, Little Yellow would have slept on it first. Alas, a poor man's ambition was short, and a thin horse's hair was long. In fact, the silver that he carried with him was enough for food and clothing. From the north to the east, the old man ate and slept in the open. He did not have any expenses. It was only when his stomach was full of wine worms that he went to the downtown market or a roadside wine stall to buy a bottle of wine to satisfy his cravings. However, along the way he met a few pitiful people and spent the silver like splashing water. In the past, the young master said that people in troubled times were not as good as dogs in peaceful times. However, now that the world was peaceful and prosperous, not everyone could be lucky enough to raise a dog in peaceful times. The old man who could not even defecate was from Western Shu. In this life he had traveled to many places. He did not consider himself a Jianghu hero who helped people in distress. Indeed, when he traveled outside he was more generous than the rich. Even if he was the richest in the world, how could he compare to the emperor and his young master? If he compared his life experience he was not sure. There was no worst, only worse. On this trip he spent a large sum of money to cross the river, not to pay the cheap ferry fare of a few dozen copper coins. The two boat women on the boat were a pair of mother and daughter. The boatman was the head of the family. He had a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. After rowing for a while, he said that he was tired and asked his wife to take over. He squatted at the bow and played dice. He was addicted to gambling. Before they reached the shore, the man's eyes were sharp. He saw the old man's money pouch and asked him if he wanted to eat some meat. At first, the old man thought it was some carp that could be fished up from the river. Since there was still half a pot of wine in the wine pot, he agreed. But when he saw the mother and daughter expressionlessly took off their thin and mended clothes, the old man was scared. Only then did he realize that they were prostitutes on the ship. He hurriedly stopped them, and when they reached the shore, they threw away the majority of the money and ran away as fast as they could. When the old man traveled with the young master in the past, when he came across bold village women who exposed their breasts to feed their babies, he would stare until the young master pulled him away. If he really wanted to do something serious, the old man really couldn't do it. Moreover, the mother and daughter were so young that they could be his daughter and granddaughter. Especially the little girl's real age was only 13 or 14 years old. On top of that, because her family was poor and couldn't afford to eat, she looked like an 11 or 12-year-old girl from a rich family. If he did this kind of thing, wouldn't he be punished by the heavens? Taking 10,000 steps back, the Prime Minister's gatekeeper was a third-rank official. Even Grand Secretary Zhang's gatekeeper couldn't compare to the Bailiang Palace where Old Huang lived, right? Although Old Huang, was only a horse feeder in the prince's mansion. According to this saying, not to mention third rank, I should be a seventh rank official. If I really wanted a woman and went crazy, would it be difficult? Old Huang had woven more than 10 pairs of straw sandals for the young master, so I wouldn't be lacking in any way. When we were traveling, the young master unintentionally brought up this matter, saying that when we returned to Bailiang, he would help me find a wife to warm my bed. When old Huang thought of this, he laughed foolishly, subconsciously swallowing his saliva. Of course, he didn't dare to defile a beautiful maiden. A middle-aged woman still had her charm and whatnot. He also admitted that he wasn't worthy. However, at that time old Huang still hoped that there would be a fair and tender maiden rolling in the sheets. Why, I was just being polite with the young master. Why did the young master take it seriously? Old Huang slapped his face and muttered to himself, "Old Huang, who asked you to pretend to be a master? Back then you didn't become a blacksmith but practiced swordsmanship. Wasn't it so that you could get close to those heroines? Why did you become stupid after practicing so much? Why did you ruin such an ambitious and beautiful original intention?" The young master was indeed knowledgeable, but he wasn't sour. His words were especially comfortable. Every time he stole a chicken or duck or nibbled on cucumbers or roasted sweet potatoes, when he was in a good mood, his words were beautiful. Old Huang clearly remembered a saying that in the world, there was a kind of person whose heart was higher than the sky and whose life was thinner than paper. He thought about achieving great things all day long, but unfortunately he didn't have the ability to do so. Old Huang felt that this was a great truth. Even a boor like him who didn't know how to read understood it. Hey, was he praising him, old Huang, for having the strength to do the things he wanted to do? Old Huang was secretly happy when he thought about it. When he grinned, people would notice that he was missing 2 front teeth and was very leaky. The old man and the skinny horse walked slowly, but in this world, as long as one walked, no matter how long the journey was, there would always be an end. Wouldn't they be able to see the majestic city as soon as they looked up? Martial Emperor City wasn't originally called Martial Emperor City, but Overlook City. It was a vassal city of a royal family in Dongyue during the spring and autumn period. It was named after a line in a poem written by sage Jianghu when he traveled to the eastern sea thousands of years ago. Donglin's stone platform to see the vast sea. Later on, Wang Xinji, who was a nobody, fought again and again in the Jianghu. He was highly regarded by the royal family of Dongyue and was taken in as their son-in-law. They wanted to use Wang Xinji's invincible strength to rebel and usurp the country. After they failed, they hoped that one person would die to atone for the crime of the whole city. After the city was besieged, as a member of the royal family, he committed suicide in front of 60,000 armored soldiers. The emperor of Dongyue was still unwilling to let him go. Of course, he didn't say that he wanted to exterminate his entire family. After all, if he did so, wouldn't the emperor's own family be killed? However, the massacre of the entire city was unavoidable. Coincidentally, Wang Xinji had just returned from a battle with the contemporary sword god, Li Chungang. He didn't waste any words with the emperor and directly killed his way from the outside of the city to the outside. He carried the city lord's corpse back into the city and then killed his way back to the outside of the city. He killed his way back to the outside of the city 3 times. On the last time, he killed his way to just 30 steps away from the East Yu Emperor's tent. He killed all the elites of the Eastern Yu sword pool who had been the imperial guards of Dongyue for generations. Wang Xinji forced the emperor to make a vow to the city by himself. That was how the martial emperor city became independent during the spring and autumn period. The older Wang Xinji got, the more profound he became, occupied the eastern sea and looked down on the Jianghu. He was truly invincible. In the end, when the Liang dynasty unified the country, the old emperor, who had established an unprecedented great cause, personally rushed to the martial emperor city to have a private talk with Wang Xinji. One was the emperor who ruled the world, the other was an ordinary man who claimed to be able to kill the immortals of the earth. The world only knew that the two of them had a pleasant conversation. Neither the emperor nor the ordinary man was angered. After that, even when the martial emperor city secretly killed the Jianghu people, the imperial court only turned a blind eye to it. Nowadays, Wang Xinji rarely fought with others. The world no longer expected anyone to be able to defeat this martial artist who was so conceited that he could fight with ancestor Lu 500 years ago. The new sword god, Dong Tai and Tsing Yi Chao Changqing were all legendary figures. However, in the martial emperor city, they only fought until they were undefeated. Everyone had already regarded them as deities. Ordinary experts weren't worthy to meet Wang Xinji, let alone Wang Xinji. As for Wang Xinji, who used human strength to prove the heavenly Tao, if he really wanted to kill someone, even the immortals of the earth, as long as they hadn't ascended, would be unable to defeat Wang Xianji. The old man walked to the towering city gate. The people of the Jianghu who entered the city together with him were all experts with boundless elegance. If they weren't those who had red hair and iron arms, it felt like they could blow people away with just a sneeze. Then they were those who stood out from the crowd. If they were to fart, the entire Jianghu would say that it was fragrant. The old man was like an inferior horse. Both of them were starving. It was really unsightly. Most importantly, before this old man entered the city, he purposely slowed down his pace, allowing a young heroine in luxurious clothes to walk in front of him. While he was staring at her charming swaying buttocks, he took out an ivory comb and combed his messy gray hair. Since this beautiful heroine in exquisite clothes dared to come to the martial emperor city alone, she definitely wasn't an ordinary young lady who only knew how to play zither, go, calligraphy, and painting. Sensing the gaze behind her, she turned around and glared. However, when she saw that it was an old man who was leading an inferior horse that was even worse than a mule, she didn't bother about it anymore. She snorted coldly and went straight into the city. The old man said to himself, "If my young master and that brat Wenhua saw this young lady, my young master would probably cheat Wenhua of his money again, right?" After entering the city, the old man walked along the central city's main road until he could see the top of the city wall. Then he sat down at a roadside wine stall and poured out all the copper coins in his money pouch onto the table. He grinned and said, "Waiter, bring me a pot of good yellow wine and boil it for me." The waiter was a local of the martial emperor city and had never looked down on foreign martial artists, let alone an old man like this. He rolled his eyes and said, "This amount of copper coins is barely enough to exchange for a mouthful of yellow wine." Old Huang smiled foolishly and said, "It doesn't matter. I'll just take a mouthful. Give me a small bowl and I'll treat it as a bowl of wine." After he finished speaking, he ignored the waiter's look and raised his head to look at the top of the city wall. He said softly, "Young master, the situation is tense. But this time old Huang won't talk nonsense." Chapter 325. Xinyuan Qingfeng. It really wasn't a festive name. Su Fengnian and the new head of the Xinyuan family left the Dragon King River on the same boat. From the looks of it, this woman wouldn't stop until they reached the Great River. On the surface, she had at least done her part as a host. She hadn't even warmed up the position of head of the Great Bull Gang yet, and she had already gotten into character so early? Su Fengnian didn't dislike her sending him off. After all, he had left in a hurry and didn't have time to talk about many things. Or perhaps the things he talked about were too vague. He immediately sat at the bow of the boat and ate hawthorn as he talked to Xinyuan Qingfeng in detail. Xinyuan Qingfeng basically agreed to all of his requests and was very aware of being a puppet. Su Fengnian wasn't used to seeing her meek and obedient demeanor. Perhaps it was because he and Wenhua had been taught a lesson by this shrewish woman back in the Lantern Festival. Although Wenhua had a nondescript wooden sword in the past, he practiced the vile sword art. Especially after he colluded with His Royal Highness, his swordsmanship was still muddled, but his vile sword art was already perfected. After being chased around by Xinyuan Qingfeng's evil slave for half a day, he was still stubborn even after being stepped on by her. No matter what, he was a good man who didn't fight with women. Otherwise, with his size, he could cut 10 of you with one hand. At that time, Xinyuan Qingfeng, who was still living a happy life, sneered and ordered the people to let go of Wenhua. Then she used a horsewhip to cut the wooden sword ranger 7 or 8 times from head to toe. After the two were dragged away by old Huang, Su Fengnian almost recognized Wenhua, which was enough to show how ruthless Xinyuan Qingfeng was. Since then, Wenhua had been thinking every day about the day when he had perfected his swordsmanship and could hold his head high. He would definitely go to Mount Hui and beat her to death with his wooden sword. Every time he talked about this, Wenhua would lovingly gaze at beggar Su, who was as soft and tender as a woman. His Royal Highness would feel goosebumps all over. That one guy. Xinyuan Qingfeng obviously paused for a moment, probably intending to add a comment like a libertine. However, life was full of ups and downs. The lecherous beggar he met by chance years ago had suddenly become the legitimate eldest son of the most powerful king in the world. According to common sense, birds of a feather flock together. A young man who could do such despicable things with the crown prince of Bailiang must be either rich or noble. Most likely, he was loitering outside of Bailiang under the guise of studying abroad. Therefore, Xinyuan Qingfeng asked a reasonable question. Is it a son of an aristocratic family who has been traveling around the various provinces? Su Fengnian just held his belly and laughed without any explanation. After he was done laughing, he leisurely ate the hawthorn and spat out a few seeds. He asked in a seemingly casual manner. There's a machete man in Mount Hui called Yuan Tingshan. I heard that you're very familiar with him? Shenyuan Qingfeng, who had been standing and looking down, said calmly, when I left the mountain, I had already sent my guest, Hong Yuan, to lead more than 20 men of sacrifice to the Sisters' Waterfall to encircle and annihilate Yuan Tingshan. Su Fengyin suppressed the shock in his heart and said with a smile, Is this a sign of allegiance to express goodwill to me? Shenyuan Qingfeng said coldly, As long as your highness does not betray Mount Hui, Shenyuan Qingfeng will not betray your highness. As expected of father and daughter. You speak in the same tone. Su Fengyin sighed from the bottom of his heart. He grabbed a handful of hawthorns and raised his hands slightly, wanting to give it to the woman who was temporarily sitting on the same boat as him. Seeing her wooden and indifferent expression, Su Fengyin did not feel embarrassed. He threw a hawthorn into his mouth and stood up to look at the river. His field of vision was wide and he saw a flight of gray geese in the sky. Second sister Su Weisheng had once said that the geese in front of him would definitely be an experienced old geese who had traveled south and returned north. Su Fengyin was lost in thought when Xu Xiu came from the back of the boat, reporting that there was a raft of people chasing after them from Mount Hui's ferry. Su Fengyin walked to the side of the boat and saw a familiar-looking man on the raft. It was the flower thief who had been surrounded by danger by Bluebird's Xana spear. He waved the fan of beauty and thought that he could bring about a cool autumn. Su Fengyin absolutely did not like this self-proclaimed romantic Jianghu man. Later, more than 30 people rushed to the snowy plains, putting on a grand display of changing their allegiance. Unfortunately, these heroes' flattery was all for naught. More than 10 fence-sitters with uncertain positions were hung up by His Royal Highness on the spot. Su Fengyin saw that this fellow was pestering him endlessly, but he did not intend to make a fuss about it. However, what was strange was that other than this low-ranking guest from Mount Hui, there was also a young child on the raft who was not familiar with the ways of the world. He looked like he was carved from jade with rosy lips and white teeth. He was very likable and adorable. Su Fengyin was immediately shocked. Could it be that nowadays, it had become popular to bring along family members to seek refuge? The man who had made a name for himself in Jianghu by picking flowers, rode his bamboo pole with all his might, trying his best to catch up with the large boat. With great difficulty he finally caught up with the large boat. In a loud voice he said, His Royal Highness Long Yushuan of Jian Province's Langyi County, requests an audience. Su Fengyin unhappily said, Didn't you see him? Did you take your son fishing on the Shi River? Long Yushuan seemed to have been hit in his weak spot. He was slightly flustered and exasperated. He hurriedly explained, Your Highness, this humble one left in a hurry. I don't know how this strange child got on the bamboo raft. This humble one doesn't even know this child. Unexpectedly, the delicate child called out, Dad, crisply, which immediately made Long Yushuan lose his composure. The pitiful guest, who was somewhat famous in Jianghu, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He turned his head to look at the innocent child at his feet and glared at him. Dad, you're my dad. Can't you be my dad? The child suddenly burst into tears. His two small hands did not forget to grab Long Yushuan's robe. He sobbed miserably and said, Dad, Mom died early. You can't abandon me. Chapter 326. Long Yushuan almost went mad with anger. But he didn't move. Otherwise, with his strength he could easily kick this child into the river and feed him to the turtles. Long Yushuan boasted that he had never been touched by a single flower. He had only had brief relationships with the beauties painted on the peach blossom fan. How could he have a son? Did he really think that it was easy to be a virtuous flower thief in this day and age? Not to mention that he needed to be handsome and talented. Other than those pretty girls from humble families who had been enchanted by the book, The First Snow, and wanted to elope with a poor scholar, Long Yushuan was quite relaxed. All he had to do was wave his fan and recite poems. But for those girls from respectable families, just by looking at their belts, jade pendants, fragrant sachets and other trivial things, Long Yushuan could tell how much weight they had. Want to ride a horse? Oh my, do you know how much money a good horse costs? It was a bottomless pit. The women of noble families had their eyes on the top of their heads. Each and every one of them had a vicious and crafty gaze. If they wanted to show off their wealth, they had to spend a lot of money. Long Yushuan had spent money like water these years, but he hadn't been able to save a single copper coin. Last time, he had swindled the county governor's daughter with a fine purple colt. It was said that one tail of purple colt's meat was one tail of gold. How heavy was this horse? How much money did it cost? Of course, the cash-strapped Long Yushuan couldn't afford it. He had borrowed it with great difficulty from a disreputable noble family disciple from another province. Thus, every time Long Yuxuan caressed the peach blossom fan, he couldn't help but shed bitter tears for himself. He had been a low-level guest at Mount Hui and didn't have enough money. Back then he had only borrowed this large umbrella to shelter himself from the rain. Now the few who had held the umbrella were all dead. The snowfield was truly deserving of its name. It was said that even the insufferably arrogant ancestor Shenyuan Pan had died just like that. If that little girl, Shenyuan Qingfeng, were to hold the umbrella, how big could she hold it with her small hands? Long Yuxuan saw that His Royal Highness's methods were truly impressive, so he was determined to follow him to Beiliang. It was rumored that Beiliang had a Yinji county, and that the women there were so fair and tender that water could be squeezed out of them. How could Long Yuxuan not be infuriated when a bastard suddenly appeared out of nowhere and called him father? Su Fengyin and Shenyuan Qingfeng exchanged glances. She shook her head and said softly, "Every guest has a secret file in Mount Huishan." Shenyuan Qingfeng memorized every single one of them. There's no record of them having children. Su Fengyin said to Long Yuxuan on the bamboo raft, "If you want to prove that he's not your son, it's simple. Kick him into the river and you can get on the boat." Long Yuxuan was stunned. Su Fengyin quietly waited for the rest of the story. If this person really did such a ruthless thing, not only would the old god of swords Li Chungang be able to save the drowning child, even he and Bluebird would be able to do it. As for the rapist, there was no point in him getting on the boat. Even if they boarded the ship, they would still die. Beiliang had used a lot of money, fame, and fortune to raise dozens of capable people. A bull's mound was unreachable in the Jianghu, but to a colossus like Beiliang, it wasn't even worth mentioning. A guest of Mount Huishan? If he was thrown into Beiliang Palace, how many splashes could he make on Tidehark Lake? There weren't many interesting people in the world like Chu Lushan, who was as cruel and unscrupulous as a wolf for 10 years. But apart from being ruthless, how could a rapist compare to Fatty Chu's methods? There was news from Xiangfan City that a man with polychoria surnamed Lu had become so engrossed in killing that he had turned Jing and Palace upside down. But Long Yuxuan only smiled and said, "Let's say goodbye to His Royal Highness." Su Fengyin slowed down the raft and put some distance between it and the ship. Her eyes suddenly widened as she saw the man give her the middle finger, then turn the raft around and flee toward Mount Huishan. Shenyuan Qingfeng turned her head slightly, the corners of her mouth quirking up. She originally didn't like Long Yuxuan, but his actions today were true to his nature and made her see him in a new light. Originally, the rapist Long Yuxuan's reputation was terrible and his martial arts weren't outstanding, so she had her own thoughts. This person couldn't even be considered a chicken rib for Mount Huishan. She was also a woman and innately detested Long Yuxuan's actions. After taking over the bull's mound, she originally planned to give him a few lesser-known secret manuals and some gold and silver as a reward to get him out of Mount Huishan. But now she changed her mind. Although she was forced by the situation to help the crown prince do evil, she was very happy that someone could cause trouble for His Royal Highness. Su Fengyin smiled and said, "You have guts. You should be rewarded." Shenyuan Qingfeng seemed to be afraid that this scheming His Royal Highness would have the intention to kill. She said softly, "It's not easy for the ship to turn around. With the speed of the raft, it'll reach the shore soon. This person has fled into the dense forest of Mount Longhu, the ancestral court of Taoism. It'll be difficult to find him again." Su Fengyin didn't say anything but thought of another Jianghu. This Jianghu was probably something even Shenyuan Qingfeng couldn't imagine. There was no sword god with 2 sleeves and a green snake sword that opened the gate of heaven, no Chao Qingyi and Wang Mingyin, no celestial ancestor of Mount Huishan, and no Confucian sage, a land immortal. Even Long Yuxuan, a lowly guest elder who looked like an ant at the moment. There were old servants and crippled horses, bandits and thieves, wanderers with wooden swords and a straw bag beggar. Every day they could ask for food and clothing, and if they didn't mistreat their stomachs, everything would be fine. If their farts could have the smell of meat and not just the smell of sweet potatoes and garlic, then it would be even more fortunate. He clearly remembered that wanderer with a wooden sword at his side to put on a shabby front. His specialty was to use yams, glutinous noodles and sesame oil to make a meal. The yams were mashed and stewed until they were soft. The glutinous noodles were kneaded repeatedly, filtered through a straw sieve, and then found a bamboo cage to steam them. He then stir-fried them with sesame oil, added onions and garlic and stir-fried them. He had never eaten such delicious food in his life. Every time he had to fight with the one surnamed one until his face was covered in dirt. The strength that he had accumulated with great difficulty after wolfing down the food was all used up in the fight. After they were done, the two of them would lie on the ground with their arms and legs spread out, happily bragging and farting. They would bitterly say that the wanderer they saw in the downtown area yesterday was just a man with a pretty face. They would drool when they saw the bosom of the pretty girl from a humble family on the second floor of the restaurant the day before yesterday, and talk about how aggressive they were. The one surnamed one couldn't even afford a metal sword or a bronze sword. After meeting him and old Huang, they wouldn't have known each other without a fight. He liked to run into the crowd even when he was leading his horse and drinking water. He couldn't wait for everyone in the world to know that he was a young master who could both afford to buy and raise horses. This guy really wanted to save face. This was also Jianghu. There were two places in Jianghu. Su Fengnian preferred the one where there was a lively Wenhua. Therefore, Su Fengnian turned to Xinyuan Qingfeng and said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble you to find this person and tell him that I've accepted him as a guest official of Beiliang Palace." Xinyuan Qingfeng frowned and said, "Really?" Su Fengnian nodded and said, "When I speak under the bed, my saliva is a pit." Chapter 327. After Xinyuan Qingfeng changed boats, he didn't return to the Bull Mound. Instead, he followed the Dragon King River and entered the Azure Dragon Stream, heading towards Mount Longhu to look for that guest elder. The flower thief didn't mind being a stray dog. Without a residence to guard, he could live without any restraints. Thus, when Xinyuan Qingfeng found him, this guy actually managed to catch a pheasant and roast it over a bonfire with the child. Long Yuxuan saw with his own eyes that the Prince of Beiliang's ship didn't turn around, so he relaxed a little. Furthermore, he didn't expect Xinyuan Qingfeng to mobilize so many people to enter the mountain to hunt him down. When he was surrounded, he didn't have any heroic spirit, nor did he wag his tail to beg for mercy. He only asked Mount Hui to let off the child who seemed to have jumped out of a rock. Xinyuan Qingfeng didn't beat around the bush and roughly explained the meaning of the Su Fengnian. Long Yuxuan was filled with vigilance, afraid that he would walk right into the trap. Seeing that this person was so displeased, Xinyuan Qingfeng was slightly displeased and left without saying anything. Long Yuxuan actually believed most of Xinyuan Qingfeng's words when he saw the formation he had set up. However, what really made him decide to chase after the big ship was the child beside him saying, "Father, let's capture all the big sisters on the ship and make them our mothers." Even if Long Xuanyu had 10 times the guts of a bear and a leopard, he wouldn't dare to snatch the women from his royal highness. He wouldn't even dare to take a few more glances to feast his eyes. However, since he had a way out, his face was still acceptable. If he didn't go with the flow, when would he? After catching up to Xinyuan Qingfeng, she magnanimously got off the boat at the Dragon King River and lent it to him. When Long Yuxuan bid farewell to her, he was sincerely convinced for the first time and promised that if he could achieve meteoric success in Beiliang in the future, he wouldn't forget Miss Xuanyuan's kindness in recommending him. After catching up to that air in the Shi River, Long Yuxuan still felt as if he was walking on thin ice after changing boats. However, His Royal Highness didn't exchange pleasantries and asked the retainer to arrange accommodations for the father and son pair. This actually made Long Yuxuan feel extremely reassured. After that, he didn't take half a step out of the cabin and behaved himself. He was afraid that His Royal Highness would mistakenly think that he had the idea of picking flowers again. If that happened, he would die unjustly. It wasn't easy for him to jump from an unranked guest of Mount Hui to a guest of honor in Beiliang Palace. It could be considered as a carp jumping over the dragon gate. If he were to be slaughtered right after becoming a sky dragon, it wouldn't be so miserable. On the other hand, that little brat was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tigers. He acted like an old man and was in a complete mess. Whenever he felt bored, he would walk out of the cabin with his hands behind his back. If he wasn't leaning on the railing to look at the river, he would stand at the bow of the ship and assume all kinds of postures that showed that he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. That wasn't all. When he saw the beauties of several His Highness, he approached the androgynous brother and sister. He raised his little head and sighed softly with a look of disappointment. Then he walked to the front of the most beautiful young woman. He raised his head and stared at the same spot, nodding slightly. Finally, he came to the side of the older sister who was holding the white cat. When he saw the rise and fall of her breasts, his eyes lit up and he said in a deep voice, "Good. Good. Very good." The women didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even the cold-tempered Princess Jing, En Pei Nanwei, was amused. Murong Wuzhu covered her mouth and laughed. She didn't mind this little brat mocking her breasts. Yu Wei stared blankly for a moment. The little guy said, "I'll help you hold the white cat, you can hold me." After saying that, he jumped up and wanted to take Wu Mainyang. However, His Royal Highness, who was watching coldly from the side, took a big step forward and lifted the little bastard up by the back of his collar. He hung him in the air and scolded jokingly, "You dare to take advantage of this heir apparent's woman. If you're not Long Yushuan's son, who would believe you?" The child couldn't reach the sky and couldn't fall to the ground. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws in the air. Yu Yuwei glared at His Royal Highness. She was naturally charming. For the next 2 days on the surface of the river, Su Fengyin, who was originally the core of the strict hierarchical circle, was somewhat harmonious due to this child's disturbance. It was like a paper hanger mending a leaky window. Finally there was some warmth. The child did not have a name or surname. Even if he was beaten to death, he would not admit that this child was his child. Yu Yuwei was rarely childish. She saw that he had raised 2 crickets at some point in time and would often lie on the deck with his buttocks sticking out to watch the 2 insects fight fiercely. Therefore she gave him the nickname of Little Bug. On the ship, other than the old man who was in closed-door training and had never shown his face, and His Royal Highness did not have a good impression of this little pervert, there was almost no one who did not like him. Even the 2 pet beasts, the charmingly naive white cat Wu Meinyang and the lively and active tiger Kue Bodhisattva, did not treat this child as a stranger. Especially Wu Meinyang, who would often sneak out of the cabin and find the child. When she found him, she would leap on top of him and throw herself on his little face. A strange scene that was often seen was the child fighting the crickets. A white cat and a tiger Kue Bodhisattva would quietly squat on the side and watch the fight. Every time Su Fengyin bumped into this child, he would gently kick the child's buttocks, making him fall flat on his face. Only then would he vent his anger. Who told this little pervert, who was better than his master, to knock on every woman's door every night with all kinds of strange excuses? "Sister Morong, it's getting cold. Do you need Little Bug to warm your bed? Father said that young men can make pancakes on their buttocks. When Little Bug is warm, I'll lie in it, okay? Epee, the night is long. Little Bug is not in the mood to sleep. The Mid-Autumn Festival is coming. Why don't we admire the moon together? Sister Yu, that part of yours is heavy. Are you tired? Little Bug is good at kneading and massaging. I'll help you relieve your tiredness, okay? Sister Bluebird, I know you like to wear green clothes. Today Little Bug specially changed into green clothes. Don't we look like cousins who have been betrothed since childhood?" Acting like a hooligan did not seem to work. The little bastard was very clever. He immediately changed his approach and knocked on the door. "Sister Morong, you and I are both destitute people who have left our homes. Shouldn't we comfort each other? Auntie Pei, I heard that you're good at hand-to-hand games." Little Worm stole the chess set and learned the 2 moves Big Avalanche from Dad during the day, so he secretly created his own inner twist move. "Why don't we fight until dawn?" Sister Yu, Little Bug helped you find your lazy cat, Wu Meinyang. Open the door. Sister Bluebird, Little Bug wants to learn the spear art from you. For the past few days, Long Yushuan had been living in fear and trepidation. Facing this little guy who had just taken off his pants, he certainly could not beat him up. However, no matter if he pretended to scold him or patiently persuaded him, this cheap son of his would just roll his eyes. Even more so, he could not beat him up. Although Long Yushuan was a flower thief, he was not an extremely vicious person. Otherwise, on the bamboo raft, he would not have chosen not to bite the bait that was laced with poison and instead turned back. In general, they were father and son in name, but this little guy was already acting like a father. Later, Long Yushuan saw that the atmosphere on the boat was not serious. Although the little guy was messing around, he heard that he was quite popular among beauties. Therefore, he decided to just ignore him and do whatever he wanted. The boat was at the Shi River, but they could already see a small riverside city. This was the border of the Jian province. If they continued north, they would reach the Eastern Sea Martial Emperor city in 10 days. The old god of swords, Li Chungang, finally walked out of the cabin and came to the bow. Su Fengyin was too far away from the old man, so he could not see any clues. Long Yushuan was finally summoned by His Royal Highness and was officially recognized as having a place on the boat. After chatting for a while, Su Fengyin found out that this former flower thief was actually from the school of Moism. Although the school of Moism had declined along with the other schools of thought, before the spring and autumn period, only Confucianism was respected. At that time, Buddhism had not spread from the west to the east. The school of Moism, which worshipped gods and ghosts, could compete with Taoism. Unfortunately, they were not as tactful as Buddhism and Taoism. They directly clashed with the rising and unstoppable Confucianism. Several schools of thought could not fit in and finally lost. However, the leader of the school of Moism, Jizi, had always been known as the ghost god in the human world and was still a high and mysterious figure. Long Yuxuan was the disciple of the previous Juzi and was one of the 36 pro-disciples. As for why he was expelled from the sect, Long Yuxuan did not explain in detail. Su Fengyan was also too lazy to get to the bottom of it. Who didn't have a book or a loincloth? The people of Jianghu were no different from the scholars. Most of them were stubborn. Hitting someone was a matter of gratitude and grudges, but hitting someone's face was a matter of life and death. On the shore, the fearless Su Fengyan saw a woman with a sword and subconsciously shrunk his neck. With a whoosh, he hid in the cabin and did not dare to disembark. The people on the boat who had met His Royal Highness other than Bailiang all thought that they had met with a disaster. Otherwise, with the domineering Bailiang air and his family background, how could he be so timid? Long Yuxuan carefully looked at the woman who had boarded the boat. Although he was shocked, he was also curious. This young woman's appearance was average and did not look fierce. Was there a heroine in the world who could make his new master fear? Out of his professional instincts, Long Yuxuan wondered if His Highness the Crown Prince had done some shady business and had his lover come knocking on his door. However, the beauties around His Royal Highness were all peerlessly beautiful. No matter how bad his taste was, he would not go so far as to steal this woman in front of him, right? Just as Long Yuxuan was puzzled, the heroine sneered after boarding the boat. Su Fengyan. What? You dare to go to Wu Wu City but don't dare to see me? Chapter 328. What was Jianghu? It was a curtain of pearls. Women were those pearls strung together to form Jianghu. The woman who had boarded the ship, whom Long Yuxuan had mistaken as a heroine, was undoubtedly the brightest pearl in Jianghu. There was almost no need for the suffix, one of. Although her appearance was only average, she was delicate and aloof. When she was young, she had traveled all over Bailiang with her family, drawing geographical maps. Later on, she entered Shangyin Academy and studied under Chancellor Dao Lin and the great master of the School of Military Strategy. She was famous for her poetry and literature, especially for the creation of 19 chessboards. She was the world's hegemon. Her chess style was calm and she could see strategies. Strangely enough, when she played chess, she rarely made a move that would make the spectators feel as if they had been struck by lightning. She was neither treacherous nor evil. Her moves were firm and steady. It seemed that she did not seek to make any achievements, but only sought to make no mistakes. Often, when she entered the middle chessboard, she would have a perfect winning spirit without any flaws. Judging a person based on calligraphy, she naturally could not be called a beauty. However, if one were to judge a person based on chess, she was undoubtedly an unparalleled existence in the world. On the chessboard, she convinced people with her reasoning. Outside of the chessboard, she had also made many moves to convince people with her strength. Her sword was not a gaudy ornament. She had cut off a head in Shangyin Academy. This was a feat that the previous Jixia scholar of Xie Lake, the spring and autumn demon Huang Longshi had never done. Today's literary circle had mixed praise for this young woman, but no one said that she was mediocre. But all of this was nothing. To the idiotic crown prince, he even dared to chase after Su Xiao with a broom. The reason why he was afraid of her on this trip was because he had a guilty conscience. If it was in the past, he would not be able to reason with his second sister, Su Weisheng. He would make a scene and annoy her. Most of the time he would be able to muddle through. However, this time he would most likely lose a layer of skin. Su Weisheng had treated him well and did not touch the art of war that could defeat 10,000 enemies. Instead, he did not learn how to maneuver in the imperial court. That boorish man was already very disgusted with him. In addition, when Su Fengyan took the risk of going to Martial Emperor City, he was even angrier. A gentleman would not stand against a collapsing wall. If he was not a gentleman, he should be even more so. Originally, he should go to Gangnam-do first to visit his eldest sister, Su Jihu, or go to Shangyin Academy to find his second sister. According to the itinerary, if he wanted to save time, he should go to Shangyin Academy, Mount Longhu and Martial Emperor City, and then pass by Hutting County on the way back. However, it was because he was worried about his second sister's feelings that he took so many detours. As Su Jihu had said, he still had to consider whether his second sister would be petty about going to Gangnam-do first before going to the academy. The ship was only so big. How long would it take for His Royal Highness, who was like a fish waiting to be slaughtered on the chopping board, to hide? Su Fengyan didn't wait for Su Weisheng to enter the cabin to search. He squeezed out a smile and trotted out. Without saying anything, he hugged his second sister and didn't give her a chance to hit him with the scabbard. He called her sister in a flattering manner. However, he kept in mind that he should call her sister and not second sister. He said with a mischievous smile, "Why are you in the Jianzhou? This place is a little far from the lifeless Shangyin Academy." Murong Xiong and Murong Xiong looked at each other. Even Murong Tonghuang, who was always shrewd and scheming, was dumbfounded by this scene. Su Weisheng, who was being hugged, didn't struggle. He said calmly, "I'm afraid that after you enter the martial emperor city, you will be cooked in a pot, including your skin and bones. Therefore I have no choice but to wait here. This is a private matter. As for the public matter, it is a triennial examination of knowledge held by the Academy. The geomancy examination is set at the Earth Lung Mountain in the north of the Jianghu. It tests one's ability to look at the aura, locate the cave and search for the dragon. Chancellor Wang has been drinking too much. Therefore I will be acting as the examiner." Su Fengyin turned his head to look at the riverbank. Only then did he see a large group of scholars dressed like scholars standing there. The young ones had not yet reached the age of 20, while the old ones were already in their 60s. Most of them were carrying a heavy and bulky bookcase on their backs. Very few of them were wearing embroidered and magnificent clothes. However, it was exactly as the old saying goes, those who have a scholarly aura will naturally have a scholarly aura. Even Su Fengyin, an unscrupulous idiot who hated scholars the most, couldn't bring himself to dislike them. He wasn't the least bit surprised that his second sister was taking on the role of Mr. Ji Shang as a scholar. His second sister's knowledge was profound and varied. She had mastered the subject through a comprehensive study, and her words were brilliant. No matter if it was the orthodox classics, moral essays, or those misunderstood heterodox doctrines, or strange and ingenious obscenities, she was deeply involved in all of them. This was especially true for geomancy. She had once written, annotated and corrected dragon scripture, and carved jade axe Luan Tu Song collection, which were exquisite to the smallest detail. Throughout the entire book, not a single word was deliberately obscure and difficult to understand. Because she liked to carry an ancient sword and travel the mountains and rivers, she was wholeheartedly convinced by the geomancy masters and was known as Su Qingshui or Mr. Qinggu. Su Fengyin released his hand and took a step back. He stared blankly at his travel-worn second sister. For a long time he didn't say anything. He just helped her to tuck a strand of black hair behind her ear. Chapter 329. In the Su family she was the most elegant general among all the children of the Su family. However, Su Weisheng was even more famous for his stubbornness. There was once a famous literary scholar who wrote a famous poem that was handed down from generation to generation. In the poem there was a famous line, regardless of the details, regardless of the propriety, 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 the propriety, regardless of 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 the propriety. Su Weisheng was kind and didn't exaggerate. He only wrote 3 sentences in his reply: if a man doesn't keep his word, why not die? His words and actions contradicted each other. What an old thief. Teaching books to mislead the students. The old man was so angry that he vomited blood and fell seriously ill. Only then did the truth of the chess gambling incident at the academy come to light. The literary community naturally criticized this woman for being unreasonable. As for the chess players of the world, they suddenly realized that Su Weisheng would never lose if he played black. Although the position system limited the advantage of playing white first, it was simply a miracle that Su Weisheng, who had played more than 100 games and competed with the great chess players of that time, could still play black and not lose. These were important matters, and Su Fengnian also knew some trivial matters. Second sister was obsessed with cleanliness, and everything in the boudoir was meticulously arranged, almost to the point of being rigid. The vase, the brush, the inkstone, the chair, the couch, the stove, the book and so on, had not changed in the slightest for more than 10 years. When he was young, the naughty Su Fengnian's favorite thing to do was to sneak into second sister's room and quietly move some small things that couldn't be seen. Without exception, Su Weisheng would always find some clues, and then find Su Fengnian and pinch his ears to death. Relying on his coarse skin and thick flesh, Su Fengnian never got tired of playing for many years. In his impression, Su Weisheng's clothes were simple and plain, but they were very clean. It was never as eye-catching as it was today, and it could be seen that she had left in a hurry. In the end, this warm and tender scene of a sister and brother meeting was ruined by a lustful little wimpy kid. Miss Hogg. Su Weisheng lowered her head to look. It was a child with lively eyebrows. She only glanced at it, and before she even opened her mouth to speak, the little bug shrunk its neck. Perhaps it was this child's ability to observe people's expressions since it was in its mother's womb. It immediately ran away, hiding behind Sister Yu, who was holding the white cat, and poking its little head out to peep. Wu Meinyang was intimate with him, jumping out of the gentle tomb of the world's heroes between Yu Yu's twin peaks. In the end, she was slapped to the ground by the child, who was in a bad mood. Wu Meinyang didn't get angry. She used her head to rub the child's trousers, making His Royal Highness, who had raised it until it was white and fat but refused to even hug it, furious. This was the first time Su Weisheng had seen the old god of swords, Li Chungang. The old man in the sheepskin coat was yawning, his spirit dispirited and listless. He didn't have the slightest respect for her because she was the princess of Bailiang or Su Qingchong. Su Weisheng, however, bowed respectfully and said, "Su Weisheng greets Sir Li. Sir, the words sword from the great snow plains are so loud that even the deaf can hear. Sir, everyone and heir apparent." These 3 words had become a disaster after the spring and autumn period was settled. They were like a flood that couldn't be stopped. Any Tom, Dick, or Harry on the roadside could put a big hat on his head while flattering each other. However, when it came from Su Weisheng's mouth, the weight couldn't be more solid. In the Shangyin Academy, which was regarded as a holy land by scholars all over the world, even the 2 teachers and the Grand Chancellor didn't have the fortune to be called Sir by her. Only a nameless and blind zither player could be called Sir by her. Obviously, Su Weisheng was so serious about this matter because he admired the old god of swords from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't because of Li Chuangang's achievement as a sword immortal, but because of his great perseverance after falling out of the earth immortal realm to enter this realm. If he was only a sword immortal, compared to Su Weisheng, he was just a boorish swordsman with sharper sword in his hand and more capable of killing people. What benefit did he have to the world? The old man sized up Su Weisheng and shook his head. "Your aptitude is not as good as little Zhang's." Su Weisheng said calmly, "I practice the sword only to strengthen my body." Li Chungang lectured him without holding back. "What a pity for such a good sword. In your hands, it won't be able to sing to its heart's content." Su Weisheng smiled and said, "I only know some swordsmanship, which can't be compared to Mr. Li's swordsmanship. If Mr. Li lacks a suitable weapon during your trip to Martial Emperor City, Su Weisheng can give this sword to Mr. Li." Su Fengnian said angrily, "No way." Su Weisheng frowned. Su Fengnian immediately smiled and said, "I don't lack swords here." Li Chungang didn't even want to bother with His Royal Highness. He said to the decisive Su Weisheng, "The sword is a good one, but I know that you have a deep understanding of swordsmanship. Saying that you only know swordsmanship is too modest. A gentleman fulfills another's wish, while a villain snatches another's. This old man is neither a virtuous gentleman nor a vile person who can't bear to see others doing well. I won't give them away or rob them. Moreover, whether there is a sword or not, it doesn't matter to this old man anymore. Su Weisheng, you don't have to test this old man. Since this old man has promised Su Shao that this kid can return to Bailiang without missing an arm or a leg, whether it's the Eastern Sea or the capital city, as long as this kid dares to go, this old man can guarantee that he can leave alive." Su Weisheng never bowed like a woman. Instead, he bowed like a man and said softly, "Thank you, Mr. Li, for your promise." Li Chungang had a helpless expression. He clicked his tongue and said, I heard that the Jiang girl was bullied by you and wanted to get back some face for her after meeting you. Now that you've bowed twice, this old man really doesn't have the face to make a move. Su Weisheng smiled calmly. His words were truly shocking. He said slowly, to tell you the truth, since ancient times mother-in-law and sister-in-law have been at odds with each other. It doesn't mean that those mother-in-law and sister-in-law are all bad people. They just want to make the women who marry into the family think more about their husbands. Su Weisheng has always treated Jiang and I as his younger sister-in-law. It's just that she has a lively personality and our mother passed away early, so I have to be the bad guy. However, Su Weisheng knew that Chao Changqing took Jiang and I away. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been the bad guy all those years. The tranquility was like a sudden clap of thunder. Li Chungang was stunned. He gave a thumbs up and praised, Su Xiao is more fortunate to have you than to have this rascal. This chapter was updated on the 22nd. Chapter 330. Su Weisheng was not surprised by Li Chuangang's praise. He looked at Su Fengyin and asked, Is there food on the ship? In order to stop you on the way, I was in a bit of a hurry and missed lunch. You owe those people a meal. Su Fengyin nodded and said, That's not a problem. There are many freshly caught freshwater fish stored on the ship. As soon as he finished speaking, Blue Bird went to instruct the cooks to get to work. Su Weisheng turned to disembark the ship and brought the 20 or so scholars of Jixia onto the deck. These scholars of different ages seemed to be somewhat reserved. Only a few military students took the initiative to come forward and greet His Royal Highness. Only Shangyin Academy was bitterly holding on, sheltering the poor scholars of the world and preserving the seeds of education for the future generations. Unfortunately, the academy was a private school. In terms of financial resources, it was far from being as extravagant as the Imperial College, which was endowed with gifts from the emperor and ministers. During the spring and autumn period, the academy was funded by the rich and powerful families. Now all of the vermilion gates and high walls had become broken walls and dilapidated walls. It was increasingly poor and in dire straits. As a result, other than the military students who studied the wars of the past dynasties, most of the scholars of Jishang and Jixia had a natural dislike for the Su family of Bailiang. During lunch, Su Fengyin and his second sister, Su Weisheng, purposely avoided the crowd and opened a small meal. Su Fengyin wolfed down his food while Su Weisheng chewed slowly. The two personalities were completely different. Su Fengyin knew that she did not like to talk while eating, so he minded his own business and opened the bookcase. He saw a few bags of soil and reached out to pinch them. He sniffed them and frowned. He carefully put them into his mouth and tasted them. He asked in shock, This dragon sand was dug out from that Taoist paradise, Earth Lung Mountain? It's true that it's dragon sand, but the taste is not quite the same as what Brother Yao Jian said. Why do I feel like there's something wrong with it? His Royal Highness often went to the Bailiang Mountains with his second sister and dragon scholar Yao Jian to search for dragon acupoints during his youth, so he knew a little about feng shui. Even though Su Fengyin did not have the ability to search for dragon acupoints in 3 years, he was still able to recognize the basic pattern of dragon veins. Digging dragon sand was actually the same as digging winter bamboo shoots. It was a test of experience and knack. Su Weisheng was a master in this field, so Su Fengyin could only stumble upon it by accident. However, he still had a good eye for the quality of the dragon sand he obtained. There were 6 or 7 bags of dragon sand in the box, most of which had already been burned. Su Fengyin picked up the bag that he tasted and sealed it with 3 yellow talisman characters. 3 pure ones rule, 8 ice plum blossom, and Chuyun saddle horse. There was no doubt that it came from his second sister, Su Weisheng. This was because the seal books were very particular. The rules of the talisman had to match the birth date of the unearthed dragon sand. Furthermore, the unearthed dragon sand was not a small matter. Regardless of whether it was a Taoist dragon scholar or a greenbag master, none of them were allowed to take dragon sand. This was especially so after the unification of the country. The imperial court had ordered that any dragon sand unearthed must be approved by the Chongshen Bureau and the imperial astronomer. However, in the past 20 years, there had not been a single case of approval. Su Weisheng's actions were undoubtedly against the imperial court's laws. However, Su Fengyin was too lazy to pay attention to such details. He was just curious about how the Earth Lung Mountain had been the top of the heavenly abode since ancient times, so how could an evil dragon appear? One had to know that in the ranking of the Grotto Heavens and Blessed Lands, even the Tao Court's Mount Longhu was several ranks lower than the Earth Lung Mountain. However, for hundreds of years, the Earth Lung Mountain had always been an ungoverned land where no great Taoist master cultivated. Counting with one's fingers, It had already been 500 years since the previous dynasty sealed off the mountain. Su Weisheng put down his chopsticks and sighed softly. The examination of Jixia scholars' qi-gazing technique this time was just a cover. The evil dragon has recently appeared in the Earth Lung Mountain, and Chancellor Wang deduced that it has something to do with Mount Longhu, which is of the same lineage as the Earth Lung Mountain. It was only suppressed by Heavenly Master Zhao Danping that the imperial astronomer didn't make things difficult for the imperial court. Su Fengnian's expression changed when he heard that. He gritted his teeth and said, "It must be that Zhao Huangchao's evil method of stealing the sky and swapping the sun. Sister, if it's really as I guessed, the imperial astronomer wouldn't dare to interfere at all." Su Weisheng had a face of doubt. Su Fengnian smiled and stood up. Come. Sister, let me help you wash your hair. We'll talk while we wash." Su Weisheng did not refuse. Su Fengnian had the green bird outside the door bring in a basin of hot water and a piece of jade pancreas. Poor families used to wash their hair with cheap and coarse honey locust, but rich families were much more particular. Inside the pancreas was ground pearl powder, so it was called jade pancreas. Su Fengnian held his second sister's soft black hair. His eyes were warm, and with a soft voice he said, "One night on Mount Quanglu I felt like I was dreaming, but not dreaming. I saw Nyangqin. Nyangqin came with a white python to protect me, this disappointing son." Zhao Huangchao, who looked like a middle-aged Taoist, said that he was cultivating at Mount Longhu, but he was most likely the old ancestor in the capital. He rode on a black dragon and went on a spiritual journey. His ostentation was lawless, and he said that he was going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Coincidentally, a scholar named Xianyuan Jingqing entered the realm of Confucian Saint a few days ago. I asked the old god of swords about the rules of celestial beings in a roundabout way. I knew that the immortal Taoist Jinren of Taoism condensed their own fate and couldn't easily interfere with the operation of the mortal world. Zhao Huangchao's move more or less didn't conform to the principles of Taoism. This Taoist must have transferred the aftereffects of celestial beings' out-of-body state to the ownerless Earth Lung Mountain. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to forming a grudge with the Taoist mansion of Mount Longhu. I don't understand. Our Bailiang obviously won't be so free to rebel. What's this Zhao Huangchao worried about? Su Weisheng said calmly, "Of course he's worried that the Zhao family won't be able to stabilize their country forever." Su Fengnian sneered and said, "Which dynasty can be passed down for thousands of generations? They keep saying, 'Long live the emperor and long live the empress,' but who can really live for thousands of years? Eating carrots and worrying about salty things?" Su Fengnian said gloomily, "With this Taoist Jinren's realm, if he doesn't ascend, wouldn't he be standing in a latrine pit and not taking a shit? It's only on Mount Longhu. If we were in Bailiang, we'd have to mobilize 10,000 cavalrymen to crush this old bastard into powder." Su Weisheng tilted his head and the corner of his mouth curled up. He turned a blind eye and laughed, "Yawning toad, you sure talk big. Let's not talk about whether a celestial being Taoist can be killed. Let's talk about whether you can command 10,000 cavalrymen now. Let's not talk about 10,000, even 1,000, can you do it?" Chapter 331. After washing her hair, Su Fengnian wiped Su Weisheng's hair with a towel. They sat down. His Royal Highness helped Su Weisheng comb her hair. He was proud of his second sister's sarcasm. He laughed, "Borrowing troops from heroes like Chen Zhibao and Yan Xiong is asking for trouble. But there's still Fatty Chu. If there's no other way, we can borrow from Yuan Zhuozong and Brother Yao." Su Weisheng asked with a faint smile, "Are you sure that Yuan Zhuozong and Yao Jian will lend you? Aren't you afraid of Su Zhao's military punishment? You have to know that in northern Liang, regardless of whether you are close or distant, as long as you violate the military rules, you have to act according to the law." Su Fengnian was still not serious. Brother Yao is stubborn, so it's hard to say. But if it's Yuan Zhuozong, if there's an emergency, I may be able to borrow 1,000 or 2,000 troops. Su Weisheng asked, "Are you sure?" Su Fengnian nodded, "I'm sure." Su Weisheng took the red sandalwood comb and chuckled, "You just drank with Yuan Zhuozong a few times. Do you think your friendship is so good? You should know that Yuan Zhuozong can't tolerate sand in his eyes the most. He and Chu Lushan are both Su Zhao's adopted sons, but they are like fire and water. It can be seen that you, a foppish son, are confident you can enter Yuan Baixiong's eyes?" Su Fengnian curled his lips, "It's up to you to believe it or not." Su Weisheng said sarcastically, "It's disappointing that you didn't fight in Dragon Tiger Mountain." Su Fengnian shook his head and said, "The commotion is not small. Oh right, that Xianyuan Jingqing, who relied on reading books to become a land immortal, has some cultivation experience. It's not very useful to me at the moment. is the same as not reading it. Shenyuan Jingqing attracted countless heavenly thunders on the Great Snow Plateau. That scene was not inferior to that of a general leading thousands of cavalry. Along the way, I've checked many Taoist Qi refinement scriptures, but I feel that none of them are as down-to-earth as this moral forbidding thunder incantation. The Fengdu ghost punishing incantation, and the Abyss divine incantation scripture, of the Dragon Tiger Mountain's 24-level incantation scriptures seem to be more mystical and not very practical. I've studied it for half a month, but I still can't figure out how to cast the landslide spell and the water boil spell. This forbidding thunder incantation, however, seems to be according to the book's records. If you cultivate it to the extreme, you can borrow the power of the heavens just like Shenyuan Jingqing. It's a pity that I'm practicing the saber, so I'm not on this path. By the way, when I was studying the red armor talisman with the old celestial master Zhao Shituan at Dragon Tiger Mountain, I checked it out. The Qi cultivation incantation seems to have originated from the ancient barbarian land where Shangyin Academy is located. Maybe there's a unique ancient book in the academy that you need. Also, according to the Forbidden Thunder spell, I helped you steal a few Thunder Sect secret scrolls from Dragon Tiger Mountain. There are probably some incantations to guide the Thunder Sect's divine warriors. According to the old Celestial Master, the ascended Celestial Masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain would leave their essence incantations in the Dragon Lake. Unfortunately, I don't have the ability to steal these treasures for you. Also, that female tiger Kuei nicknamed Bodhisattva, the one called King Kong, I've already given it to Huang Manor. Bodhisattva will give it to you. His Royal Highness rambled on endlessly. Su Weisheng interrupted Su Fengyin's rambling and said with a smile, "You've given me all the good stuff. What about yourself?" Su Fengyin was stunned for a moment. He smiled and pointed at the two sabers at his waist. He said matter-of-factly, "What use do I have for those worldly possessions? The spring thunder embroidered winter is enough." Su Fengyin saw that his second sister was silent. He knew that she didn't like him practicing the saber and being a brute warrior. He changed the topic and asked, "Today I saw the famous Jixia scholar of Shangyin Academy with my own eyes. Only then did I know that there are a lot of poor people?" Su Weisheng smiled and said, "Scholars carry books and travel to study, and wanderers carry their swords and travel. These are the two main trends nowadays. The former started when this old man Jianghu traveled to various countries. It's just that it's hard for those poor landowning households that have already declined. For the sake of face, they still pay attention to carrying books and traveling after their heirs reach the age of 20. For this reason they don't hesitate to scrape together money. Think about it, when a weak scholar travels, it's at least a few hundred li away. They have to have a page to take care of their basic necessities, as well as an old servant who's familiar with the ways of the world. Won't the small families rack their brains over the expenses of these three people? Therefore, some landowning households that have long been no different from the poor families don't dare to dream of traveling thousands of li when they carry books and travel to study. At most, they just visit a few counties in a state and try their best to visit a few famous scholars and experts. They drink tea and discuss Taoism with them. That's all. The families of many scholars don't hesitate to squander their family fortune in order to enter Shangyin Academy. On this trip to Earth Lung Mountain, there was a Jixia scholar in the group who stayed outside the academy for 18 years before passing the examination. He's already over 50 years old. Most of the Jixia scholars who teach him are younger than him. In order to save money to buy more books, he only eats steamed buns and salted vegetables all year round. Therefore, Shangyin Academy isn't as useless as you originally thought. Those who can enter Shangyin Academy regardless of morality are not bad. Su Weisheng stretched out his hands and pinched Su Fengyin's cheeks. He smiled and said, "It seems that you've benefited a lot from these 2 trips. I'm wondering if I should persuade you to go to Beimang again." Su Fengyin said sluggishly, "Sister, do you really think so?" Su Weisheng increased his strength and said, "Since I can't stop you from practicing the knife, and it seems that your knife practice is not just about developing your limbs, it's not right for me to stop you. But let me say this first. Since you want to practice the knife, you should at least practice until you become a land immortal, right? It's been hundreds of years since anyone has done this." Su Fengyin's face was bitter. He said vaguely, "Sister, why don't you practice the sword until you become a sword immortal?" Su Weisheng let go of his hand and smiled with squinted eyes. "Sister, you're a woman. Fighting and killing is not ladylike." Su Fengyin said helplessly, "Sister, you're so reasonable." Su Weisheng stood up and said, "Let's go. Since I've decided not to stop you from practicing the knife, I won't stop you from going to Martial Emperor City. You just have to be careful." Su Fengyin and his second sister walked out of the cabin together. Coincidentally, there was a poor old scholar leaning against the railing and looking at the river nearby. He muttered to himself, "Even a homeless dog like me has homesickness." Chapter 332. His Highness the Crown Prince happened to hear the old student talking to himself, but he ignored him. There were countless people in the 8 kingdoms during the spring and autumn period. Which one of them was not a stray dog? When he brushed past the scholar who was mocking himself as an old dog, he saw from the corner of his eye that the old man was clearly in a hurry. Seeing that His Royal Highness had no intention of stopping, he hurriedly turned around and made a deep posture as if he was looking at the river. He was very worried about the country and the people. He continued, "Before the Jianghu period of my dynasty, the struggle in the imperial court was a struggle between the pillars of the country. It was a struggle between the civil and military officials who had helped the late emperor build the country. Each of them represented the forces behind them and schemed against each other. They fought for benefits. Among them, the orphans of the 8 kingdoms were lucky enough to occupy a seat. Starting from the Jianghu period, Grand Secretary Jianghu began to hold power. After more than 10 years of the Jianghu period, the talents of the 8 kingdoms, either voluntarily or by force, gradually abandoned the fence and integrated into the imperial court. The boundary between civil and military officials was blurred. It turned into a confrontation between the north and the south. The south was relatively weak, but it had the support of the 2 kings of Yan and Guangling. Especially in the short 4 years from the first year of the Jianghu period to the 4th year of the Jianghu period, led by the Minister of Personnel, Zhao Yuling, who was born of a concubine from the south, Wang Xiongui, Yuangue, Han Lin, and the others from the Han family in the south were promoted one after another and were able to hold real power in their respective departments. They complemented each other with the Jiangnan scholar group and their power soared. They spared no effort to fight for one word: fame. However, the struggle for fame and fortune between civil and military officials was only on the surface. In the end, it could not escape the emperor's technique of balance. Looking at the past 20 years, the people in the imperial court all had their own achievements. Only the isolated great General Su of Bailiang was exempt. His value was that he was far away from the struggle in the imperial court. Not fighting was the biggest fight, and it was really powerful. I, Lu Wenbao, am different from those scholars. When I look at the rise and fall of the dynasty, I do not rely on the wisdom and muddle-headedness of the emperors. Instead, I find another way. I start from the power of the ministers. Virtuous ministers prosper the country, evil ministers harm the country. I, Lu Wenbao, secretly think that in less than 5 years the first person in this dynasty, Jianghu, will. Lu Wenbao, who had a long and eloquent speech, had just reached the most important part. He originally wanted to keep the audience in suspense and catch their appetite so that he could say something surprising. However, when he turned his head slightly, he was stunned as if a large basin of cold water had been poured over his head. His Royal Highness had already disappeared. This impromptu but carefully planned self-recommendation was in vain. Lu Wenbao, who had lost his home, sighed and could not help but feel disheartened. He was born in a declining aristocratic family in the old southern Tang. As Su Weisheng said, he was a poor scholar who could not even leave a single county. When he was young, he always thought about his mother, who said that before he was born, his palm was bitten by a leopard in his dream. Therefore he was named Wenbao. When he was young, he was determined to be a marquis or a minister. However, at that time, before the fall of the southern Tang, only family name was important. Lu Wenbao was very conceited when he was young, so he went to the Shangyin Academy to study. He wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. However, he did not know how difficult it was to enter the academy. How could he have the face to return home? He swore that he would not return home until he was rich. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he was an old man in his 50s. Glory, splendor, and wealth were still out of his reach. Some of the talented students in the academy were almost old enough to be Lu Wenbao's grandsons. Old man Lu's ambition in his early years was like the river in front of him, flowing slowly with time and never returning to the East Sea. However, today he met the Crown Prince of Bailiang. He originally hoped that wealth and honor could be found in danger. However, His Royal Highness was not interested in listening to this old student's nagging. This was reasonable. With His Royal Highness's aristocratic family background, if someone sold their talent to him, it would be more than a few hundred to 1,000 pounds. I, Lu Wenbao, am a nobody. What am I? The wind on the river was not biting cold. Lu Wenbao stretched out his hand and rubbed his wrinkled skin that was like a withered tree. He muttered absent-mindedly, "It's time to go home and take a look." Even if I have to beg along the way, I have to die in my hometown and return to my roots. Su Weisheng saw Su Fengyan's footsteps leave without stopping. When he reached the bow of the boat, he laughed softly and asked, "Aren't you curious if this old scholar really has some valuable military strategy in his stomach?" Su Fengyan laughed and said, "Didn't this old man say that he was homesick? If I take a liking to him, I can take him to Beiliang. How long will it take for him to return home?" Su Weisheng sighed and said, "Lu Wenbao's hometown has changed a long time ago. His family has mostly withered. His father, mother, wife and children have all died in war and disease. Even if he goes back, no one will remember him, an old man who has left home for 30 years. Su Fengyan frowned and asked, "This old man has real talent?" Su Weisheng said indifferently, "The Jishang teachers in the academy all think that Lu Wenbao is not a master of miscellaneous knowledge. They don't think highly of him." Su Fengyan asked directly, "I don't care what others think of me. Sister, just tell me what you think of this old man. If you think he is useful, I will let him go to Beiliang to make a living. At the very least, he can get a lucrative position as a low-ranking official. It's better than being bullied in the Shangyin Academy. He is not young anymore. Judging from his attentiveness just now, it is obvious that he has read a lot and is smart. I believe that he doesn't care about his reputation." Su Weisheng smiled and said, "Actually, I don't think highly of Lu Wenbao either." Su Fengyan rolled his eyes and said, "What's going on? Then let him stay in the Shangyin Academy. I don't have the ambition to conquer the world, nor do I have the pretentious attitude of paying respects to the wise. An old scholar who has been in the Shangyin Academy for so many years has not made a name for himself. If he goes to Beiliang, it will be a waste of resources. If he gets into trouble, he might get his head chopped off by the ruffians. Why bother?" Su Weisheng shook his head and said, "But what Lu Wenbao said just now was quite interesting." Su Fengyan sneered and said, "Even an ignorant and incompetent person like me can tell that he is talking big. He is talking about Zhang Julu, Zhao Yuling or the Grand Secretary, the Emperor and the Prime Minister. He is so high that he can't be higher than this river. What's the point of talking about all this?" Su Weisheng, who had been walking behind him, blinked and said, "What's interesting is that Lu Wenbao hasn't had the time to add the finishing touch. Unfortunately, you left too quickly. Otherwise, he would most likely say that His Majesty wants to cultivate a confidant who can compete with Zhang Julu in all aspects in the next few years. In fact, as Lu Wenbao has guessed, it is not far from the truth. Do you know that there are 2 new clerks in the Minxiao province who are in charge of recording and supervising the emperor's words and actions? Their identities are just as Lu Wenbao said, the battle between the north and the south. One of them is from the Wei household, a leading aristocratic family in the north. The other's ancestors are from the eastern Yuehan tribe. They have always been unknown and only know that they are studying in the northern Saint-Zhang family. But according to reliable sources, the clerks who are in their 30s are highly regarded and trusted by the emperor. If we talk about the path of the bureaucracy, it is very likely that they are the same as Zhang Julu's. After a few more years of hard work, perhaps this person will have the opportunity to make waves with one turn of the hand. It should be known that this secret is something that even many of the important officials in the imperial court cannot see through. But Lu Wenbao, a scholar who is far away from the imperial court, can use history books to determine the future. It is not easy. If you don't believe me, you can call Lu Wenbao over and ask him." Su Fengyan waved his hand and said, "Don't. Second sister, you have a divine foresight. When we were young, I never won a bet against you." Su Weisheng smiled with narrowed eyes. Su Fengyan immediately corrected her without any backbone, "Sister." Unexpectedly, Su Weisheng said softly, "In the future, just call me second sister. Don't fight with her over this." Su Fengyan did not dare to harp on this issue and stopped while he was ahead. He asked in a low voice, "Since the old man has some ability, how should we deal with him? Throw him to Beiliang?" Su Weisheng thought for a moment and said, "There's no rush. Wait until you return from Beimang before making a decision. If you personally try to rope him in with just a few words, then Lu Wenbao's temperament, which has been tempered for decades, will climb up to his head again. With your impatient temperament, you won't have the good temper to temper anyone." Su Fengyan said with an aggrieved expression, "Sister, these words are too unreasonable." Su Weisheng changed the topic and looked directly at Su Fengyan. "I want someone from you." Su Fengyan was slightly stunned and said, "Say it." Su Weisheng smiled playfully, "Yu Xuanji." Su Fengyan frowned, "Yu Youwei's father is a famous scholar from Shangyin Academy, but what use do you have for his daughter?" Su Weisheng was as rude and unreasonable as usual, "You're not giving?" Su Fengyan smiled shyly and said, Can I lend it to you? Remember to return it to me. Su Weisheng said without hesitation. Of course I'm lending it to you. Otherwise, what use do I have for a girl from you? If she's just a courtesan Yue, it's a waste of talent. Su Fengyin was puzzled. The country is already ruined. Even if it's Yu Xuanji, what can he do in Shangyin Academy? Su Weisheng went straight to the point. If you want to catch a 1,000-year-old tortoise, you have to put in some effort into the bait. Su Fengyin was full of doubts and curiosity. He couldn't help but ask, Sister, tell me more about it. Su Weisheng shook his head and smiled without saying a word. Su Fengyin immediately pulled on Su Weisheng's sleeve and acted shamelessly. Probably because she couldn't win against His Royal Highness' childishness, Su Weisheng said something strange. I've always wanted to play a game of chess with an old senior. It's time to play. Su Fengyin didn't ask any more questions. He knew that no matter how reluctant he was, she would have to leave eventually. He said helplessly, Sister, why don't I go to the academy to visit you after I go to the East Sea Martial Emperor city? Su Weisheng said flatly, no. Su Fengyin was about to say something, but she had already made it clear, there's no room for discussion. Su Fengyin let out a long breath and said softly, then you can take this boat. It's more comfortable to travel by water than by land. It'll save you a lot of trouble. I don't need it anyway. Su Weisheng didn't hesitate and nodded. Chapter 333. Su Fengyin went to look for Yu Yue. From the beginning to the end, from the beginning of their conversation to the parting of ways, the plump beauty holding the white cat did not speak to His Royal Highness at all. Su Fengyin went ashore and mounted the handsome white horse. Looking back, he saw her and Wu Meinyang, who had gained an unknown amount of weight. Su Fengyin sighed quietly. He could not see the slightest bit of joy or sorrow in her eyes. After this parting, they would not be able to meet again for at least a few years. If his second sister, Su Weisheng, did not say anything, Su Fengyin would not have allowed her to stay at Shangyin Academy. It seemed that her parents were buried there. When His Royal Highness returned to Beiliang after 3 years of traveling, if he had been a few days later, she seemed to have said that she would go to the academy to guard her parents' graves and would not set foot in Jianghu again. Su Fengyin sat on the horse and gently pulled on the reins. He turned the horse around and rode slowly along the road. He remembered that when he was still a dandy among dandy, he had a conversation with Yu Huakui, who was not Yu Xuanji. She had said that the word sorrow should be explained by the autumn in the heart of parting people. Su Fengyin looked up at the sky and muttered, it's really a good time to be filled with bullshit homesickness and sorrow. On the shore, the little bug who was still lustful shouted toward the big ship, Sister you, when I grow up, I'll marry you. It's a promise? The corner of Long Yushuan's mouth twitched. He grabbed the little kid by the collar and pulled him back. Then he leaped onto a horse and rode together with the father and son. If it were not for the kid's mischievous behavior, it would have been a happy and harmonious scene. Other than the father and son, His Royal Highness and his 2 retainers, Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng, were all riding horses. Princess Jing and Pei and the Murong siblings, Nan Wei and her brother, rode in 2 separate carriages. The old sword god and Bluebird were the coachmen. This small group of people headed all the way to the northeast. At first, His Royal Highness not only seized the time to ask Old Manly for advice in martial arts, but he also took the time to go to the carriage and play a few rounds with the caged Princess Pei. Later, when they got close to the famous isolated city along the coast, he rode alone and became taciturn. Murong Tong Huang was fine, but Murong Wu Zhu's temperament was weak and she was not good at hiding her emotions. Ever since she met His Royal Highness, she had a very good impression of this handsome and confident young master. Especially after the battle on the snowy plains, it was His Royal Highness who had personally moved the boulder in their hearts. Anyone with a discerning eye would be sure that as long as the heir apparent joked about marrying him, she would probably shy away and accept his offer. Along the way, she would always sneakily lift the curtain and look at his back more than at the sea. There were thousands of kinds of injuries in the world. Emotional injuries were incurable, but there was no cure for mental illness. Surprisingly, Murong Tong Huang did not reprimand her and seemed to let nature take its course. They arrived. Looking up, they could see the towering outer wall of Martial Emperor City. The horses were intelligent. They did not need Su Fengyin to pull the reins and they would stop on their own. His Royal Highness from Beiliang did not look at the wall. Instead, he turned to look at the surface of the eastern sea and was lost in thought. After waiting for a long time, Bluebird asked softly, "Young master, are we not going to enter the city?" Su Fengyin said softly, "Enter the city." He took the lead. The Martial Emperor City was a lone city that was independent of the dynasty. Therefore the guards at the city gate were mostly decorations. They did not need any guide to enter the city unless they were martial artists who violated the rules of the martial emperor city and were not allowed to enter the city. The rest were treated equally regardless of whether they were commoners, nobles, or ministers. It did not matter if they rode on horses, jumped, or crawled into the city. Of course, ever since Wang Xianji became the city lord, the martial emperor city had never opened its gates to welcome guests. Even when the emperor who unified the spring and autumn period entered the city, the second in the world did not come out of the inner city to welcome him. It was the first time that Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng stepped into the martial emperor city. Even though they were used to the storms of the Jianghu, they still felt extremely heavy when they walked into the shadow of the city gate from outside the city. There were countless cities in the world. For the past 100 years, the martial arts evaluation was held once every 20 years. Only this city gate had seen almost all of the top 10 experts. The current outstanding figures who stood at the top of the martial arts world, such as Dong Tai, who rode on a donkey and carried a peach blossom branch, and Chao Changqing, who was dressed in black, walked past. They were all like the people of the Jianghu around Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng. They had to pass through the city gate and follow the main road to face the inner city. There was a monster with the surname Wang who claimed to be the second in the world. 2 years ago, there seemed to be a Western Shu swordsman named Jian Zhihuang. He carried a sword case and walked past the city gate for the second time. Unfortunately, he only walked twice and left behind 6 famous swords. In the end, he did not even leave the city with his life. He just sat there and died on the city gate. Su Fengyin dismounted and led the horse forward. After walking for a while, he saw a wine stall by the side of the road. After hesitating for a while, he sat down and asked the waiter, "Do you have wine?" "Yes, yes, yes. We sell wine. How can we not have wine? We have all the good wine from all over the world here." The sharp-eyed shop owner saw that this young master was dressed in fine clothes and had an extraordinary aura. He thought that a big fat sheep had come. He told the waiter, who always felt that he only took money and was not willing to do anything, to scram to the side. He personally went up to the young master and praised himself. He jogged a few steps and came in front of the young master. Seeing the dishes on the table, he smiled flatteringly and said, "Young master, we have Zweiking, Liangzhou Laojiao, Jian Nanchun, and Jinling Daku. What would you like to drink?" The young master smiled and said, "How about rice wine?" The shop owner hesitated for a while. He did have rice wine, but it could not be sold for a high price. No matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to get a lot of money. Just as he was about to persuade the young man in front of him to change to those famous wines that cost more money, the young master turned his head and looked at the inner city wall. He said firmly, "Rice wine will do." The shop owner rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "Judging from your accent, you must be from Beiliang, right? Yellow rice wine is good. To be honest, our yellow rice wine is a century-old brand in the city. Although a pot of wine costs 20 taels of silver, which is a bit expensive, but you get what you pay for. It's definitely worth it. By the way, do you know about the competition that everyone in Jianghu knew about a few years ago? My goodness, I am an honest person. I did not say that it was a once-in-100 years event, but a once-in-a-decade event. Before the old swordsman Huang competed with the mayor, he drank a lot of rice wine at our stall. He praised our wine and said that he did not spend 20 taels of silver in vain. This swordsman is amazing. He has 6 of the 10 famous swords in the world. Young master, you said it yourself. How can the swordsman Huang be weak? Isn't that right? Alas, it is a pity that this swordsman did not drink enough rice wine at our stall. As the old saying goes, drinking wine strengthens one's courage. Hey, if he had another pot, he might accidentally use his skills as a sword immortal. The young master only listened to the shop owner's chatter and did not say anything. The servant girl in green who did not get off the carriage pursed her lips tightly. She wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she did not open her mouth to disturb the young master. The old man with the sheepskin fur coat closed his eyes and dozed off. The young master finally said, "Give me a pot of wine and 2 bowls." Chapter 334. The tavern owner was stunned but still did as he was told. He thought that although the child had brought a lot of servants, none of them sat down. Why did he ask for 2 bowls? The tavern owner who brought the wine and bowls was in a very good mood. The cost of a pot was less than 1 tael of silver, but he asked for 20 taels of silver. He wanted to pour wine for this generous child for the first time. While he was secretly delighted, he couldn't help muttering that the wanderer from outside was so easy to fool. The child who had been cheated once didn't seem to mind the money at all. He said calmly, "I'll pour the wine myself." The tavern owner didn't want to be snubbed. He said cheerfully, I remember clearly that the old swordsman sat on the right side of you at the same table. The child said, He poured 2 bowls of wine, one of which was on the right side of the table. He took the bowl in front of him and took a sip. He looked up and smiled. The old man with the sword case is missing 2 front teeth, right? The tavern owner thought for a while and nodded. He was a little nervous. Could it be that the Beiliang child and the master swordsman surnamed Huang knew each other? If it was true, the 20 taels of silver that he hadn't gotten used to would be a hot potato. The young master smiled and said slowly, Also, that old man with missing front teeth definitely doesn't have 20 taels of silver to pay you. At most, he would pour out all his copper coins to buy a bowl or 2 of rice wine and drink it sparingly, right? The tavern owner was completely flustered and his face was stiff. Although the people in the martial emperor city were born with an indescribable sense of superiority and were used to squinting at the Jianghu people from outside, there was a limit to this sense of superiority. In this world, no matter how they made a living, didn't they have to weigh their own weight when dealing with people? The more humble a family was, the more shrewd and calculative they were. If they didn't have a good eye for the wind, how could they make others willingly take out silver and copper coins from their pockets? Although the owner of the wine stall was an old sparrow who liked to point out the world and had seen many so-called masters, it was just a glib tongue. Anyway, no one would care if he scolded or praised him. If he accidentally hit an iron plate and delayed making money, it would not be good in the end. Fortunately, the young master didn't argue with him about the lie and continued to drink. This made the owner of the wine stall feel relieved. He didn't dare to boast anymore and went to stand behind the cabinet, carefully guessing who this young man was. He stared at the long and short sabers hanging from the young master's waist. Tsk, what a rare good saber. Could he really be the son of a powerful Beiliang family? However, he had never heard of any famous sects or martial arts families in Beiliang. Ever since the death of the previous generation's spear immortal, Wuxia, Beiliang did not have any capable experts. In that poor place, Beiliang's 300,000 cavalrymen were the most frightening. It was said that the scholars, rangers, and the like were all very ordinary. No one stood out. The curtains of the 2 carriages had been lifted. Murong Tonghuang and Murong Wuju both looked at the silent His Royal Highness and felt somewhat confused. Princess Jing and Pei Nanwei had seen many different faces of His Royal Highness, but she had never seen Su Fengyan at this place. He didn't say anything, didn't smile, and didn't grieve. Unexpectedly, he made people feel inexplicably worried, like a child who had made a mistake. A child? Pei Nanwei sneered. Could a child walk out of the reeds outside Xiangfan City alive? Could he turn the whole bull gang upside down? Could he make Zhao Danping of Mount Longhu rush back to the Taoist master's residence from the capital? But why did he put 2 bowls and drink that cheap pot of yellow wine? The pot of wine was not big to begin with. Fortunately, the bowls were also small. However, he only poured 5 bowls at most. After drinking 3 bowls, the young master only had 1 bowl left, excluding the bowl on the table to his right. The bowls touched and he still drank it all in 1 gulp. In the eyes of the wine stall's owner, the young man who was somewhat mysterious narrowed his eyes. He seemed to be drinking to his heart's content and was slightly tipsy. He muttered, Old Huang, when I was chatting with you, I asked you what was the style of an expert. What did you say? That's right, it's an expert who can make the clouds of the 9th heaven fall and the waters of the 4 seas rise. You said that a person with this kind of ability is a real expert. You're talking about that old monster Wang from Martial Emperor City? Judging from his age, he should have this kind of ability. But you clearly know that old monster Wang is about to become an immortal, so why did you come here to ask for a beating? Didn't you always say that when we walk the Jianghu, we should run if we can't win, and when the situation is critical we should run away? Unknowingly, Old Manly got off the carriage and walked towards the wine stall. He directly sat down and scolded, Little Sue, what nonsense are you talking about? If you don't have the guts, then scram with your tail between your legs. You're embarrassing this old man by staying here? The wine stall's owner was shocked by the dirty old man's carelessness. He was very puzzled as to why this armless old coachman didn't even have the slightest sense of seniority. What was even stranger was that the young man didn't get angry. He only said softly, Otherwise? The old man wearing the sheepskin coat glanced at the city wall filled with martial weapons. He sneered and said, Let me remind you out of kindness. No matter what you do, this old man promised Su Xiao that he would protect you from death. That young man used his finger to point at the city wall. He could vaguely see a purple-black box. He smiled and said, I don't want to do anything big. With my little weight I can't do anything big. I just want to take this bowl of wine and go there to take a look. The wine stall's owner subconsciously rolled his eyes. This outsider was an outsider. He didn't know the rules at all and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How could ordinary people go up the city wall? For almost 60 years, how many people wanted to force their way up the city wall but were all beaten down? He had been doing business here for more than 10 years. He had seen some so-called experts who didn't know what was good for them and wanted to directly float up the city wall. Without exception, they all didn't have a good ending. Before they could leap up 50 to 60 feet, they would provoke the experts in the inner city to attack them. They were all like kites without wind and fell to their deaths at the foot of the wall. They couldn't be more dead. How were the sword god Dong Tai and Chao Qingyi's skills? What was their status in Jianghu? It was rumored that when they challenged the city lord a few years ago, didn't they have to follow the rules and go up the martial tower level by level? In the eyes of the wine stall's owner, the one-armed old man who was an eyesore smiled and said, "What's so difficult about that?" After the young man heard that, he slowly stood up and picked up the bowl of wine. He turned his head and said to Bluebird, "You all wait here." Pei Nanwei widened her limpid eyes. It was unbelievable. Was this guy crazy? Even a woman outside of the Jianghu like her knew that there was a second under heaven in the inner city. On this day, on the bustling streets of the martial emperor city, all the visitors and citizens of the martial emperor city saw an unforgettable scene. A handsome young man walked with a bowl in his hand and said in a clear voice, "Wang Xinji, may I ask what is meant by the clouds of the ninth heaven drooping down, and what is meant by the waters of the four seas standing up?" This sentence was said with vigorous inner energy, and it echoed through half of the city. Immediately after, according to the estimates of the busybodies, there were at least 1,900 swords that were unsheathed at the same time and hung in the sky. And this magnificent phenomenon was caused by a one-armed old man who had been alone in the Jianghu for too many years. "Wang Xinji, Li Chungang is here to visit the Eastern Sea. I want to borrow this city of swords to fight with you." Chapter 335. The Jianghu was indeed too big. Even if an immortal smashed a Mount Tai into the Jianghu and caused a huge splash, there would be no ripples after a decade or 100 years. Therefore, most of the Jianghu people were forgetful. They lived less than 100 years at most. 70 was a rare occurrence since ancient times. Li Chungang became famous too early. He was the best at a young age and was almost invincible at 30. Who could compete with him? This old sword god rose to fame early, but he also fell early. After he lost to Wang Xinji of the same generation, his wooden horse and ox were broken, and very few rumors of him entered the Jianghu. Over time, as his close friends and beauties turned to dust one after another, even some old antiques of the current Jianghu had a vague impression of Li Chungang, let alone those young and middle-aged Jianghu people. To these people, not to mention the old but strong Wang Xinji, in terms of swordsmanship, Qi Xinxia of the Dragon Tiger Mountain and Wang Xiaoping of the Wudong sect were on par with each other. However, compared to Deng Tea who was full of immortal aura, they were still inferior. Jianghu changed, but the one thing that remained unchanged was that swordsmen were always the most common in Jianghu. They were like carps crossing the river, densely packed together. Deng Tea was undoubtedly the only sword god in the eyes of Jianghu today. However, this sword god did not like carrying a sword, which was a strange thing. If a sword user lost to a saber user or a spear user, he could say that he had lost. But if the saber user or the spear user brought out their best masters, who could beat sword god Deng who did not use a sword? Rumor had it that sword god Deng was born with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He could transform into 3 heads and 6 arms. There was a small yellow pearwood sword box in his bag, which contained more than 10 pocket-sized swords. They were like living creatures raised by the secret technique of the Wu family's sword tomb. They could eat meat when hungry and drink blood when thirsty. It was very mysterious. After they left the box, they could cut off the head on their neck without using qi. Unfortunately, only the lord of the martial emperor city had seen such a superb sword immortal skill. No matter how big the Jianghu was, sword god Deng was qualified to look down on everyone else. In the martial emperor city, nearly 2,000 swords were unsheathed, forming a shocking sword curtain in the air. Outside the city gate, a tired old donkey stomped its hooves and slowly entered the city. A young man dressed as a book attendant rode the donkey upside down. There was a scabbard hanging on his waist, but his sword was gone. With a face full of regret, he lowered his head and said to a middle-aged man who was leading the donkey, "Master, I bought this sword with great difficulty with copper coins and silver pieces." That Li Chungang said that he was going to borrow the sword in the city. Why did he not let go of mine? We haven't even reached the martial emperor city yet. Oh master, you too. You watched as the sword flew out of its scabbard and didn't help me stop it. If this matter were to spread out, how shameful would it be? At that time, where would you put your face? The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but he habitually curled up the corner of his mouth, making it look like he was smiling all the time. At the same time, that unremarkable face of his also became gentle and mellow. He was holding a peach blossom that he plucked from somewhere. His fingers were twirling it gently. He raised his head and looked at the bitter face of the young man. He smiled and teased, "Isn't face all about your face?" That young man who was supposed to be a book attendant was rather arrogant. He rode the donkey himself, and it was fine if he asked his master to lead the donkey on foot, but he even asked his master to carry his luggage. When he heard his master's teasing, he stared at him with his eyes wide open. Then he became discouraged and asked worriedly, "This Li Chungang said that he was going to borrow the swords. He wouldn't refuse to return them, right?" The man laughed and said, "Old Senior Li, if you didn't fight and just put on a show, I reckon that you would be in trouble. Think about it, if you lost control of almost 2,000 swords, they would all fall from the sky and randomly scatter on the ground. When the time comes, would you be able to recognize which one is yours? Even if you could recognize it, there are so many heroic swordsmen who are going to snatch it. In addition, there are also some who are trying to take advantage of the chaos to steal it. With your small body, would you be able to snatch it back? If you want to return it to its rightful owner, you would have to burn incense. Besides, this is still considered good. If you really fought with Old Man Wang, most of these 1,900 swords would be gone. Then your sword's aptitude would be average, and it wouldn't be able to withstand a casual wave from Old Man Wang. However, from what I see, Old Senior Li did a good job in borrowing the swords this time. Now that you have bought the swords, you won't be in the mood to do odd jobs for me. Touch your conscience and tell me, have you been half in the mood to cook these days?" To be exact, the young man who was supposed to be a sword attendant said angrily, "Master, you are the one who talks the most. Once you start, there is no end to it. My ears are getting calluses from talking so much." The middle-aged man in coarse hemp clothes was indeed someone with a good temper. He chuckled and said, all right, I will shut up." The young man who was supposed to be a sword attendant but had never carried a sword for his master sighed and said, "Master, can I talk to you about something?" After leading the donkey into the city, the man who was standing on the main street and looking at the inner city wall smiled and said, "Old Senior Li and Old Man Wang are going to fight. Aren't you making things difficult for me?" The sword attendant took a step back and said, "Master, why don't you take advantage of the chaos and pick up 17 or 18 swords for me? Anyway, Master, you are just picking up swords, not stealing or robbing. It doesn't matter." The man smiled knowingly and said, "Look, you were just saying where my face is. If I carry more than 10 swords on my shoulders and run on the street, will I have face?" The sword attendant's heart was as dead as ashes. He said with a sad face, "I have been working hard for more than 600 years by your side. It wasn't easy for me to save 17 taels of silver, and I spent all of them on swords. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to this bullshit martial emperor city. Bullshit." When the man saw that the young man was about to cry, he said with a headache, all right. When there is no one around later, I will help you pick up a good sword." The young man's face suddenly changed. He smiled brightly and said, "Master, are you tired? I will help you carry the book box." The man laughed angrily and said, "How immoral. If I carry the book box for you, it will be the donkey who will be tired. It is better for me to be tired." The sword attendant grinned and looked up at the gloomy sword curtain above the city. He looked absent-minded and asked softly, "Master, who do you think will win if we really fight?" The man smiled and said casually, "Unless we fight to the death, Old Man Wang has a much higher chance of winning this battle." The sword attendant curled his lips and rolled his eyes. "This Li Chungang is too useless. He only knows how to create such a scene to scare people. Isn't he just an embroidered pillow?" The man showed a rare dignified expression and said in a low voice, "Sanlu, don't be disrespectful to Senior Li." The young man saw that his master was angry, so he didn't dare to say anything and obediently said, "Oh." But then, with a face full of unwillingness, he said, "That Old Man Wang is just a dog sitting on a pile of dog dung, proclaiming himself as a king. If Old Master were to use your full strength, you would definitely beat him up until his parents wouldn't recognize him." The man laughed and shook his head, "I won't count on it in this life." The sword attendant, who didn't care about his master's identity, seemed to be angry at his master's failure and snorted in anger. The man didn't care and said absent-mindedly, "You children naturally don't know what it means. If Li Chungang wasn't born, swordsmanship would be as long as the night. For 500 years there have been countless genius swordsmen, but only this senior's swordsmanship cultivation is on par with Ancestor Lu. As for me, I might be lucky enough to be better than Senior Li in killing people, but in terms of swordsmanship cultivation I'm much weaker. The sword attendant only listened to the good words and said with a smile, "Isn't practicing swordsmanship for fighting and killing?" The man smiled, "You've thought it through." The young sword attendant riding on the donkey had the aura of a master. The man stopped spinning the peach blossom branch and said in surprise, "It's here. You're lucky to see it. This fight is really going to happen. It's not all talk and no action." A loud voice came from the attic in the inner city, "Li Chungang, please come out of the city and fight with me in the sea." Countless people in the martial emperor city looked up at the same time. A burly white figure was like a comet that blasted from the top of the attic to the East Sea. 1,900 swords pointed at the East Sea. One person jumped on the sword and flew to the East Sea. The strongest battle in the world. Chapter 336. When the two silhouettes left the city and entered the sea, the martial emperor city went through a brief moment of dead silence. Then a wave of noise broke out in an instant. No matter if it was the common people in the city or the heroes from other places, they all rushed out of the city. If one were to look down from the sky above the city, it was as if 4 torrents had converged near the 4 gates. Then 3 of the torrents made a turn and rushed towards the East Sea. Some of the impatient Jianghu people who were good at martial arts didn't care about walking at the speed of a tortoise. They directly leaped onto the roofs and vaulted over the walls of the city. Such a spectacular scene of hundreds of people jumping up and down at the same time was indeed rare. In just half a cup of tea's time, the streets of the martial emperor city, which could fit more than 100,000 people, were empty and deserted. After all, the one-armed old man who called himself Li Chungang had the ability to control 1,800 swords. It couldn't be faked. Moreover, Wang Xinji had been overseeing the martial emperor city for more than half a century. Whether it was the divine swordsman Dong Tai or Chao Guanzi, they had never let him out of the city for a battle. Even if one were to use their butts to think, they would know that this outdated old man wearing a sheepskin fur coat was a rather tyrannical character. Such a battle at the pinnacle that was hard to come by. If they missed it, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. The bustling main street was empty in an instant. Even the wine stall owner and the 2 waiters ran out. Only His Royal Highness and the others were forced to stay. Xu Xiu's heart was itching, but entering the martial emperor city was like treading on thin ice. Moreover, the current grand occasion was created by His Royal Highness and the old divine swordsman. She was already at the center of the whirlpool and didn't dare to follow the crowd out of the city to watch the show. If His Royal Highness made a mistake, the king of Bailiang wouldn't be able to punish the bold Li Chungang and kill her as an example. Xu Xiu couldn't even hope to exchange her life for his. She was destined to suffer a fate worse than death. The expressionless Yang Qingfeng glanced at Xu Xiu from the corner of his eyes and continued to look at the top of the inner city without batting an eyelid. In the center of the inner city, there was a loft towering into the clouds. It was like the Tongtian Pavilion that the Emperor of Dongyue spent half of his national treasury to build because a short-sleeved poet beside him said, "I don't dare to speak loudly for fear of alarming the people in the sky." The second in the world had shot out from there and fell into the East Sea to challenge Li Chungang to a duel in the dark misty ocean. Yang Qingfeng's expression was normal. In fact, his excitement was no less than Xu Xiu's. As long as one was a martial artist, who wouldn't be fascinated by Li Chunggang's immortal style and heroic spirit of borrowing swords from the entire city? Moreover, the feud between the 2 seniors was a major storyline that ran through the entire Jianghu. Ever since Li Chungang left Bailiang, he had split the river 200 feet away from the gates of hell, defeated the Wu family sword crown outside Xiangfan City, and achieved the sword immortal realm in the Great Snow Plains. Could it be that all of these were just to pave the way for today's battle? Little Worm took advantage of his father's stupefied state and struggled to jump off the tall horse. Probably because his legs were weak, he fell flat on his face. After getting up, he patted the dust off and went to the wine stall to pick a few bottles of good wine for himself. After sitting down, he began to drink and entertain himself like an old man. Finally, he found his conscience and waved his hand at his father, who had become a foreign official, and said with a smile, "Dad, let's drink. It's free." Long Yuxuan was not in the mood to drink. He was afraid that His Royal Highness and the old god of swords Li Chungang would both die in Wu City. As a foreign official of Bailiang, if he was trapped in the city, he would be torn apart by 5 horses or trampled into meat paste. Long Yuxuan did not get off his horse. Instead, it was a man who came into the city with a donkey who smelled the wine. He picked a table far away from the naughty children and rummaged through the cabinets to get a few bottles of wine. However, he did not forget to take out a few pieces of silver and put them on the table. The young swordsman sitting on the donkey's side and jumped off the donkey's back. He carefully stared at the group of strangers. They were very strange partners. The dead man's face was as white as snow. The coachman was a delicate and pretty older sister dressed in green. There was also the aunt who rode on the horse. Her breasts were so high that they were about to burst out of her clothes. The young swordsman, who was inexperienced, felt his heart skip a beat. Especially after Shu Xiu gave him a flirtatious glance, the young swordsman's face turned red and his breathing became erratic. The swordsman who did not live up to his name turned his head away, not daring to look at the aunt, the old Taoist nun, the naive child, and the beautiful woman. These three types of people were not to be trifled with. If one's cultivation was not high enough, one could fail miserably. After the young swordsman named Sanlu lowered his head, he secretly thought that although the aunt was pretty, she was a little older and did not look like a proper lady from a respectable family. He did not like her. Just as the youth was feeling regretful, he caught a glimpse of a face through the curtain of the carriage. He was instantly stunned. A beauty through the bead curtain. Sanlu felt as if he was struck by lightning. The middle-aged man who was drinking leisurely saw the sword boy lose his soul and smiled. He followed the youth's dazed gaze and saw an androgynous beautiful face. The boy had good eyesight. If one were to say that Sanlu was drooling over a beauty, this boy would be wronged. The girl behind the curtain was beautiful, but compared to the girl surnamed Chen he saw in the Luoxin garden not long ago, she was still lacking. She also didn't see Sanlu lose his soul like this. The girl behind the curtain seemed to be annoyed by Sanlu's gaze. She frowned slightly and let go of the curtain, not wanting to see him again. Sanlu slowly regained his senses, feeling ashamed of his inferiority. The man found it funny. Could it be that he really fell in love with her? The man didn't know anything about love between men and women, so he didn't know how to untie the knot in Sanlu's heart. He just let nature take its course. Chapter 337. After the flower thief Long Yuxuan saw the master and servant pair, he was worried. It wasn't strange for someone to ride a donkey, but a donkey with a peach blossom branch in addition to the martial emperor city was not to be underestimated. Although the new sword god Dong Tai liked to carry a peach blossom branch around the Wulin, it attracted many men and women who blindly worshipped the sword god and imitated him, causing some old-school Wulin people to be disgusted. Imagine, every time the peach blossom blossoms walking on the streets, 3 out of 10 sword-wielding heroines would carry a peach blossom branch around. Wouldn't it be boring? This was the same logic as when the official Chao Changqing caused the green shirt wave. At that time, the whole city was wearing green clothes and it was popular all over the country. In terms of popularity, the top 3 of the top 10 experts were Wang Xianji, Dong Tai and Chao Changqing. They were 10 streets ahead of the other 7. Long Yuxuan naturally didn't have the chance to see the real face of the sword god Dong Tai, but he knew that not just anyone who rode a donkey and carried a peach blossom was a sword god. But this gentle man in front of him didn't look like an ordinary person. Long Xuanyu was facing a great enemy. Seeing the little bug drinking wine without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, he hesitated for a moment, then got off the horse and carefully sat next to the child, separating the brat from the master and servant pair. On the empty main road of the martial emperor city, His Royal Highness carried a cup of wine and walked forward. At the foot of the wall, there were 6 famous martial emperor cities' martial slaves. There were a total of 12 martial slaves, and all of them were top-notch experts of the martial emperor city who had lost to Wang Xianji and had to become her slaves for the rest of their lives. There were 4 swordsmen, 3 saber masters, 1 spear master, 2 fist master, 1 zither master and 1 chess master. The martial emperor city sent half of their slaves to stand at the foot of the city wall. It wasn't a method of hospitality, but to make His Royal Highness, who was riding a white horse out of Liangzhou, retreat. The martial emperor city never had any laws, only the city rules set by Wang Xianji. Here, the words of the emperor and the nobles were useless. No matter who it was, they had to follow the rules unless their fists were strong enough, so strong that even the land immortal Wang Xianji had to take them seriously. The swordsman San Lu secretly knocked on the curtain of the carriage several times, but he couldn't see that stunning face again. He could only drink to boost his courage and softly asked, "Master, who is that young master?" His tone and courage are too big, daring to provoke old man Wang. Now that Li Chungang has left the city, how is he going to get to the top of the city wall? 6 martial slaves close to the first stage realm, won't they easily beat him into a pig's head? The man who was drinking with his head lowered narrowed his eyes. Looking at the back of the young man, he vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. He said absent-mindedly, "Oh, him? Ma, who is a distant relative. According to seniority he should call me uncle." The sword boy was shocked on the spot. "Master, ever since San Lu met you, you have never mentioned his family background. Why don't you tell me about it today?" The man thought for a moment and held the bowl in the air. Finally he smiled and said, "Back then when I was practicing the sword in a certain place, his mother, who is also a distant cousin, once gave me a meal, a life-saving grace and a teaching grace. I brought you to Martial Emperor City this time to repay that kindness." The young man said bluntly, "Master, I don't want to criticize you, but according to what you said, this kindness is too great. How are you going to repay it? Plus you two are related. If you are stingy, I can't stand it. Let's see if I will boil water and cook for you in the future." The man ridiculed, "Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Didn't you think that young master is related to the girl you fell in love with at first sight, so you want to use my help to do something good? This is called being generous. Otherwise, with your stingy character, you won't get half a copper coin even if you beat him 10 times with the rod." The sword boy flew into a rage out of humiliation. He no longer paid attention to the harsh master, but the corner of his eyes looked at the carriage. He was afraid that the girl would hear him and have a bad impression of him. The man sighed softly, "Before Wu Su left the Wu family sword tomb, I said goodbye to her at the Sword Mountain. Later she entered the imperial city alone for lame Su. I didn't have time to follow her, so she fell ill. I feel guilty about it to this day." As he spoke, the man bent down and took out a yellow pearwood box. With a swipe of his finger, he gently pushed it open, revealing 12 small, exquisite, pocket-sized swords of different lengths. The swords were of different colors. Before he moved, the harmless-looking man turned to the 2 carriages and said with a smile, "I am Dong Tai. I owe Princess Wu Su a favor when I was practicing my swordsmanship. Today I will repay half of it. I hope you won't stop me." Long Yuxuan spat out a mouthful of wine and coughed violently. He was so scared that his face turned pale. Different from Princess Wu Su's swordsmanship that saved people, Dong Tai only practiced swordsmanship to kill people. He didn't show the 12 swords in the box to ordinary people. This time he made an exception and used 6 swords. The heartless little bug showed a dignified expression for the first time. Tsing Yi held the instant spear tightly. He didn't take the man who called himself Dong Tai lightly because of his friendly attitude. Xu Xiao and Yang Qingfeng looked at each other. Murong Tong Huang lifted the curtain again. He opened his eyes wide and frowned. The young sword boy who was closest to Dong Tai was full of pride and vigor. For a moment, everyone nearby held their breaths. How many people in the world were lucky enough to see the self-proclaimed Peach Blossom Sword God kill people? There were 12 swords neatly arranged in the yellow pear sword box. The longest was no longer than the middle finger, and the shortest was only as long as the thumb. They saw the number 1 swordsman in Jianghu, who was far more famous than the old god of sword Li Chungang, smile. He stretched out his index finger and flicked the hilt of the first red sword in his left hand. He said calmly, "Black armor." The small sword jumped into the air. After a slight delay, it shot toward the top of the city wall. Dong Tai stretched out his middle finger and tapped it with 2 fingers. "Childhood sweetheart." The 2 swords jumped into the air with lively spiritual energy and flew away again. The last time he tapped it with 3 fingers. "Spring water, morning dew, peach blossom." The small sword box happened to be half empty. Even Princess Consort Jing, and was curious and fearful of this legendary man. Following his gesture, she, Xu Xiong, Yang Qingfeng, Long Yuxuan, and the others all looked down the city walls. Only the little bug and blue bird kept staring at the inconspicuous yellow sword box. The people watching from afar didn't know that the man had just flicked the swords out of the box. Almost in an instant, the 6 small swords had returned to the air 2 feet above the box and slowly fell down. It was not until Deng Tea closed the yellow pearwood box that the crowd finally realized what had happened. They saw the 6 slaves' heads seemed to have been pierced by something, 6 streams of blood spurted out, 6 corpses were knocked against the city wall, and finally slowly fell limp to the ground. At this moment, Dong Tai stood up. He didn't touch the yellow box containing the 12 priceless flying swords. He smiled at the little bug who was shaking his head and said, "Dong Tai congratulates old immortal Zhao for returning to his natural state and being free and unfettered. Please give this box to His Royal Highness and tell him that Dong Tai's killing techniques with flying swords are in this box." The little bug sighed with a sad face. "You're just going to leave like this? Are you forcing Wang Xianji to fight Li Chungang to the death? If Li Chungang loses, how can Su Fengyan walk out of the Martial Emperor City? What's the point of giving him the 12 flying swords?" Dong Tai picked up the peach blossom branch and led the donkey over. He smiled and said, "Old immortal, this has nothing to do with Dong Tai." The little bug rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "I really don't understand the current Jianghu." The flower thief Long Yushuan's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Without any obstacles, His Royal Highness smoothly walked to the top of the city wall. He approached the red sandalwood sword box and sat down cross-legged. He put the bowl of wine in front of him and looked at the eastern sea. Perhaps the old monster in the martial emperor city knew about the situation in the city and was really angry. The sea surface was immediately stirred up. Was the old man really going to teach the eastern sea how to stand on its water? Su Fengyin looked at the river surface. The waves were getting stronger and stronger. The curtain of swords was like a black cloud pressing down on the city. He suddenly grinned and said, "The situation is urgent, let's go. Old Huang, when I come back alive from Beimeng, I'll come and see you again." On this day, other than the battle between the two sword deities of the Jianghu in the past 100 years, there was another matter that shook the world. The young chief of the Wudong mountain rode a crane down the mountain. Chapter 338. Qi Xianxia was a serious Taoist Longhu, but when he arrived at Mount Wudong and stayed there for a long time, he was also greatly harmed by Hong Shixiang. He was either dragged to repair the temple or chopped firewood and burned charcoal to build a bamboo house. During this period, it was inevitable that he would bump into several generations of Taoists of Wudong. At first, the Taoist children of Wudong's younger generation did not have a good expression on their faces. Later on, when they saw this Taoist from Mount Longhu, although he always had a straight face as if they owed him tens of thousands of strings of coins, his heart was not bad. In addition, the young martial granduncle who was also the chief treated him with respect. Furthermore, when the Taoist children heard that this fellow's swordsmanship was on par with their sixth martial granduncles, the bolder ones plucked up the courage to ask him about the flying sword Dharma. Qi Xianxia was also generous and did not have any prejudice against his family background. He answered all questions. In the end, a large group of Taoist children who admired the sword immortal's elegance and the Jianghu's reputation followed behind him and chattered non-stop. The remote bamboo house that Qi Xianxia lived in also became a lot livelier. Unlike Mount Longhu, which had countless golden rules and jade rules, Mount Wudong did not pay much attention to them. Qi Xianxia originally thought that he would be very uncomfortable. Unexpectedly, not to mention those mischievous and naive Taoist children, even a few of his senior brothers who rode bulls, Qinzhao, Song Jiming, Yu Xingrui and the others had indifferent interactions with him. Unknowingly, Qi Xianxia lost some of his original intention to compete with the bull riders. He calmed his mind and practiced swordsmanship on Mount Wudong. Occasionally he would go to the Taishu temple on the main peak to admire the sunrise and sunset. Looking into the distance, the 72 peaks in the four directions were like lotus petals protecting the main peak. Together they presented a posture of worship. Every time he finished his breathing exercises and retracted his gaze, Qi Xianxia could not help but look at the celestial sword that was left behind by Ancestor Lu. It hung under the eaves of the Great Gang. Qi Xianxia had a lot of respect for Ancestor Lu, who had not appeared in the world for 500 years. Otherwise, he would not have wholeheartedly practiced swordsmanship and pursued the ultimate sword technique of taking the head of an enemy from 1,000 miles away. In Taoism there were two types of swordsmanship. Since ancient times, Taoist swordsmanship was respected. Simply put, Taoist swordsmanship cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires, while Taoist swordsmanship cut off demons and evils. The former was beneficial for cultivation and had no harm, while the latter was unavoidably tainted by karma. There was once a heavenly master of Mount Longhu who had encountered a rare heavenly tribulation because of this and almost died on the spot. If not for Mount Longhu's prompt decision to sacrifice a few dragon pool lotus of fortune as the price, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mount Longhu did not have any objections and regrets when Qi Xianxia walked the path of Taoist swordsmanship. Today was the birthday of Yujing Jianghu the great emperor. There was an endless stream of pilgrims who went up the mountain to burn incense. Speaking of which, it was strange. Ever since the person who rode the bull took over as the chief, although there were no immortal deeds like the previous chief, Wang Zhongluo, who could break a river with one finger, and this person with the surname Hong did not even leave the mountain once, the incense on Mount Wudong was getting more and more prosperous. Qi Xianxia often listened to his fellow disciple Baiyu talk about fate and knew a thing or two about it. He observed the clouds and the clouds at the main peak. It should be known that Wudong was located in the northwest of the continent, and the fate of the world had always flowed from the west to the east, like a rolling river flowing to the sea. However, in this period of time even Qi Xianxia, who was a layman, could vaguely see the sea of clouds surging and gathering outside the 72 peaks. It was just that he did not know when it would accumulate and erupt. Fortunately, Qi Xianxia was never willing to worry unnecessarily. Whether or not Xuanwu would rise, whether or not Longhu would prosper, who was the real Taoist ancestral court, who was bestowed with the title of king by the imperial court, none of these were important to him. Qi Xianxia's heart suddenly jumped and his eyes widened. He raised his head and looked at the celestial sword that had not been unsheathed for a full 500 years. This ancient sword that had been silent for half 1,000 years after Lu Zhu ascended to immortality was actually trembling like a dragon. The sea of clouds on the 72 peaks boiled and finally, like 72 white dragons swimming towards the main peak. Hundreds of yellow cranes soared and circled. The vast number of pilgrims who flocked to the mountain for the birthday of Jianghu the great emperor raised their heads almost at the same time to see this strange phenomenon. No one knew who shouted that Jianghu the great emperor had appeared, but tens of thousands of fearful pilgrims knelt on the ground together. If you told the ordinary people in the world about the saints' scriptures, mysterious morals and profound Buddhism, it would not be of much use to them. They usually liked and feared things that were shallow and obvious, just like the ordinary people who saw the swords, spears and sticks in the hands of the ruffians, or the embroidered patchwork clothes and palanquins of the officials. Therefore Buddhism had the 18 hells, which scared people and made them tremble in fear. Taoism had all kinds of Jinren and immortals to save the world and help the people. These things were often disdained by the scholars and masters, but to the ordinary people in the streets and alleys, it was the most frightening thing. After the death of the Big Dipper Lord, Jianghu the great emperor took charge of Wudong and issued edicts to the north. In its heyday, countless pilgrims from the south would come to Wudong to burn incense and pray for blessings. Now Wudong's reputation was waning, but most of the people in the north still believed in it. Especially with the sea of clouds rolling overhead and the yellow cranes crying together, who would not worship it as if it were a god? Chen Yao, who was looking for an ancient book in the Sutra Tower, staggered to the window and opened it with trembling lips and tears running down his face. Senior brother Wang, little brother has succeeded. Song Jiming, who was refining pills in the mountains, did not care about the pills that were regarded as immortal objects by ordinary people. He fell to his knees and kowtowed. Wudong's 36th disciple, Song Jiming, welcomes the founder. Yu Xingrui, who had found a disciple who was in seclusion in the East Sea, was sitting on a cushion and teaching the disciple the Nigong Heart Sutra. He clapped his hands and laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He said excitedly, "Li Yufu, your uncle master is finally coming down the mountain." 72 peaks faced the summit and 24 streams flowed. Among them, the longest waterfall was lifted and straightened as if it was assisted by the gods. It led to the adjacent Little Lotus Peak where only a young Taoist practiced the way of the heavens. The waterfall was like a white chain across the sky. When the tens of thousands of pilgrims saw this scene, they felt as if they were in a fairyland. It was even quieter. The huge Wudong mountain was so quiet that you could almost hear a pin drop. Who was the one who built the bridge? Qi Xianxia saw the ancient sword fly out of the Taishu temple with its scabbard. It followed the sword and flew along the water bridge hanging between the two peaks to Little Lotus Peak. He saw the person riding the ox and leaning against the tortoise camel tablet. He muttered to himself, "Today is the day to interpret the lot. It's best to go to Jiangnan." The immortal ancient sword flew around the young chief, as if it was reuniting with an old friend. It was happy and excited. Qi Xianxia, who was excited, shouted, "Hong Shixiang, who are you? Why is Ancestor Lu's sword connected to you?" The young martial granduncle on the ox turned a deaf ear. He was in a daze. He pinched his fingers and calculated again. After a long time, he exhaled and smiled at Qi Xianxia. He slowly got up and stroked the ancient sword that was suspended in the air. He touched it with his finger and the 3-foot sword was as clear as water. The scabbard separated and he said softly, "You go to Jiangnan, you go to Longhu. I'll be there soon." The scabbard went to Longhu Mountain and the sword flew towards Jiangnan. The ancient sword went down the mountain first. Hong Shixiang, who was wearing a plain Taoist robe, patted the dust off. He rode a huge yellow crane and looked towards Jiangnan. "Jiangnan is good. It's best if it's a red coat." Qi Xianxia looked up at the yellow crane and said in shock, "Ancestor Lu?" Qi Xianxia was originally shocked to the extreme, but when he saw the yellow crane return, the guy who was no longer riding an ox hastily jumped off. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Let's go greet the senior martial brothers first before leaving the mountain." "Oh right, Brother Qi, I'll have to trouble you to take care of the Taoist children's studies." Even the inflexible Qi Xianxia couldn't help but want to swear. What kind of immortal is this? The newly appointed headmaster, who had never walked out of the Black Tortoise Dang Xing Memorial Archway when he was young, was scolded by His Highness as a coward. He finally had the guts to go down the mountain. It was a natural wonder. The Taoist rode the yellow crane into the distance. The yellow crane shuttled through the clouds and flew past the northwest city of Fish Dragon Pass. It was majestic. The pass locked the Yin border and the defense line was continuous. It was one of the choke points of the Empire's North Desert. Some soldiers climbed up the city and looked into the distance. Who was the first to see the yellow crane? There seemed to be another person sitting on the back of the crane. There was someone? There really was one person. This news immediately spread like wildfire. The soldiers at the border all rushed to the commanding heights of the city wall. Sure enough, they saw an immortal who looked like a Taoist riding a crane to the east. The impregnable pass in the northwest immediately exploded. When the yellow crane whistled over their heads, everyone looked up blankly. They didn't dare to say anything for fear of disturbing the celestial who was free and unfettered in the sky. In the prosperous Central Plains, there was a yellow crane tower standing on the banks of the great river. Its wings and horns were rugged and heroic. There was once an immortal poet who left a famous poem that was handed down from generation to generation. It was said that 500 years ago, Lu Dongshen from Guanxi cultivated for 200 years and finally became an immortal. He swore that if there was injustice in the world, he wouldn't be willing to ascend to the heaven. He traveled leisurely in the mortal world with poetry, swords, and wine. He once rode a crane past this tower, causing purple clouds to rise from the east. There were more than 300 famous poems from different dynasties and generations on the walls of the tower. Today, a grand poetry gathering was held upstairs. The scholars of the Central Plains were in the mood for wine and poetry. Suddenly, they heard that a magical yellow crane flew from the west to the east. They all came to the corridor to watch. When they got closer, they suddenly realized that there was an immortal sitting on the crane. The immortal's style was not inferior to Lu Dongshuan's in the past. The scholars and poets looked at each other in disbelief. Was there really an immortal on land in the world? Chapter 339. 500 years ago he left on a crane. 500 years later he returned on a crane. In the vast expanse of mist, the yellow crane flew across the yellow crane tower. An old scholar said in a daze, "I have witnessed this scene. My life was not in vain." Jiangnan. Old people, old scenes, old memories. The autumn wind rose, autumn leaves fell, people gathered and parted, autumn crows perched and startled, missing each other and not knowing when they would meet again. This scene was embarrassing. The beautiful peonies of Baogua Temple withered one after another. In the autumn season, there were still some 100-year-old osmanthus to be admired. The trees were old, the branches were evergreen, and the fragrance assailed the nostrils. Recently, the Lu family of Hutting County had overshadowed the other three families. It was like the osmanthus tree in front of a pair of women, growing alone in the forest. The head of the Lu family took the blame and resigned from the Imperial College. After drinking wine, he profited from the misfortune and entered the Ministry of Rites, becoming a second-rank official. After the carefree Sanren Tongshi sword immortal Lu Baijia left Retreat Garden, he went to the capital and immediately assumed the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War. He was only one step away from becoming a cabinet official. The two brothers echoed each other from a distance. The Jiangnan Lu family became famous overnight. They had to re-evaluate the family of the king of Bailiang. The family's reputation rose, but the most beautiful widow in Gangnam-do with a bad reputation was completely neglected. The scholar Lu Lighting was dragged to death on a horse. Who in Hutting County dared to get close to her? It was said that the widow caught a cold and her body, which was not weak, became thin. It was said that she lost a lot of weight. The men in Gangnam-do had complicated thoughts, but the women were united against a common enemy. Many of those who had suffered losses hurried to the temples and Taoist temples to burn incense and pray to the bodhisattvas. They wished that the fox spirit would die sooner. When the noble women who were familiar with her met, they would curse her in private to feel better. Now that the center of power of the Lu family had moved to the capital and the court, especially after the Tongshi sword immortal left Gangnam-do, it was inevitable that the Lu family of Hutting County would not be able to gain any advantage over trivial matters. The rumors that had been suppressed became more and more intense. The attacks and curses against the widow were reignited. The osmanthus seeds fell in front of the old osmanthus trees. The maid Xiao said angrily, "Miss, those shrews don't learn their lesson. They're starting to talk bad about you again. I really want to slap their mouths." Compared to before, she was indeed a much thinner woman. She reached out and tapped the tip of her maidservant's nose. She smiled charmingly and said, "You're still talking about others. Aren't you a little shrew yourself?" The young maidservant with delicate features giggled and said, "I heard from the heir that Miss used to love wearing red dresses and red garments. Why has Chow heir never seen it before?" The woman looked absent-minded and said softly, "You're still young, you won't understand even if I tell you." Dumb Chow muttered, "He's not small anymore." The woman bent down and picked up a handful of golden osmanthus seeds. Her hands were filled with the fragrance of osmanthus flowers. She raised her head and looked at the osmanthus leaves in silence. "Chow chow 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 chow." The pale-faced woman shook her head and said, "Let's wait a little longer. Chow chow of chow of chow of chow 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 kai of chow." The woman smiled. "Tell me about it." The maid lowered her head and said, "His Royal Highness once chatted with Chow Chow. He said that there was a coward on Mount Wudong who secretly liked you all these years." Chow Chow looked up at the sky and loosened her fingers. The osmanthus seeds fell one by one. She sighed. "My brother lied to you." Chow Chow asked cautiously, "Actually, you're also waiting in your heart, aren't you?" Chow Chow asked. The woman turned her head and flicked her maid's smooth forehead. "You shameless girl." Chow Chow's face turned red. She puffed up her cheeks and sulked. "You're Su Jihu?" Chow Chow heard a gloomy voice. Chow Chow raised her head in anger. She followed the voice and saw a young man squatting on the wall of Baogwa Temple with a long saber on his back. Su Jihu reached out and pulled the maid behind him. "Why are you looking for me?" he asked calmly. The sabersman grinned. "I'm Yuan Tingshan. I don't change my name. I have some grudges with His Royal Highness's brother. Besides, I'm doing things for others. If not, I wouldn't have come to Gangnam-do to make things difficult for a widow like you." Su Jihu's face darkened, but he did not panic. Yuan Tingshan, who had rushed all the way from Mount Hui to Gangnam-do, laughed. "I'll kill all the guards of Lu Mansion outside. Those bald donkeys of Baogwa Temple don't know what's good for them, so I'll kill them all and send them to meet Buddha in the Western Paradise. To be honest, only Sword Immortal Tang Shi can fight with me in Gangnam-do. It's a pity that he went to the capital. Su Jihu, let alone Baogwa Temple, even if you were in Lu Mansion I could still kill my way to you from the gate." Su Jihu sneered. "If you want to kill me then kill me. Why are you nagging like a woman?" Yuan Tingshan was not angry at all. He stared curiously at the beautiful widow and clicked his tongue. "In the past when I killed people I didn't waste my breath with those who were about to die. But you're different. You have an interesting background. It's a pity that I can kill you with a saber." Su Jihu asked, "What do you mean?" Yuan Tingshan tilted his head and stretched out a bleeding arm. "You're not afraid of death? If you're relying on that death warrior from Baelyang's maiden family who secretly protected you, then I might as well tell you that that brother is also dead. It's probably because he hasn't done any big business for many years and is a bit rusty. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have to wait until later to enter Baogwa Temple. Su Jihu, are you afraid of death now?" Su Jihu smiled sadly and asked, "How are you going to deal with the little girl behind you?" Yuan Tingshan said bluntly, "Naturally, I'll kill her with a saber. I don't have the habit of being gentle with women." Su Jihu turned his head to look. The maid Air Chow smiled innocently. "Miss, Air Chow is afraid of pain but she's not afraid of death." Su Jihu closed his eyes. "Do it." Yuan Tingshan stood up and stood on top of the wall. His face was sinister as he slowly drew his saber. "You dare." Words were accompanied by the clear cry of an ancient sword. There was a sword that came from Mount Wudong 1,000 li away. It landed in front of Su Jihu. A yellow crane arrived at Jiangnan's Lake Ting County. A young Taoist fell like a meteor and instantly arrived at Baogwa Temple. Even someone as tenacious as Yuan Tingshan was dumbstruck when he jumped down the wall. A flying sword strangely hung in the air. A young Taoist appeared in front of him. This Taoist's actions were even more outrageous. He looked towards the southeast and said angrily, "Zhao Huang Chao, do you believe that Hong Shixiang will sever your Zhao family's destiny with a single slash?" The ancient sword disappeared in an instant. In front of Mount Longhu, a sword sheath fell from the 9 heavens to the earth. Another ancient sword flew over and coincidentally returned to its sheath. When the ancient sword returned to its sheath, the entire Mount Longhu shook. Then there was no trace of the immortal. However, an immortal sent a voice transmission. "Zhao Huangchao, do you believe that Hong Shixiang will sever your Zhao family's destiny with a single slash?" 9 dragon pool destiny lotuses withered in an instant. In the ancestral hall of the Celestial Master Mansion, Many ancestral tablets that had been worshipped for hundreds and thousands of years fell to the ground. A middle-aged Taoist from Mount Longhu was furious. He looked at the evil slaying platform. Hong Shixiang, whether you are the reincarnation of Lu Dongxian or Qi Xianzhu, aren't you afraid of the heavenly tribulation with such heaven-defying actions? The immortal's voice was like thunder from the 9 heavens. It landed on the evil slaying platform and came from afar. I have cultivated for 700 years. What can a mere heavenly tribulation do to me? In Baogua Temple, the young Taoist had yet to make a move. Yuan Tingshan was already bleeding from his 7 orifices. He gritted his teeth and broke through the wall with his back. He retreated again and again. The little maid Xiao Er, who was safe and sound, pulled on the sleeve of the woman in front of her. She asked blankly, "Miss, is he an immortal from the heavens?" Su Jihu's eyes were red. He turned his head away. He didn't look at the young martial granduncle who was angry for the first time in his life. Like a little girl, he said in a fit of pique, "What immortal? It's a stinky Taoist from Mount Wudong." The young Taoist who rode the crane to Jiangnan said that he didn't even care about the heavenly tribulation. However, at this moment, he revealed an uneasiness that made the maid Xiao Er puzzled. A large yellow crane stopped in the courtyard. It blew down countless osmanthus seeds. Su Jihu, who had turned his head away, asked in a low voice, "What are you doing in Jiangnan?" Xiao Er only saw the Taoist's red face. He wanted to say something but stopped. She thought to herself, "Isn't this immortal Taoist too thin-skinned?" Su Jihu slowly turned his head and asked, "Who are you?" The young Taoist who had been entrusted with high hopes to shoulder the Tao of Heaven shyly said, "Hong Shixiang." Su Jihu repeated, "What are you doing here?" The young Taoist gathered his courage and said, "That year on Lotus Peak, you said you wanted to ride a crane." She turned her back to this coward. This Taoist who said he wanted to cut off the fate of the Zhao dynasty took a deep breath and smiled. "Su Jihu, I like you. Whether you believe it or not, I've already liked you for 700 years. So in this world, there's no one who has liked you for longer than me. In my next life I'll still like you." The maid Xiao Er blinked her watery eyes. Her little brain was a mess. She only saw the mist covering her mouth and crying and laughing. She was even more confused. It seemed that the mist was telling the truth when she said she was young and didn't know anything. The young Taoist stretched out his hand and said softly, "Where do you want to go? I'll accompany you." On this day, the young sect leader of Wudong rode a crane to Jiangnan. He and Su Jihu rode the crane away from Jianghu. The immortal rode the crane down to Jiangnan. He had just entered Jianghu when he left Jianghu. Chapter 340. After His Royal Highness and company left the martial emperor city, the strange little worm calculated with his fingers and his face turned pale. He jumped off the horse and rolled on the road with tears and snot. He looked so pitiful, as if the father of the flower thief on the horse had been killed by a righteous person. Su Fengyin had heard from Tsing Yi about Dong Tai's flying sword killing people in the city and the conversation between the peach blossom sword god and little worm. He could vaguely guess the absurd background of this child. The little kid rolled on the ground until he was covered in dust. Finally, he stood in the middle of the road with his hands on his waist, facing the southwest direction. He wiped his snot and tears and cursed, "Damn it! Zhao Huangchao is such a bastard. Why are you fighting with our Dragon Tiger Mountain? It's just that the Taoist Master Mansion didn't let the girl you liked go up the mountain to burn incense. The younger generation is fighting. What are you, an old man who has cultivated for several lifetimes, angry about? Don't think that I won't dare to speak just because you are Ancestor Lu. Of course I'm trying to reason with you. Don't pick a fight with me. 9 lotuses of luck, 9 lotuses of luck. I only have so little money and it's all gone because of you. I've been diligent and thrifty all my life. Is it easy? Is it easy?" In the end, the little kid who kept calling himself poor began to sob. His little shoulders trembled. Those who heard him would cry and those who saw him would feel sad. Su Fengyin's face was filled with schadenfreude. He looked at the crowded Donghai from afar and took it as finding joy in misery. He rode his horse to Long Yuxuan's side and asked with a smile, "Aren't you going to comfort your son?" Long Yuxuan was so ashamed that he didn't know what to do. His face twitched and cold sweat covered his forehead. What son? The kid was called Old Immortal by the new sword god. It was a great advantage for him to call him his grandfather. The most important thing was whether the child was dead or not. Now that the child turned to Long Yuxuan and called him Dad, Long Yuxuan was also angry. He immediately replied, "Ancestor, don't play with the child. Can I call you Ancestor?" Little Worm rolled his eyes and said, "You are father just because I call you father? Then if I go to the capital and call the emperor grandson, he is really my grandson? Look at how useless you are. Long Yuxuan almost spat out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the fact that he had to hide his identity, he would have dismounted from his horse and hung this little bastard up to give him a good beating. Su Fengyin glanced at the quarrelsome couple and finally fixed his eyes on the little bug's young face. In the past, when he browsed through the Taoist classics, he had seen something like, over 100 years old but still looks like a baby, which was used to describe the miraculous nature of the Taoist immortals. The meeting of the three talents and the formation of the true nascent soul was exactly what the new god of sword Dong Tai had said. Noticing His Royal Highness's gloomy gaze, Little Worm patted his butt and put on the demeanor of an expert. He habitually stroked his beard, but after feeling nothing, he realized that he was still a child after coming out of seclusion. How could he have a beard to pretend to be an expert? He smiled embarrassedly and didn't try to hide his identity. He swaggered to Long Yuxuan's side and climbed back onto his horse. He rode side by side with His Royal Highness and said, "I am Zhao Xuani from Mount Longhu." Although Su Fengyin was already mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he heard the little pervert's self-introduction. There were 4 Taoist masters in the ancestral court of Taoism. The 2 old Taoist masters, Zhao Shi and Zhao Shituan, were of the Hope generation. Not only were they high and mighty in the genealogy of the Taoist mansion, but they were also among the best in the world. After the Hope generation was Dan, so the brothers Zhao Danxia and Zhao Danping were of the Dan generation, followed by the Jing generation. Other than Zhao Shi and Zhao Shituan, there were also some old Taoist masters of the Hope generation who were in seclusion. However, they were either not the direct descendants of the Taoist mansion or had mediocre abilities. They were far less famous than the 2 old Taoist masters. However, no one outside the mountain had ever heard of the Xian generation, which was 2 generations higher than the Hope generation. 70 years old was already considered the oldest in the world. Su Fengyin estimated that the one in front of him was at least 270 years old. His Royal Highness steered his horse to a high slope, as if he was determined to wait for the old god of swords, Li Chungang. The Longhu spiritual master, who claimed to be of the Xian generation, frowned and said, "You're not leaving? Aren't you afraid that Li Chungang will lose to Wang Xianji again at such a close distance? When that time comes, you'll have to bear the consequences." Dong Tai killed someone in Martial Emperor City and gave him the sword. He obviously put in a lot of effort. Su Fengyin looked at the sea surface and remained silent. The yellow pear sword box with the 12 flying swords was placed on his horse carriage. Su Fengyin did not dare to treat Dong Tai lightly. Dong Tai was famous for his strange words and actions. If this guy dug a hole, Su Fengyin would not be so stupid as to jump in without saying a word and bury himself alive. Back then, when the king of Jing and Zhao Heng gave this King Shinji's knife manual, Su Fengyin was not in a hurry to practice it. He still needed to wait until he returned to Bailiang and had his face appraised by the white fox. He needed to confirm that it was beneficial and harmless before he could practice it. What if he started practicing 1,000 miles in a day and then his tendons and meridians exploded, crippling his martial arts? Who would Su Fengyin complain to then? The battle on the surface of the East Sea was thunderous and the rain was heavy. The river and the sea were overturned, and the curtain of swords was endless. The crowd of Martial Emperor City gathered by the sea was dumbfounded. They never thought that martial artists in the world could fight like this. Dozens of Jianghu people who wanted to watch the battle were smashed into pieces by the Gangqi and sword intent. The Martial Emperor City's city lord, Wang Xianji, had white hair and a white beard. He was tall and sturdy, standing barefoot on the raging waves with his hands behind his back. He let the 1,800 swords shoot out layer by layer, but they were broken and fell into the sea at a distance of 30 feet away. After 800 flying swords, the distance was only 20 feet. After another 600 swords, they were finally 10 feet away from Wang Xianji. The abundant sword qi and the strong gang qi clashed. Lightning intertwined and crackled, piercing people's eardrums. Another 300 swords pierced the black-robed and white-haired Wang Xianji's body, shattering inch by inch. The spectators thought that after the 1,800 swords failed to kill Wang Xianji, the old man would have exhausted all his skills. Unexpectedly, the old man slowly said, "Sword formed," and the broken swords that fell into the sea all floated to the surface. They gathered in the furnace and formed an unparalleled giant sword between the two men. When the sword was formed, the sky cracked and dazzling golden light slowly sprinkled down. The ordinary-looking old man laughed loudly and said, "Li Chungang, this sword can open the gate of heaven. Can it kill you, Wang Xianji?" Li Chungang opened the gate of heaven with one sword. He went straight to the point. This mountain was Kunlun. The people on the hillside were all in a daze. This was a real immortal on earth. When Shu Xiao, Yang Qingfeng, and even Bluebird couldn't help but look up at the peak battle of Donghai, they heard the screams of horses and the clanging sound of swords being drawn. When they looked back, they saw the horses that Long Yuxuan and Little Chong were riding had been cut in half, at the waist. Long Yuxuan, who was excitedly watching the battle, was sitting in a pool of blood with a blank face. He didn't know how the horse could be cut in half at the waist like a chopstick being pinched by two fingers. What was even more strange was that the young founding master of Dragon Tiger Mountain was standing between the two halves of the horse's corpse with a gloomy face. After His Royal Highness, who had drawn his sword to kill people, was knocked back to Xiaodong, he even pulled out the Winter Thunder. Zhao Xuansu, whose appearance didn't match her age and wisdom, smiled faintly and asked, Su Fengyin, how did you know I was going to attack you? Chapter 341. Su Fengyin smiled and said, Old Heavenly Master Zhao, after knowing your identity, I was wondering why the old god of swords, Li Chungang, and the new god of swords, Dong Tai, were almost at the same level. Why did Li Chungang only feel that your background was strange, but he couldn't tell that you were at the level of an immortal? It's very simple. Back in the Martial Emperor city, you already had the intention to kill this young master and leak the traces of your qi circulation. Originally, you wanted to take advantage of Li Chunggang's absence and kill this young master in front of the 6 Martial Emperor city's Martial Emperor slaves so that you could shift the blame to Wang Xinji. However, no matter how much you planned, you didn't expect that Deng Teo would also conceal his qi presence and enter the city, exposing your identity. If that was all, I have always respected experts and wouldn't have drawn my sword against you. Since old immortal Zhao went down the mountain and acknowledged Long Yuxuan as his father, I treated him as an otherworldly expert who couldn't be judged by common sense. I felt that the Dragon Tiger Mountain was too boring and wanted to go down the mountain to play. May I ask, old immortal Zhao, did you have the intention to kill me because of the 9 fate lotuses at the Withered Dragon Lake? Did you lose your patience? Zhao Xuansu smiled faintly and said, Everyone outside the mountain says that you're a good-for-nothing with a golden exterior. After seeing it with my own eyes, I really feel indignant for the young prince. Su Fengyin didn't hide anything and squinted his eyes. Old immortal Zhao might not know, but before I came to the Dragon Tiger Mountain, I had interacted with Zhao Huangqiao at the Kuanglu Mountain. Just now, old immortal Zhao revealed his true feelings and spoke from the bottom of his heart. Others might not know the severity of it, but I was sweating profusely. To be honest, Zhao Xuansu smiled. Zhao Xuansu smiled and stretched out her arm. Her qi-dissolving mystery sucked her cheapskate father, who looked as if he was facing a great enemy, into her tender palm. With a bang, his entire body exploded like a snowball, and his corpse fell to the ground. It was even more unsightly than the dismembered horse. The Taoist priest, who fit the description of a 1,000-year-old tortoise, only stared at His Royal Highness. He did not even look at Long Yuxuan, who died with his eyes wide open. He only sighed softly, life is unpredictable. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Su Fengyin was similarly not shocked in the slightest. He didn't even turn his head to look at the flower thief who had just become a guest of Bailiang before suddenly dying in a foreign land. He didn't even bother to wipe away the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He looked down at the old ancestor of Mount Longhu and asked curiously, I was only lucky enough to guess that old immortal was going to make a move. As for why you wanted to kill me, I still don't quite understand. I hope old immortal can enlighten me. Zhao Xuansu stretched out his hands and pressed down. Shu Qian and Yang Qingfeng, along with their horses, were instantly pressed to the ground by a heavy weight. The 2 horses were crushed into meat paste. The 2 northern Liang retainers struggled to hold on, bleeding from their 7 orifices. Against this ancestor of Mount Longhu, they actually had no strength to fight back. The Taoist priest glanced at the surface of the Eastern Sea and chuckled, It's okay if you want to delay time. I'm also waiting for the divine gate to open. Li Chungang, you're indeed the best swordsman in the 500 years after Ancestor Liu. Shu Xiao, who was on the verge of death, spat out blood. She lay on the ground and struggled, Your Highness, save me. Su Fengyin turned a deaf ear to her and laughed. Why? Old immortal has such a mysterious supernatural power. Are you still afraid of the illusory fate that entangles you and prevents you from ascending? The Taoist priest sighed. How can I not be afraid? Since things have come to this, I'll make it clear to you. I, Zhao Xuansu, am only 1 step away from ascending to immortality. It was so before 60 years, but it's still so after 60 years. Just like how I killed Long Yuxuan just now, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The Taoist priest's residence, Zhao family, shares the same surname as the Son of Heaven, Zhao family. 500 years of karma entangled with each other, just like how the black tortoise totem entangled with a snake. Their fates have long been mixed up. When I entered the martial emperor city and met Dong Tai, my killing intent had faded. When your fate was strong and you weren't destined to die, I was happy to be a coward and hide in Mount Longhu. Unfortunately, when I got here, Li Chungang opened the divine gate with his sword. Even if I killed you, I could take the opportunity to ascend. Look, that's the divine gate. I once made a bet with Zhao Huangqiao that whoever ascended first would lose a seal. Once I ascended today, my fate would be retribution. If that old bastard dares to take the seal, he would have to find Zhao Huangqiao. As for you, Su Fengyin, you died in front of Wang Xianji. Zhao family's imperial court borrowed Su Zhao's butcher's knife to cut off the rotten meat of martial emperor city. Evil people will be dealt with by evil people. It's my compensation to my century-old friend Zhao Huangqiao. Su Fengyin praised, "Old immortal, you have a good plan." Zhao Xuansu laughed, "I've lived for a long time. My Tao is ordinary, but I'm thick-skinned." The Taoist priest laughed, "I advise you not to expect the two land immortals to notice the abnormality here. I still have the ability to do so." An instant spear curved like a crescent moon and swept down from the sky. Zhao Xuansu did not move and allowed the instant spear to hit the young body. However, the next scene was Blue Bird vomiting blood and flying backward. The Taoist priest said regretfully, "Little girl, it's a pity for your body." Then, he looked at His Royal Highness and seemed to be mocking, "You can still keep your composure?" Blue Bird stood up shakily, but the instant spear did not leave her hand. Su Fengyin glanced at Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng who were struggling. He waved his hand to stop Blue Bird, who was trying to fight to the death with the Taoist priest, and asked, "Everyone here has to die?" Zhao Xuansu nodded. Su Fengyin chuckled and said, "Then let me go first?" Zhao Xuansu did not say any nonsense. He instantly shrank the ground and swept in front of Su Fengyin. He did not give him any chance to draw his knife and block. His move was a killer move. Just as he was about to touch His Royal Highness, a hand blade strangely pierced towards him. Even Zhao Xuansu, who had a high realm, was repelled by this mysterious move. He looked down and saw a scarlet blood groove on his neck. He looked up and saw a girl with an old-fashioned smile. Zhao Xuansu frowned. He saw that the sword in the distance had opened the gate of heaven and opened the line between the sea and the sky. It was clearly the best time. He twisted his neck and his body made continuous cracking sounds. It was like a string of soybeans exploding. Zhao Xuansu sneered, "Not bad, not bad. His Royal Highness has some skills. He actually forced me to summon my real body." The Taoist priest's bones, flesh, and blood began to grow like an old tree in spring. Su Fengyin said calmly, "So that's what they say. You are really not a master. Not to mention the old god of swords Li Chungang, even the new god of swords Dong Tai is far from you." Zhao Xuansu was furious. He looked up to the sky and laughed. "Nephew, your flattery is just SOSO. A unique mellow voice came from the bottom of the hill. "I gave you the sword first and repaid half of your kindness. After killing you, I repaid the other half. I saved you twice. From today onwards, Dong Tai and your mother, Wuxia, no longer owe each other. You are not a master if you don't show off." How is he not a master? He obviously lived his whole life as a dog. Dong Tai is here to kill the dog. Since Senior Li's sword was formed in the Eastern Sea, Dong Tai will not make a fool of himself. Sword rise. Zhao Xuansu showed a panicked expression for the first time. He said angrily, "Dong Tai, how did you know this place changed?" Dong Tai raised the sword. How would the world know it reached the peak? Dong Tai, who was standing 10 feet away, spread out his hands and smiled, "Amei Zhuke Huang Tong. Tai Tai Jin Lu. Tai Ah." 6 small swords broke out of the box. They were nailed to the top of Zhao Xuansu's head, temples, and 3 dantians. The Taoist said that the immortal could level the earth and shatter the mountains and rivers. "Why don't you let me see it?" His body collapsed. Zhao Xuansu forced his primordial spirit to leave his body. Like a rainbow, he flew towards the heavenly gate. Dong Tai took a step forward. He said calmly, "You want to become an immortal? You have to ask Dong Tai's sword first. Come back." The 6 flying swords were clearly nailed to Zhao Xuansu's body. However, the primordial spirit of the Taoist reflected the outline of the 6 swords. The primordial spirit was pulled back into the body. Su Fengyin did not say anything. He cut the primordial spirit in half and laughed, "I will let you become an immortal." Chapter 342. Seeing that the body of the elder ancestor of Dragon Tiger Mountain, which had returned to its original state, was split open by Su Fengyin's saber, Xu Xiong, who was lying on the ground, had a gleeful and ferocious look in his eyes. In the past, when he was living under someone else's roof in the northern Liang mansion, he had done a lot of dirty business involving human lives. There were also several dangerous situations where his life was hanging by a thread, but it had never been as futile as today. Facing Zhao Xuansu, who had been showing the appearance of a child all the way to Martial Emperor City, he could not even touch half an inch of his sleeve before he was suffocated by Zhao Xuansu's majestic qi, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Seeing His Royal Highness succeed in one strike with the help of Dong Tai's divine sword skill, she felt so comfortable that she could not wait to marry this young crown prince on the spot. She was well aware that if Su Fengnian had not spoken, her and Yang Qingfeng's qi would have exploded together with their flesh and blood. Xu Xiu could not be as open-minded as Lu Qiantang, who had died in the common reed marsh. She had just escaped from the gloomy prison in Bailiang and even had the chance to replace Pei Nanwei as the fake princess of Jing and Palace. How could she be willing to die here? Xu Xiu silently recited the Heart Sutras and smoothed her qi. Her whole body was in so much pain that it penetrated her heart. Inevitably, her beautiful and charming face was distorted. However, as soon as one wave subsided, another wave arose. Before Xu Xiu could criticize Zhao Xuansu's unsightly death, she saw the 6 flying swords of the Peach Blossom Sword deity buzzing like cicadas. The out-of-body primordial spirit, which had failed to reach the gate of heaven, was still condensed and did not disperse after losing its physical body. Instead, it seemed to have been freed from its shackles and was floating in the air. Dressed in a yellow and purple Taoist robe with wide sleeves, it looked like a celestial being with a celestial demeanor. Xu Xiu looked up in a daze at the rootless primordial spirit that seemed to be free and unfettered in heaven and earth. An overwhelming sense of fear surged over her. Xu Xiu turned her head with difficulty and looked at Dong Tai standing in the distance. The truth of the 12 flying swords that came out of the box in 2 batches had already been revealed. Black armor, childhood sweetheart, morning dew, spring water, peach blossom, moth eyebrows, vermilion bird, huang tong, weiyu and taiya. Clearly in Xu Xiu's opinion, the one who could fight against the great Jinren of Longhu Mountain, Zhao Xuansu, was not the overly young His Royal Highness. It could only be this renowned new peach blossom sword god. After Xu Xiu caught her breath, she immediately struggled to get up. Without caring about her bearing, she stuck out her perky buttocks, bent over and staggered backwards. Yang Qingfeng, on the other hand, was not afraid of death. She sat cross-legged where she was and quietly adjusted her breathing. Su Fengnian held his blade and slowly retreated. He squinted his eyes and looked at Zhao Xuansu, who was similar to the middle-aged Taoist at the peak of Kuanglu Mountain. He sneered, "A centipede dies but does not fall down. Each one of the old Taoists is more greedy than the other." Zhao Xuansu, who was not allowed to enter the heavenly gate, turned around and looked at the golden light spilling over the surface of the sea. His expression was complicated. The 6 short swords were still inserted in the 6 major acupoints. They were like gangrene attached to the bones. When the flying swords entered the primordial spirit, a sizzling sound was heard as if hot water was poured over ice and snow. However, Zhao Xuansu did not feel it at all. The flying swords that Dong Tai carried with him were naturally not ordinary weapons. Otherwise, they would not be able to hurt the Yuanying of a Jinren who was on an astral journey. Although the swords were small, the heroic spirit contained in the swords was bottomless. The people of the world thought that slaying demons and demons was a trick that Taoism deliberately mystified. In fact, this was not the case. Therefore, when the martial artists of Jianghu reached the state of perfection, it was also within the law and principle that they used celestial beings to test their swords. Dong Tai always had an indifferent and gentle appearance. He did not have the consciousness of confronting a land immortal at all. He smiled and asked, "Dong Tai has never been to Mount Longhu before. I don't know if these 6 swords are too light or too heavy a gift for you. I feel very uneasy." Although they were in a dangerous situation, Su Fengnian could not help but laugh. This Dong Tai was indeed a strange and wonderful person. First, he called Zhao Xuansu an old dog. Now he was pretending to be polite. However, there was no respect in his words. It was really a slap in the face. Su Fengnian then sighed with emotion. If Dong Tai did not have this sword manipulation mystery, how could he be so calm? Weren't people like Xu Xiu and Yang Qingfeng suppressed by Zhao Xuansu before they could even say a word? Not to mention Long Yuxuan, whose life was full of misfortunes. After being a father for a few days, he was turned into powder by his son who turned against him. This Mount Longhu was indeed very different from Mount Wudong. The old chief, Wang Zhongluo, did not have the slightest arrogance of a Taoist leader. The few times they met, he was kind and amiable. It was not only because he was the heir of Bailiang. In such a large Taoist ancestral court, Only Zhao Shituan could be considered a good person. No wonder this sloppy old Taoist was depressed. It was because prime ministers like Zhao Danping had stolen the high position and were like the sun in the sky. Thinking of this, Su Fengyin glanced at the assassin in front of him. The young lady chuckled. For the sake of 1,000 taels of gold, was this young lady of mysterious origins really willing to be so greedy that she wouldn't come out? She did not even care about her own life? First, it was the 11th in the world, Wang Mingyin. Now, it was the great spiritual master, Zhao Xuanzu. What was she planning? Was she going to kill or save? Jia Jia Jia? The three characters of the name were all homophonic. Su Fengyin had once sent a secret letter to Su Xiao, asking if she had planted a death warrior by his side. This was a major matter that involved Su Fengyin's life and death. Su Xiao had personally written a letter stating that this girl was not the number one death warrior in the palace. As a result, Su Fengyin was even more confused. What was in this girl's little head? Who would believe that she was purely a little money grubber? As for the fact that he did not disperse Zhao Xuanzu's spirit with one strike, Su Fengyin was definitely disappointed. However, he was not surprised. The methods of celestials were originally mysterious and unpredictable. The two on the surface of the East Sea had moved mountains and drained seas to open the gate of heaven. Each of them had displayed their magical powers. How shocking. Although Zhao Xuanzu was definitely inferior to Wang Shenji and Li Chungang in terms of martial arts, it would be too degrading to say that she was killed by His Royal Highness with one strike. After all, he was an old Taoist who had cultivated for a few lifetimes on Mount Longhu. Zhao Xuanzu knew the Jianghu without going out, and knew the world without going down the mountain. Untainted by the mortal world, he gently flicked his sleeves and flicked the two flying swords named Mothmei and Vermilion Bird out of the two major acupoints. The flying swords were not broken. After being forced out, they flew around the old Taoist. Zhao Xuanzu ignored them and laughed softly. I heard that Dong Tai's swordsmanship is 2 realms higher than his peers. It's close to Lu Zu's sword art. Today, I was fortunate enough to experience it personally. However, it's impolite not to reciprocate. I also have some insignificant skills that I would like to learn from Sword God Deng. Dong Tai asked, Old Taoist Master, since you have no hope of becoming an immortal in this life and your body has been destroyed, why don't you go with the flow and find a good family to reincarnate while your vital spirit is still gathered? As he spoke, Zhao Xuanzu flicked his sleeves again and forced the golden strands of the sword out of his acupoint. He stroked his beard and said, When I was young, I swore that I would not attain the great way and seek a place in the heavenly court. If I die, so be it. I don't care about the 9 kinds of corpses of Taoism. Dong Tai was also in a leisurely mood. He did not beat a drowning dog like the common people. Instead, he asked calmly, Taoism's prophecy is said to be able to predict good and bad luck. It can predict the wind and rain of the next 500 years. Can't it predict one's own life? Su Fengyin watched as the old Taoist flicked his sleeves for the 3rd time and sent the 2 flying swords into the air. Only the small Taia sword was left. Zhao Xuanzu shook his head and said in a low voice, The heavenly way is like a carriage. It moves as fast as lightning. There are moths circling leisurely in it. Why doesn't this moth hit the wall of the carriage? Dong Tai said with a face full of emotions, How can one be free in the heavenly way? If one can't step out of Kunlun, one can't live for more than 100 years. Chapter 343. Su Fengyin was baffled and did not feel enlightened. He only knew that the 2 masters were ready to attack. To be precise, Dong Tai was confident to the point of conceit, allowing Zhao Xuanzu to escape from the 6 swords prohibition. In the carriage, Murong Tonghuang lifted the curtain to watch the battle. Murong Wuzhu was timid and did not dare to look. She shrank in the corner and shivered. Suddenly she widened her eyes. She saw the yellow pearwood box rise slowly and shake violently. The sword box opened and the 6 exquisite swords flew out. Dong Tai waited until the small swords that shared the same fate as him flew into the air. He said softly, I don't think about the way of heaven, but ever since I started practicing, I have never doubted the sword in my hand. Everyone only saw Dong Tai, who was unparalleled in the art of killing, smiling as he stretched out his finger and flicked it. 12 small swords lined up in a straight line in front of him, as if they were going to draw a gap between heaven and earth. The heaven and earth changed color and its momentum was not inferior to the surface of the East Sea. 60 moments in a flick of the finger and 900 deaths in an instant. This was the essence of the finger mystery. Therefore Wang Xinji once said that in the world, only the white-robed monk Li Dongxin had obtained the essence of the Vajra realm. Chao Changqing took 8 portions of the celestial phenomenon spirit, and Dong Tai won the first finger mystery. There were 4 realms in the first stage, but it did not mean that the level of martial arts attainment was higher or lower. Especially for the saints of the 3 sects who had the advantage of time, place and people. Even if they entered the Earth Immortal realm, they might not be a match for the loose immortals outside the 3 sects in a battle of life and death. Moreover, the 3 sects had always valued the way of heaven and despised martial arts. Even the supernatural power of Lu Zu's flying sword was regarded as a strange skill that was incompatible with the way of heaven. It could be seen that the saints of the 3 sects did not value martial arts. Dong Tai smiled and said, "The sword formation is called the weapon release. I originally prepared it for Wang Xianji. It is a pity that I used it on you." Zhao Xuansu squinted and said, "What a great thunder pool. I dare to cross it and see if Sword God Deng can use the weapon release." The ancestor of the Dragon Tiger Mountain crossed it. The sword formation was like a rainbow. The out-of-body primordial spirit was instantly shredded into nothingness. In a flash, Dong Tai angrily said, "Old dog Zhao, how dare you be so opportunistic?" Dong Tai came behind His Royal Highness, grabbed him by the collar and was about to throw Su Fengyin back. However, the new god of swords was alert and quick enough, but he still could not resist the torrent of purple gas pouring down in front of Su Fengyin. He could vaguely hear Zhao Xian's last words on the eve of his death: "Since I can't cut off the fate, I'll use a trick and steal a heavenly secret. I'll pass the calamity of Mount Longhu on to you." Purple Qi from the east. Although the sword formation had destroyed most of it, about 20 to 30% of it still flowed into Su Fengyin's body. It was the first time that Dong Tai showed such an angry expression. The world was silent as he shouted, "Zhao Xuansu, I want your mansion of Taoist master to have no descendants." The Sanqing purple qi was vast and mighty, lingering around Su Fengyin's body. The calamity was imminent. Dong Tai was extremely annoyed. He was familiar with many unorthodox methods of Taoism, and this Zhao Xuansu obviously wanted to use his life to kill Su Fengyin and destroy his fate. Although Dong Tai thought that he rarely met a worthy opponent, karma and fate were the most unpredictable things in this world. His karma with Su Fengyin was very shallow. In fact, after the death of his consort Wu Su, all that was left was a verbal promise from a young swordsman. He had already paid it back by using his sword twice inside and outside the Eastern Sea Martial Emperor city. In a flash, the purple gas and Su Fengyin were very harmonious. No matter how powerful Dong Tai was, he could not cut off the qi dynamic. Even if he took a step back, he was willing to bear this calamity, but he was powerless to absorb the fate. This was also the reason why Dong Tai hated Zhao Xuansu the most. As a Taoist spiritual master, he was actually so vicious. The girl turned around and stared blankly at Su Fengyin, whose red date between his eyebrows had turned from purple to black. She smiled, but she was not gloating. Instead, she looked a little sad. Perhaps even Huang Sanjiao would be shocked if he saw this unfamiliar emotion. She tiptoed and reached out to touch His Royal Highness's black glabella. Even Dong Tai was stunned, but he did not stop her in the end. Beiliang was cold and bitter. That year it was snowing. A little girl knelt by the roadside and sold her body to bury her mother. She was born at the bottom of the market. Her father was addicted to gambling. They used to be a small family, but after a few years he lost all his fortune. After his daughter was born, he swore to his wife that he would never gamble again. He even chopped off one of his fingers, but he still could not stop his addiction to gambling. For as long as the child could remember, she saw her father threaten to sell her and threaten her mother to become a prostitute. He drank and scolded the mother and daughter without restraint. That was his greatest achievement. As the child grew up in poverty, her mother's face gradually withered and she earned less money. The girl could never forget those vulgar men who walked out of the leaky thatched house with their waistbands and threw a dozen copper coins to her father. That man bent over to receive the money with a flattering smile. Later, when her mother knew that the man was determined to sell her daughter, she, who was terminally ill, changed into the last set of plain clothes she had. She sent her daughter away to pick some wild vegetables and cooked a pot of rice porridge with arsenic. When the girl returned home, the man who had not called her father since he was sensible was already cold. The small pot of porridge only had 6 bowls. He only cared about himself and drank 5 bowls in one breath. Naturally, he died quickly. The woman who only drank 1 bowl of porridge hugged her daughter before she died. She bled and cried, unable to speak. The little girl, whose fingers were bleeding from frostbite, washed her mother's face and put her on the straw mat. She didn't look at the man and went to Liangzhou City, kneeling beside the straw mat. This scene was not strange in the winter of Beiliang, so she didn't need to write anything on the charcoal, nor did she need to cry and complain. But who would be willing to do such an unlucky thing that would cost a lot of money for a filthy little girl in thin clothes? The road was full of beautiful women in mink fur. No one would take a second look at the little girl who might not be able to survive the harsh winter. A few ruffians who had taken money from her family passed by and kicked away the straw mat, revealing the body of the little girl's mother. She was lying on her mother's body. They said that her mother was a dirty woman and that they should just throw her body out in the wild. She cried and said that her mother was not dirty at all, so they stepped on the body. The little girl bit one of the ruffian's legs, but she was pulled up by the hair and punched in the stomach. He asked her if she was dirty or not. Every time she said no, every time she shook her head, she was punched. How old was she at that time? How many punches could she take? But the passers-by were indifferent and no one cared about this. Many people were bored and watched with great interest. Later, a luxurious carriage passed by. Probably because he heard the noise, a young man in a luxurious white coat got off the carriage and came to her side. Next to him stood a beautiful woman who covered her nose with her eyes full of disgust. He asked her who was prettier, her mother or the woman next to her. The little girl, whose mouth was bleeding, gave an answer that made the onlookers burst into laughter. The seductive woman who accompanied the young man was embarrassed, and her eyes were full of anger and coldness. The young man, whose absurd reputation had spread all over Baelyang, didn't show any expression. He took a pearl hairpin from the head of the woman next to him. There was a huge pearl hanging at the end of the hairpin. The little girl didn't know that a pearl was worth 1,000 gold. She only saw the man squat down and put the hairpin on her mother's head, asking her if it was pretty. The little girl cried and said yes. He patted her head and chuckled but didn't say anything. He returned to the carriage and left. After that, someone immediately buried her mother. That winter day, the little girl knelt at the grave and met Huang Longshi. In these years, other than killing people, her only hobby was collecting hairpins. This year, outside Xiangfan City, she killed that so-called 11th in the world. Whoever wanted that young man to die, she wanted him dead. She didn't care if he was a first-rank master or an immortal on earth. To her, this was the only reason. Chapter 344. Killing a man in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. When the deed is done, I leave with a flick of my sleeve, hiding my identity and name. The essence of this popular paladin poem was the word kill. If it was changed to save, it would obviously be neither fish nor fowl. At this moment, His Royal Highness, who was sitting sickly in the carriage, was in a very strange mood. His aunt Jia, who kept a big cat as a pet, originally thought that even if it was not because of national enmity, she was a cold-blooded and ruthless first-class assassin who would not lend a helping hand. Zhao Xuansu's 3 Pure Tribulations. A few days ago, at the top of the Donghai slope, Su Fengyan's body was like an alchemy furnace, boiling abnormally. Unlike the external elixir that used gold, stone and medicinal herbs as bait, the inner elixir melted one's essence, qi and spirit. The danger within was not inferior to Taoist Zhao's killing move. Zhao Xuansu's purple qi from the east and Su Fengyan's big yellow courtyard were like weapons of war. Su Fengyan fell into a coma and was on the verge of death. When he woke up, he found out from Bluebird that it was Jia who saved his life and caused the purple qi to flow into her body. Then she left without leaving a word. The Peach Blossom Sword deity asked Bluebird to leave a message for his distant nephew, saying that he had removed the prohibition of the 12 swords and needed a new master to feed him with blood. The shortest was 3 years, the longest was 10 years. As long as he had enough qi and learned a superior sword-controlling technique, he would be able to control the 12 swords. Back then he owed the Su family or Wu Su a life-saving debt. Even if he did not owe them anything, he would not meet them in the future. Old Man Li opened the curtain and bent over to enter the carriage. He sat down lazily against the wall. Su Fengyan glanced at him. How the Battle of Donghai ended. He only heard that it was a draw, but no one could see any clues. Wang Xianji opened the sea to send the old sword deity off, giving him enough face. Obviously, old Monster Wang, who had stood at the peak of martial arts for 60 years, had never forgotten the kindness of half a wooden bull. This made Su Fengyan have a good impression of the martial emperor Castellan. The old god of swords saw a yellow pearwood box on the cotton blanket with a picture of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. He opened the sword box without a trace of politeness. Despite the dense sword aura, the old man with the sheepskin fur coat said, "Sissy embroidery needle. Is this Junior's surname Deng a woman?" Su Fengyan, whose injuries had spread from the inside out, was pale. His knees were covered with a small satin blanket made by Shishu. In addition, there was a new charcoal stove in the carriage. It was not winter yet, which showed how weak His Royal Highness was. He smiled bitterly and said, "Fortunately, Dong Tai was not present. Otherwise you would have to fight." Li Chungang reached out to take off his boots and buckled his feet. He blew his beard and glared. "What? This old man can't beat Wang Xinji, but he can't beat Dong Tai?" Su Fengnian raised his eyebrows and asked carefully, "You lost at Donghai?" Li Chungang pursed his lips and said straightforwardly, "This old man has lost, so what's there to hide? Wang Xinji's realm has fallen in recent years, but his cultivation has been steadily rising. His foundation is solid and his comprehension is good. It's not strange that he can't beat Wang Xinji. However, in that fight Wang Xinji had used 90% of his strength. If he had fought with all his strength, perhaps only Ancestor Lu from 500 years ago would have been able to suppress this ignorant man. This old man is still a bit lacking. It's a pity that you didn't see the scene of him raising the water of Donghai. It's very frightening." Ignoring the shock in His Royal Highness' heart, the old god of swords looked at the sword box again. This time he didn't speak harshly. He sighed softly and said, "These 12 pocket-sized flying swords have their seals removed. They're almost considered half-dead objects. It's not easy for them to have such sword intent. In terms of sword nurturing and flying swords, Dong Tai is indeed the #1 in the world. He's worthy of being the sword genius who made the Wu family sword tomb lose face. However, calling him a childhood sweetheart is really making this old man's teeth sour. It's a far cry from wooden horse ox. The battle between sword techniques and Taoist techniques seems like water and fire, but when techniques reach the peak they're no different from Taoism. Dong Tai is a smart person. He's like Wang Xinji who uses strength to prove Taoism. Only this kind of Jianghu is interesting." Su Fengnian's expression was strange. The old man wearing the sheepskin coat felt comfortable and reached out to close the sword box again. Su Fengnian felt a headache coming on. Fortunately, the person in front of him was Li Chungang. Otherwise, he could treat the sword box as a gift from Dong Tai in such a way. If it were an ordinary hero of Jianghu, he wouldn't be able to worship this small box. Li Chungang probably saw His Royal Highness's gaze and said unhappily, "Have you ever heard that the cold people need warmth? Don't take people's clothes and make them into lichens?" No matter how ignorant and incompetent Su Fengnian was, the poem was easy to understand and he could clearly hear the sarcasm in it. He lowered his head and saw the expensive blanket, which was worth an inch of gold. He was stunned and mocked himself, "Senior, you worry about the country and the people. You are indeed a great master.